Oh, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Just give me one quick second to double check the everything's running as it should. And so far, good. It looks like it is. So, as pretty much all of you will know, last week we did finish up with Mushoku Tensei, the anime, at least up to what's currently been completed. So, while that is a little bit sad because, I enjoyed those streams a lot, that does mean we get to move on to other things. And today, as we decided last week, we're going to be looking at the light novels. So, that should be a lot of fun. And I will be perfectly honest, I don't exactly know what's going to be going on this stream just because I think we got into a good rhythm with the streams. What do you call it? With the Mushoku Tensei anime streams, but that came out from a little bit of experimentation early on. Like the reason I do 3 episodes per stream is because I realized after the first stream that it takes me about 5 to 6 hours to get through those. So yeah, again, we're gonna kind of wing it today. Let me just get some music playing. So yeah, this is meant to be mostly just background music. It sounds good to me as far as levels go, but just if you guys want it to be a little louder or quieter, let me do. Yeah, and to answer your question, why already I'm doing volume 1, I figured, for the sake of the stream, might as well start from the beginning. And yes, for those of you who don't know, while I have been doing a lot of streaming lately, I do primarily do video content, and a while back I did release an analysis of Volume 1, a very comprehensive analysis. Yeah, I don't really... Yeah, maybe we will end up skipping Volume 1 at some point. I do think just for this first stream, just because I kind of want to figure out a general routine and flow. Because I think a big benefit to this is going to be that I already kind of have some thoughts in my head. I already have an analysis complete of that. So it might just worth to kind of set the stage. I mean, so ultimately a lot of what I'm going to say in this stream is going to be a repeat of what's going to be in my video, although I'm not... I mean, I'll be speaking in the moment. Oh, and let me actually, real quickly, I realize I don't need this for the YouTube stream, so that's good. So, yeah, so again, I'm thinking just for the sake of having a complete series of streams, might as well start with Volume 1. If we ultimately decide, once we kind of settle into a routine, maybe we'll change that up. And yeah, and as I was saying, I don't think I actually finished my sentence earlier, but I got some music playing in the background. It sounds fine to me, but if you guys want it to be louder or quieter, just let me know and I can adjust it, because I don't know how it sounds to the stream. So I figured, some music is better than nothing. Let me see it at full screen. Okay, yeah, because... Yeah, I do have these on my computer, and these are actually the versions I read on my Kindle, but I don't actually know fully how this works, because I actually did have this open when I was working on my video on Volume 1, so that should be fun. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Alan, it's going to be a case of... Again, I don't really know how this is all going to go, because we haven't done one of these before, so... Yeah, and I do think it is going to be a little bit different doing it live as opposed to doing it with, like, the way I did it in my video, just because the way I did it in my video, again, I had the book open on one monitor, I had my notes in front of me as I was working on the stream. I will be honest, I don't know, I don't think I've seen Otaku Spirit's videos in my recommended, I have never watched one of his videos, though, so I don't know. But yeah, ultimately, I'm going to be reading through it, and whenever I have something to say, I'm just going to talk about it, because there's a lot, and there are going to be times when I'm going to be talking about just things that, like, if you've seen my Volume 1 video, there's a lot of little writing details that are a lot more nerdy than the stuff I've talked to. And actually, yeah, you too make a good point, Thomas. I did make the Volume 1 video before I ended up watching the anime, before I started the anime, actually, so it'll be interesting to see if my perspective has changed at all having watched the show. So, yeah. So, the only downside to this is with these particular pages, the things I squashed, but, man, I really do fucking love Shirataka's artwork. Will I get tired? Maybe? I don't know. Again, this is kind of a bit of an experiment, so we're gonna see how things go. I've got some water next to me, so hopefully it won't be that bad. But we're just gonna kind of wing it. Okay. Okay, so you're standing on the precipice of a cliff. Step forward and smash into the ground below, or stay where you are and endure constant mockery. The choice is yours. I don't want to work, no matter what anyone says. Okay. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, earlier did have some issues, maybe, I guess, but honestly, even the Volume 1 artwork I do really like. Okay, prologue. I was a 34-year-old man with no job and nowhere to live. I was a nice guy, but I was on the heavy side, didn't have good looks going for me, and was in the midst of regretting my entire life. I'd only been homeless for about 3 hours. Before that, I'd been the classic stereotypical longtime shut-in who wasn't doing anything with his life. And then, all of a sudden, my parents died. Being the shut-in that I was, I obviously didn't attend the funeral or the family gathering thereafter. So I do find this very interesting, just kicking off the thing, and this is something I mentioned in my video, but I love how the first... Oh, I should have Epic Pen up, because that's gonna be... Because I'm definitely going to want to draw on stuff. Okay. Okay, good to know, because I will fix that right now. Because... Yeah, this song is actually a little bit... louder than the previous one. I just kind of found a playlist of music that I know is copyright safe, because I just don't want to have any extra work to do. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I agree. This music was not kind of what I was expecting. Okay, no, let me... I think the previous song was good. Okay. Same soundtrack, just peaceful. Okay, I think that'll be... Again, because I don't want it to be just pure silence in the background, because I think it would, I don't know, the same reason I add music to my videos, I just kind of generally like the, Yeah, I might do that. I don't want to spend too much time just looking for new stuff to play in the background now. I'll look into it on my own time after the stream, just so I don't take too much time, so... Okay, good. I got Epic Pen up. Let me bring up my chat again. Okay, so like I was saying, this is something I mentioned in my video, but I like how the first adjective he uses to describe himself was nice. And I mean, he says he's a nice guy. I know there's a bit of a meme about that. I don't think it was meant in that context as, you know, the meme or the nice guy kind of thing. But he describes himself as nice and then like immediately contradicts that when he talks about just how he's been generally and say, you know, I didn't attend the funeral, which, you know, that's not something a nice person would do, you know. Yeah, so I do find that interesting, and it goes to just show Rudy's overall perspective of he is like the most concise way to put it is that he's completely fucked in the head. Okay, sorry, my cat's being a little crazy. I gave her some catnip to keep her distracted. I also bought her a new toy yesterday, so she's kind of playing with that. And she's... Okay, now she's just kind of eating the toy. Okay. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, it's one thing if I read it off, highlight important. Hey, Mark. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Yeah. So I said, I think it would be better if you read it off screen, highlight important sections, and read that and analyze it online. I mean, honestly, there's something to that. That is kind of... I mean, I don't know that I want to do all that preparation for each stream, because... I mean, as much as I think that would be a good idea, I also don't really want to put a ridiculous amount of time into it, both because, A, I've got the daily stuff going on that's already taken up a lot of time, and also, once that's done, I'm going to want to be able to have time for videos. Oh, you're, so is this stream... Okay, let me just quickly... It seems like there might be some issues on Twitch. Okay, there's nothing on OBS. Let me just... see what's going on Twitch. So, yeah, thank you if there's technical issues. Okay, yeah, I do kind of see what you are talking about on Twitch, but I also don't know how to fix that, I'll be honest. Sorry about that. Like, let me see, because I am streaming in 1080p, so and the thing you're seeing on screen is essentially my full 1080p monitor, just, you know, shrunk down a little bit, so it should actually still be normal size, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay. So yeah, okay, so I think we're just gonna roll with it, see how things go. And okay, so it was quite the scene when they kicked me out of the house afterwards. My brash behavior around the house hadn't won anyone over. And again, that's once again immediately contradicting his initial characterization of himself as nice. Oh, in Twitch the quality is 720p. Okay, let me just quickly see if that's actually something I can fix. Yeah, just general. Okay. I mean 720p is still not terrible. Okay. Okay, I'm pushing it from oh, okay, so it's 720p output. Yeah, okay, so I am actually streaming in 720p. So that makes sense. Okay, I think just because I have 3 separate streams. Oh, well, sorry, one sec, real quickly. The let me just. Oh, I just realized that. Yeah, okay, YouTube hacks. Yeah, that makes sense. I did that. I remember setting that up because there was actually just concerns it could kind of overload things if I had it too high. And I actually do know having the bitrate too high was actually messing with the kick stream a while back. So, yeah, excuse me, real quick. I also just realized that the what do you call it? The chat on the Twitch stream is not working. So let me just really quickly fix that. Because even though Twitch can't show the combined chat, which I still think is a very annoying thing, because okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, sorry. Even though it's unfortunate that I can't have the combined chat on Twitch, which is because of Twitch TOS, I do still want to at least have them be able to see the Twitch chat, because even though it's not the most active, you know, I still don't want to completely exclude them. Okay, so yeah. Again, this is first time doing one of the book streams, so it's going to be a little bit of a clusterfuck, but, you know, it is what it is. So yeah. Yeah, I was the sort of guy who'd bang on the walls and floors to get people's attention without leaving my room. On the day of the funeral, I was halfway through jerking off, my body arched in the air, when my brothers and sisters barged into my room in their mourning garb and delivered their letter formally disowning me. When I ignored it, my younger brother smashed my computer, which I valued more than myself, with a wooden bat. Meanwhile, my older brother, the one with a black belt in karate, stormed over in a blind rage and beat the crap out of me. So, again, I just love the fact that Rudy's initial perception of himself is so skewed that he describes himself as nice, but then also describes all the ways he's an asshole. And, like, he calls himself, he says it's his brash behavior. So he is at least... Oh, shit. What the fuck? I am seeing more issues in the YouTube. I don't know why YouTube is doing that. Oh, that is fucking weird. Okay. Oh, I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. So yeah, for some reason full screen breaks OBS. That is very interesting. Let me see. Okay. So, okay, I'll figure something else out stream. I'll find a way to fix that, but for now I'm just going to keep it in windowed mode because that's, you know, it's close enough even though you'll see my tabs on the screen. So, let me see. I saw a question. Does your OBS setting work in any platform? I want to stream as well. I mean, OBS works pretty much anywhere that accepts that has a stream key, which, you know, every major platform does. So, yeah, you just gotta, you know, figure it out. There's a lot to it, but the basics are pretty easy. And non-malicious and flaws is what nice means? Perhaps. I also think it's, you know, again, his head is just completely fucked by his 20 years of isolation. And part of it is, while he is deeply ashamed of himself, he's also very, I guess we should say, in denial about how much of his problems are his own making. Because while he is the victim of trauma, he's also just exacerbating things quite a bit. I just let it happen, sobbing uselessly all the while, hoping that would be the end of it, but my siblings forced me out of the house with nothing but the clothes on my back. I had no choice but to wander around town, nursing the throbbing pain in my side. It felt like I had a broken rib. The biting words they hurled at me as I left our house would ring in my ears for the rest of my life. The things they said cut me to my very core. I was completely, totally heartbroken. So, in hindsight, this is like my... You could call it my third read of what we're doing now, but it's probably more like my fourth or fifth, because when I was working on the script, I had it open and I read pretty much every passage multiple times throughout the working of that script. But I do find it interesting he talks about the rest of his life. I'm wondering now, does he mean just the rest of his life here, or does he mean it the rest of his life as far as his reincarnation as well? Because he can kind of interpret it both ways. And I think both would make sense, where, you know, Rudy never really gets over the shame of his first life. He gets better, but not like entirely. Whereas it's obviously going through the rest of his life in this life because he only lasts a couple of hours at most. Okay, and then we're gonna get on to, this is gonna be what I always call this the best line in all of literature because it's just so amazing. But there's actually stuff to talk about with it. What the hell had I even done wrong? All I did was skip out on our parents' funeral so I could spank it to uncensored lolly porn. So, here's the thing. One thing that's really gonna be apparent about Mushoku Tensei, the light novel specifically, which the anime doesn't really do in the same way, is that whenever Rudy says something completely out of pocket and meme-worthy, it's usually hiding a lot of deeper character work there. So, in this case, I mean, this is one of the most ridiculous lines in the entire series, and it shows up on halfway through page 1. But this line in particular is one of the things I use to showcase how I do believe that a lot of Rudy's existence early on is not just the fact that he's socially isolated, not the fact that he doesn't really understand people, not the fact that he has a few like narcissistic tendencies, but I think so much of what he goes through is completely down to a very unhealthy mentality around sex, because he just does not understand it. He's used sexual pleasure as a means of escape, and he used porn in a very, very unhealthy way, to the point where I think pretty much the only positive things he ever felt were sexual pleasure throughout most of his life. So he's gotten to a point where he can't even really process positive emotions in general without it being sexual in some way. We will actually see another example of this in Volume 1, but I think it's just, again, and on top of the fact that, again, sex has just kind of consumed his every molecule, his entire being, there's the fact that he genuinely just does not understand why what he did was so upsetting. He figures, we didn't get along, so it makes sense for me to not do this and to not go and to do something else that is something I would do anyway. And yeah, and again, just the fact that he doesn't understand why this would upset his siblings so much is just another way of showing he doesn't understand people in the slightest. Yeah, and that's also true. I mean, the way it's worded is deliberately to make it kind of as outrageous as possible, so it can be kind of a bit of a joke as well. And again, Rudy might be being somewhat dry humor and a little bit self-aware, maybe, but it also is completely within character because again, this early version of Rudy is so ridiculously fucked in the head, and we don't even think about it too much because if you realize when and this will come up when we get into the reincarnation, but when he's first born, he is full gremlin mode for about 6 months to a year, where he is literally just indulging in his hedonism 100% and not even trying to be functional or anything but a gremlin. So he is at his worst right now, but it gets kind of brushed over in a few pages, but he was really bad his first couple months in his new life. It's just there wasn't much going on, so it just kind of skips over it for the most part. So what in the world was I supposed to do now? I knew the answer. Look for a part or full-time job, find myself a place to live, and buy some food. The question was how. I had no idea how to even begin looking for a job. Well, okay, I knew the basics. The first place I should check out was an employment agency, except I seriously had been a complete shut-in for over 10 years, so I had no idea where any of those were. Also, I remembered hearing that those agencies only handled the introductions to job opportunities. You'd then have to take your resume to the place with the job on offer and sit for an interview. And here I was, wearing a sweatshirt caked in a mixture of sweat, grime, and my own blood. I was in no state for an interview. No one was going to hire some weirdo who showed up looking like I did. Oh, I'd make an impression for sure, but I'd never land the job. So I do find this also kind of interesting, and part of it is, and admittedly, I am not quite sure how it works in Japan. I don't know what the entry-level job market is. I don't know what kind of expectations they have of new hires. But here in America, while this would definitely be an issue if you're looking for any kind of office job or something that can really develop into a proper career. Yeah, that's going to cause problems. But if you're just looking to get something with a paycheck, I mean, right now is a little bit tough to find a job, but in general, a lot of low-wage jobs generally kind of expect candidates with issues of some kind. And also people are generally understanding that sometimes people, are going through things and are having trouble getting out of a bad living situation. And maybe they're homeless or whatever, and they can still find certain jobs. Like the example I used in my video is if you work in I knew a guy when I used to work in the back room of a supermarket. And so I met a lot of people from a lot of different companies because I would handle all the deliveries coming in from the various vendors. And I was talking to one of the guys who stocked the shelves for Coca-Cola because, interesting, so little bit of thing with supermarkets is when the soda comes in from the third-party company like Coke or Pepsi or Snapple or anything like that, they not only deliver it, but they also send somebody to stock the shelves because that's just how the deals tend to work. So I was having a conversation with one of the guys who stocked the shelves for Coca-Cola, and he used to work in their warehouse. And this guy, he graduated high school, but he didn't ever go to college. And when he worked at the warehouse, he said that there was overtime all the time, pretty much as much overtime as he wanted. And they kind of really wanted people to stay late. So most of the time you'd work 12 hours a day. And, again, he worked his ass off. It wasn't easy work, but he made nearly six figures from just doing manual labor. So there are opportunities if you're willing to, put in the effort. And granted, it is a lot of effort. And I don't know if the same kind of thing exists in Japan. I know that the stereotype is, kind of join a construction team, and then they kind of work you as much as you are willing to be worked. So maybe he could have done something like that, because, I imagine a construction site's not going to really care if you're wearing dirty clothes or whatnot, because you're going to get them dirty anyway. But at the same time, whether or not it's actually that bad for him in like an objective way is kind of irrelevant, because he understandably thinks that he is in a really bad situation. He thinks that it's hopeless, and he has no real perspective to contradict that. And you want me to analyze Data Live? Maybe I will at some point. I'm not making any promises, but it's possible. So, and yeah, I think this is less of a showcase of he's genuinely in real trouble, and more of a showcase of he is completely lost any kind of hope. So, yeah, and of course we got to realize he's been, he's 34 years old, and I think he was there. I know it said he was over for 10 years, but I'm pretty sure he started that way when he was 14. So it was actually more like 20 years. So he doesn't even know how the real world works. He can't really even know what he needs to do. So yeah. Moreover, I didn't know where they even sold resume paper. At a stationery shop? The convenience store? There were convenience stores within walking distance, but I didn't have any money. But what if I could take care of all that? With some luck, I could borrow some money from a loan company or something, buy myself some new clothes, and then purchase some resume paper and something to write with. Then I remembered, you can't fill out a resume if you don't have an address or anywhere to live. I was hosed. I finally realized that despite having come this far, my life was completely ruined. It started to rain. Ugh, I grumbled. Summer was over, bringing with it the autumn chill. My worn-out, years-old sweatshirt soaked up the cold rain, mercilessly robbing my body of precious heat. If only I could go back and do it all over again, I muttered, the words slipping unbidden from my mouth. And that is just, like, it is so overt that is, like, meant to be, like, a major, like, literary kind of profound type of line, which is actually not that common in Mushoku Tensei. It's not common that Rifujin does something quite as overt as that, but yeah, that is like one of the core themes of Mushoku Tensei. It's the idea of getting a second chance and actually making the most of it. There's so many, like, second chances or, turning points in your life where you kind of reflect on your mistakes and fix them moving forward, even though it's not going to be 100% the same. That's just a core thing, and it's why I say that so many characters parallel Rudy. It's just that idea is such a big deal, and it's also the first words he speaks aloud, which, that's a little bit telling. And I also do find it interesting, and, granted, it's a little bit different because in the books there's only going to be a handful of illustrations, but in this illustration, one thing you realize, the only real shot of Rudy we get from his past life is from the back. So we never actually get to see his face. And then we also never actually learn his name throughout the entire books. Even there's one point where he says his old name aloud, and you never actually hear it. Yeah, he did not finish high school. So, and that's true. That a lot of jobs would expect a high school diploma or a GED in America. I don't know what the equivalent to Japanese is. I'm sure there is some sort of high school equivalency in Japan. I just don't know how that all works. But the thing is, I'm not saying that Rudy's situation is not bad, because it definitely is. He's gonna have a tough time no matter what. But at the same time, like, if you're working like a manual labor job, they don't really care as long as you can follow instructions and do the work. Like, those are the types of jobs, like, here, at least here in America. Again, I can only talk about the American perspective because that's all I really know. But, manual labor is kind of the job you get for people who have trouble finding work for whatever reason. Like, if you come out of prison, that's another thing where I would say having a felony on your record is probably worse than not having a high school diploma for a lot of people. Because a lot of places will just throw your application in the trash if they see you have a felony conviction on your record. Whereas, you want to work a manual labor job or start working in the trades, they hire felons. Not everyone does, sure, but a lot of people will, and it's an area where you can make decent money if you're willing to work hard. So it's kind of, for a lot of felons, a lot of ex-cons, that's kind of their lifeline, is manual labor. So I imagine Rudy probably could get a manual labor job if he really tried, and it would really suck for a while, but especially since he's so out of shape. He's never had to really work in his life, so it would be a real adjustment period. But again, I think his situation is bad, but not completely hopeless. But it's also understandable that he feels as hopeless as he does. Yeah. Yeah, I will say I have mixed feelings on as far as whether university is a good or a bad thing. I mean, there's obviously some jobs where it's absolutely required. For example, my sister is going to medical school soon, and you need a college degree for that, and you do need a medical degree to be a doctor or to be a lawyer, something like that. And I know there's also a lot of places that expect you to have a college degree, but a lot of times the actual degree itself doesn't really matter. And there are also some degrees you can get that are completely useless. And I will also agree that it's very, very overpriced. It's actually honestly not that bad if you start in the community college, because you can get an associate's degree very cheap. And then a lot of them have deals with four-year universities, so you can get from the associates to the bachelor's, again, fairly cheap. But yeah, that's a conversation for another day. I hadn't always been a garbage excuse for a human being. I was born to a well-off family, the fourth of 5 children, with 2 older brothers, an older sister, and a younger brother. Back in elementary school, everyone always praised me for being smart for my age. I didn't have a knack for academics, but I was good at video games and had an athletic bent. I got along with folks. I was the heart of my class. In junior high, I joined the computer club, pored over magazines, and saved up my allowance to build my very own PC. My family, who didn't know the first thing about computers, barely gave it a second thought. It wasn't until high school, well, the last year of junior high, I suppose, that my life got all messed up. I spent so much time fixated on my computer that I neglected my studies. In hindsight, that was probably what led to everything else. I mean, there's probably some truth to that. But also, there was, I wouldn't say that's necessarily going to screw things up on your own, on its own, I should say. And I still also think that ultimately the thing that really fucked everything for him was the trauma he endured from the bullies, because I think he would have been fine if not for that. I didn't think I needed to study in order to have a future. I thought it was pointless. As a result, I wound up going to what was widely considered the worst high school in the prefecture, with where the lowest of delinquents went. So, there's also... Okay, so there's the fact that by going to this high school, he did actually kind of put himself in the surroundings of the people who ended up fucking with him. So there could be a bit of a correlation there. But there's also, I also, this is something that is completely alien to me, because here in the US, which high school you go to just does not fucking matter. While private high schools are generally better as far as just quality goes, nobody actually cares what high school you went to. So the private high school is if you want to actually learn the things and actually do better in that sense. But again, if you're applying to college, for example, nobody cares what high school you went to, like, at all. There was an incident, but even then, I figured I'd be fine. I could do anything I set my mind to, after all. I wasn't in the same league as the rest of these idiots. Or so I thought. There was an incident from back then that I still remembered. I was in line to buy lunch from the school store when someone cut in front of me. Being the morally upstanding young man I was, I gave him a piece of my mind, getting all up in his face, striking an awkward, humorless, and self-conscious pose. Okay, I half joke that I think Rudy's actually autistic. Like, not like to the point where he needs a carer or anything, but like, high-level autistic. The fact that he struck a pose in response to a bully, that kind of points me in that direction, I'll be honest. So, and, I'm not going to say too much, because we're kind of in the middle of things, but as my luck would have it, this guy wasn't just an upperclassman, but one of the real nasty ones, vying to be the school's top dog. He and his buddies pounded my face, swollen and puffy, then hung me from the school gate, buck naked, practically crucified for all to see. They took a ton of pictures, which they circulated throughout the school like it was some simple prank. My social standing among my classmates plummeted to rock bottom overnight, leaving me with the nickname Pencil Dick. So yeah, that's like very, very bad. And it's interesting how he kind of just includes this incident with almost the same level of gravity as the rest of the story. And he also, I also do find it very interesting that he attributes more of the blame on almost the computer, the fact that he neglected his studies, than the fact that he was basically sexually assaulted. Like it's borderline that bad. And taking his pictures and sending them around school, here in the U.S., that's like a very bad felony, the kind that gets you on a registry for life. So, like, that's like a serious issue, and while he definitely thinks of it as a bad thing, doesn't seem to have the level of gravity that you'd expect from it, especially since I believe that this was probably what, that was what ruined his life. I stopped going to school for over a month, holing up in my room instead. My father and older brothers saw the state I was in and told me to keep my chin up and to not give up and other patronizing things like that. I ignored it all. It wasn't my fault. Who could bring themselves to go to school under circumstances like mine? Nobody, that's who. So no matter what anyone said, I remained steadfastly holed up. All the other kids in my class had seen those pictures and were laughing at me. I was sure of it. Yeah, that's true, Thomas. So, I have some very interesting opinions about Rudy's family, because, I mean, you don't get a whole lot of them in the books. I think they get more of a focus in the anime than in the books. But my interpretation of Rudy's family is that they weren't bad people at all. They didn't, it's not that they didn't care about Rudy, it's just that they had no idea how to support him. Like, they really didn't know what to do in this situation, and they were, neglectful is probably the wrong word, but they just weren't proactive about getting him the help he really needed. And granted, I also know that mental health has more of a stigma in Japan than it does in the US, and even in the US there's a bit of a stigma around it. So, while here in America the idea was that so here in America, probably the first thought a lot of people would have would be to get him therapy. That probably is not the case in Japan, just because of the existing stigma, even though that probably is what he really needed. And, because, like, when his father and brother are telling him to, come on, just, like, keep your chin up, power through it, I think that's well-intentioned, but it's also just really not what Rudy needs. Like, I think he just needs, like, somebody to be supportive of him and tell him that, we have your back, it's okay, everything's gonna be alright. Not necessarily quite like that, but, like, again, he needs to just know that he is loved and supported. And while his father and brothers tried to help him with that, the way they did it did not convey that message. And Rudy is also understandably, like, feeling like the pure victim, where he's right in a sense that, it's not his fault that he's going through some shit, but he's also not doing anything to try to fix it, which, again, he's going through mental health stuff, he's going through trauma. Can he really be expected to be the one taking the reins? Not necessarily, but also, you're your own first and last line of defense. Sometimes, even if it's not fair, you have to be the one to take the responsibility for yourself. It's, again, should it be the case? No, but that is how reality works, unfortunately. And yes, Amir, you are also correct. I don't know if I agree with your implication completely, but yeah, people do just kind of gloss over the fact that he is, again, I describe it as full-on sexual trauma, because that's what it was, and that really is why, I think, a big reason why so much of his outlook on sex is fucked in the head. But yeah, people just do kind of ignore the fact that he was sexually assaulted, because, honestly, I think it's because he's creepy more than he's an ugly fat dude. But yeah, I think people want to hate Mushoku Tensei, they want to hate the things that Rudy does, and they overlook the fact that he has not good reasons for doing the things he does, but understandable why his mind is in that place. And also, I do find it interesting that Rudy assumes that all the other kids in his class were laughing at him when, again, I can't speak to how Japanese culture is, because I have never even been to Japan. Although I do want to change that eventually. But here in the United States, something like that would be mostly forgotten after a couple weeks. Like it would be the talk of the school for a while. But, things like this kind of burn out in the social rumor mill before long. And also, kids are little shits, but they're not necessarily going to hate him for it. Yeah. And that's also, you're also not incorrect, Thomas. Well, therapy, I would say therapy in general is incompatible with men's psychology. I think it's just that a lot of therapists don't really know how to adapt to specific patients. And also, one thing that people need to understand, and I'll be honest, it's even in America, it's hard to really get this through people's heads, which I think the therapist should actually probably be more clear about this. Sometimes the therapist you have just isn't going to be right for you, and you need to be okay with saying, you know what, this isn't working, I need to find somebody else. And there are definitely people who can... I think that at the very least, having somebody you can kind of confide in and trust, and who can actually kind of help you work through your own stuff, is going to be helpful when you're going through shit. It's just, can they find something that is like a great long-term solution? Maybe, maybe not, but it's still going to be better than not doing anything the way Rudy's family did. I didn't leave the house, but with my computer and my internet connection, I was still able to kill plenty of time. I developed an interest in all sorts of things thanks to the internet, and I did all sorts of things as well. I constructed plastic model kits, tried my hand at painting figurines, and started my own blog. My mother would give me as much money as I could cajole out of her, almost like she was supporting me in all this. And yeah, that's another issue. Well, his mother took a different approach to things, where she didn't try to make him white knuckle it. Instead, she just went full enabler, which definitely did not help. Yeah, people didn't have any problems when the MC from World's Finest Assassin reincarnated and actually groomed children to work for him because he was cool. So I cannot speak to that because I don't know anything about World's Finest Assassin, but I also do think there's a difference between being creepy to kids in a sexual way and grooming them for a sort of profession. So again, non-sexual grooming is different. So I don't know. I don't know the IP, so I can't really comment on it whatsoever. Despite that, I gave up on all these hobbies within a year. Anytime I saw someone who was better at something than me, I'd lose all motivation. To an outsider, it probably looked like I was just playing around and having fun. In reality, I was locked inside my shell with nothing else to do during my time alone. Yeah, so, and that's also interesting because he almost has a complete 180 when he starts learning magic, because he finds a genuine passion in that thing. And it's something he genuinely wants to improve at. And granted, he does do a decent amount of healing by that point, but it's interesting. So he's learning and developing a talent for his magic, and then when he meets Roxy, somebody who is better than him, he just gets excited. Is it cool? I can learn. And yeah, that's also true, Thomas. Actually, from what I understand, I don't think Japan has a military. I think, because I know they disbanded their military after World War II, and I don't think they ever reformed it. So joining the army, well, actually, unironically, joining the army would probably be, the best thing for him at this point, because, A, it's, food and all his necessities just covered. He gets decent pay. Oh, he does have a defense force? Okay, good to know. So, I don't know if it's the same kind of thing as the way the U.S. works, but here in the U.S., if you're a fuck-up, honestly, the military is probably a decent path for you, because they'll take care of your basic needs, which, in his situation, that's going to be a concern for him. And also, they do drill discipline into you, so if that's something you need, that can be very beneficial. And also, the physical side of things would make him healthier, which he could also use. But, again, we're talking a little bit into hypothetical territory, which not necessarily relevant when he's going to get hit by Truck Kun in a minute. So, no, in retrospect, that was just another excuse, and I love the self-awareness there. He's he realizes that, you know what, I'm just coping, and yeah, it's interesting because he's such a weird mix of self-aware and in denial. Like, it's a fine line to balance, and I'm kind of impressed that Rifujin was actually able to do that pretty quickly. And also the way, it helps that Rudy is speaking in a first person perspective. Like, we're not talking to an omniscient narrator, it's Rudy actually telling his story. But it's actually pretty impressive that somebody who manages to fuck up so badly and be such an asshole is able to be actually kind of likable. Like, you sympathize with him in this. And granted, the fact that he's gone through trauma is an inherently sympathetic thing. But he's talking about how, he skipped his parents' funeral to jack off to lollies. Like, whew. Still making him likable after that is pretty impressive, actually. No, in retrospect, that was just another excuse. I probably would have been better off deciding I wanted to be a manga artist and posting a silly little webcomic online, or decided I wanted to be a light novel author and serializing stories or something like that. I don't know. I find that line kind of funny in hindsight, because I know Rifujin wasn't a professional writer when he started Mushoku Tensei, and it started as a web novel, not a light novel. But then he's talking about light novel writing, and now that's kind of what made Rifujin's career. It's funny. There were plenty of people in circumstances like mine who did that sort of thing. Those were the people I made fun of. This stuff is crap, I'd snort derisively upon viewing their creations, acting like it was my place to be a critic when I hadn't done anything myself. And, I do have to respond to that just because I'm somebody who criticizes writing without really doing any myself. I have done a little bit in the past, but not for many years, and never to any serious capacity. Yeah, I don't think you necessarily have to be good at something to be a good critic of something, but I get the point that he's not saying that he can't criticize something because he's never done it himself. He's more saying that he was trying to put himself in some sort of high ground without actually doing anything to justify being in that high ground. I wanted to go back to school, ideally to grade school or maybe junior high. Hell, even going back a year or two would be fine. If I had a little more time, I'd be able to do something. I might have half-assed everything I'd ever done, but I could pick up where I left off. If I really applied myself, I could be a pro at something, even if I didn't wind up the best at it. I sighed. Why hadn't I ever bothered to achieve anything before now? I'd had time. Even if that time was all spent shut in my room in front of the computer, there was plenty I could have done. Again, even if I wasn't the best, I would have accomplished something by being halfway decent and applying myself. And again, that's just kind of his regrets stewing. Like, this is all the point where everything fucked up in his life. Like, he's at his lowest point, and he's just kind of stewing on everything he went wrong. And I'm highlighting this fact because it's actually going to become really relevant in just a second, because there's another really cool thing Rifujin does with a meme-worthy line coming up. But yeah, I love how Rudy is complaining about his circumstances and also the things he never did and the ways he fucked up. It's like, again, it's interesting that Rifujin managed to make Rudy have both a victim complex but also a self-loathing that makes him blame himself for everything. It's a difficult combination of traits because they're usually mutually exclusive, but I think it actually really works here. Like manga or writing, maybe video games or programming. Whichever the case, with the proper effort, I could have gotten results, and from there I could have made money, and no, it didn't matter now. I hadn't made the effort. Even if I could go back to the past, I'd only trip up again, stopped in my tracks by some similar obstacle. I hadn't made it through things that normal people manage to breeze through without thinking, and that's why I was where I was now. Suddenly, amidst the downpour, I heard people arguing. I muttered. Was somebody having a fight? That wasn't good. I didn't want to get involved with that sort of thing. Even as I was thinking about that, however, my feet kept carrying me in that direction. And I also do like that where Rudy does actually have some morality to him, where he does feel compelled to, help people when they really, really need it. He doesn't quite understand that. He can't process that. And for a long time, he actually justifies every nice thing he does, and he can't just accept that, maybe I'm just being nice to be nice. He always has to come to find some ulterior motive to it. It actually reminds me of Rance. Whenever he does something altruistic, he has to frame it as something inside him that's like, this is why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because it benefits me in some way, because he's basically a child in an adult's body that he doesn't understand basic morality, and it's kind of funny. Like, the example I'm thinking of specifically is in Rant 6 when he's with a refugee/rebel camp where he's fighting against the government of Zeth, and they also take care of injured people, and they have like a makeshift orphanage there and all that stuff. And then he learns that one of the girls in the camp had been trafficked, and he discovers the place that she was trafficked in, and he gets so pissed and immediately rounds up the troops to go, and they end up burning it to the ground. But he doesn't understand why he's so angry about it, so he just he goes in and says, "How dare they hurt my future women?" So that kind of mindset is what I think of Rudy sometimes. Yeah. Look, you're the one who. What I saw when I rounded the corner were 3 high schoolers in the midst of what was clearly a lover's quarrel. There were 2 boys and a girl, dressed in the now vanishingly rare tsume-ere jackets and a sailor suit respectively. The scene was almost like a battlefield, with one of the boys, an especially tall fellow, in a verbal spat with the girl. The other boy had interposed himself between the two in an attempt to placate them, but his pleas were completely ignored. And it is also interesting because, we learn later that girl is Nanahoshi, and that guy is essentially the reason she's doing all the things she's doing. So I'm pretty sure they weren't actually together, but they were definitely interested. Yeah, and that's true. He tries to convince himself with mental gymnastics to do something good. It's ultimately, I think, a big thing early on. Eventually, he does figure it out, is that a lot of the good he does is kind of... It's like he's motivated by his heart and his morality, but he doesn't understand that, so he has to find a reason for why he wants to do the things he wants to do. Yeah, I'd been in situations like that myself. This site brought back older memories. Back in high school, I had one childhood friend who was real cute, and when I say cute, I mean like 4th or 5th cutest in the class. She wore her hair very short since she was on the track team. Of every 10 people she passed by on the street, at least 2 or 3 would turn back to look back at her. Also, there was this one anime I was super into at the time, so I thought the track team and short hair thing was cute. Even her less attractive attributes were fine by me. She lived nearby, so we were in the same class for a lot of grade school and junior high. All the way up to junior high, we often walked home together. We had plenty of chances to talk, but wound up arguing a lot. I did some regrettable things. To this day, I can get off 3 times in a row to the prompts junior high, childhood friend, and track team. Yes, and that is something I mentioned in my video, but this line, this whole paragraph, these 2 paragraphs, is such a revelation for Rudy, and especially on my second read, I noticed so much about them. I'm like, holy shit, this is actually brilliant writing in hindsight. Because there's a few things about it. First of all, we gotta remember that he is thinking of this girl as he is in the midst of stewing on all of his regrets. Ostensibly, it is because the argument between Nanahoshi and her friends is reminding him of his old friend, but I also think it is strange that this person he is seemingly so dismissive of is one of the things he's thinking about when he's talking about everything he did wrong in his life. So one of his regrets is very clearly the fact that he lost contact with this girl. And I know there's still going to be more talking about it, and he's going to mention the fact that she moved on and found other people and all that. But again, he does think of this girl in his lowest moments. And he also, again, we don't know anything about this girl. We never do learn anything about this girl. At this point, his head is so fucked. She's just a collection of physical traits for him now. Basically a checklist of, but he has positive emotions for her. Clearly, he cared about her. He liked her to some degree. And, they said even though they argued a lot, they still spent a lot of time together. They walked home together. Clearly, that was just kind of, childhood bickering. Which, that's a thing that happens. And now he says he can get off 3 times in a row to the prompts junior high, childhood friend, and track team. I am actually still very annoyed that the anime decided to put this line, or a neutered version of this line, later on in the story when he's hanging out with Sylphie and connecting it to that, because I think it is such a great way of showcasing how Rudy is so damaged. Like, it's not just, you know, he's not just kind of a gremlin. This is one of the reasons I will die on the hill that Rudy interprets positive emotions sexually for a very long time. Because the only thing he felt positively about for years was sexual pleasure, so he can't even comprehend platonic happiness. So when he thinks back of this friend of his, he has positive memories of her. He clearly liked her, and he clearly liked her from before he developed a sex drive, because, you know, as much as anime can kind of meme on it, little kids don't have sexuality. That's just not a thing, for the most part. But when he thinks about his old friend, those positive emotions have become sexual, so now anything that connects to that old friend is something that can get him off really easily. So I think that's such an important line. And again, it's a meme-worthy line that hides deeper character work. And also, I do think it's notable that while Mushoku Tensei is generally a very funny series, there's a lot of humor in it. Rudy does kind of internally think in terms of like pop culture references and memes, but this opening prologue is very rough. Like, it's a very sad prologue. Like, there's not a lot of happy things or funny things going on there, but there's like two really funny lines. There's the lollyporn line and this line. I think it's telling that they're the only funny parts of this scene, that I don't think their primary goal was to be funny. Okay, Mark. Yeah, well, hey, I'm glad to be somebody's background noise, because hey, I do the same thing for a lot of YouTube videos, so I get it. And don't feel obligated to interact if you don't want to. I always say this to everyone, but whether it's to you in Twitch or to any of the people chatting in my YouTube chat, but real life comes before my stream, always. Come to think of it, I'd heard rumors she'd gotten married about 7 years ago, and by rumors, I mean overhearing my siblings talking in the living room. We certainly didn't have a bad relationship. We'd known each other since we were little, so we were able to talk to each other pretty openly. I don't think she ever had a thing for me, but if I'd studied harder and gotten into the same high school she did, or if I'd joined the track team and gotten admission that way, it might have sent the right signals. Honestly, it's hard to say again, because Rudy never really goes into much about this girl, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did have a thing for him and could do it. Yeah, I also understand that, Mark. I can be the same way sometimes, even though, I mean, not with live streams specifically, but, you know, sometimes it's hard for me to passively listen to stuff, But yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Rudy's childhood friend did have have a thing for him, or if it could have developed into something, because again, most of their time knowing each other was when they were little, before those kinds of feelings can develop. But I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. I ended up dating one of my childhood friends who, you know, we knew each other for ages, and that just kind of naturally developed into something more. So that can very easily end up happening. Then, if I told her how I felt, maybe we might have wound up dating. And also, that line is also really telling, shows that Rudy actually did have feelings for her. He can't really comprehend it, because he's just talking about how much her memory kind of gets him off, but he describes, you know, if I told her how I felt, that kind of means he felt something. Anyway, we'd get into fights on the way home, just like these three kids here. Or, if things went well, we'd hook up and do naughty things in some abandoned classroom after school. Shit, this sounds like the plot of some adult game I must have played. Speaking of love life, okay, so I'll be honest, I am not the person to ask about dating advice. I have no more knowledge about that stuff than anyone else. Honestly, I think if you're gonna do it, best advice is to just do it. It's more about the feelings than about the way you approach it. If it's reciprocated, it is. If it's not, oh well. Again, if you're wanting to make that risk, just fucking do it. If for whatever reason you don't, then don't. And yeah, his positive reinforcement loop is fucked up, and there's no other positive endorphins being released over 2 decades. Yeah, exactly. I think, and that's the thing is, dopamine is a very powerful conditioning agent, where as much as you're used to being rejected, yeah, that's gonna happen. It's being rejected is something that it doesn't matter how what kind of person you are. Everyone's going to have to deal with that at some point. It is what it is. I think just the important thing is to ask in a way that doesn't put any pressure. So, and be, clear that you'll be accepting and understanding if the answer is no. But again, I'm not the person to ask for relationship advice. Take anything I say with a grain of salt because, I'm not overly successful in that area. Just because I have dated doesn't mean I'm an expert on it. But yeah. And like I was saying, Rudy's, again, that was not only the only thing Rudy ever felt happy about, that was probably, he seemed to be just a very dopamine-seeking kind of behavior for many years, because, again, he used everything as an escape. I mean, it was mostly to hide from his pain, but, again, things like masturbation, video games, enjoying whatever nerd shit he was into, those are, essentially functioning to work out the release of dopamine. So he probably conditioned himself to really be interested in sexual things because that's kind of some of the only times his brain produced the happy chemicals. So, But yeah. Shit, this sounds like the plot of some adult game I must have played. And yeah, it actually does kind of sound like an AVN, an adult visual novel. Like that's yeah. Those can often go like that. And then I noticed something. There was the truck speeding right toward a group of 3 students. The driver was slumped over, asleep at the wheel. The kids hadn't noticed yet. Hey, look out, I shouted, or tried to anyway. I'd barely spoken aloud in over a decade, and my already weak vocal cords had further tightened due to the pain in my ribs and the chill of the rain. I mean, I think it's not just that he hadn't spoke for a long time, and the fact that he's injured and all that. I think he's also just kind of emotional about the situation. Like, he doesn't quite get that he doesn't want to see people get hurt. So he's like kind of having an adrenaline response, and that can also kind of make it hard to speak properly. Like, if you're really kind of just amped up, like, brain just kind of goes pfft. All I could muster was a pathetic, wavering squeak that was lost in the din of the downpour. I knew I had to help them. At the same time, I didn't know how. I knew that if I didn't save them, 5 minutes later I'd wind up regretting it. Like, I was pretty sure seeing 3 teenagers splattered into paste by a truck moving at terrific speeds was something I'd regret. Again, that's the first instance of him wanting to do a good thing, but not understanding why. Some people just do good things because they want to be a good person. He has to come to a logical reason for it, and it's not that he wants to protect them, it's I don't want to see the gore, and I'd probably not feel good about that. So, yeah. Better to save them. I had to do something. In all likelihood, I'd end up dead on the side of the road. But I figured that, if nothing else, having a bit of solace wouldn't be so bad. I didn't want to spend my final moments mired in regret. Again, leaning on to the whole regret element, because regret is a big part of this series. Rudy is always going to be regretting the time he wasted in his past life, and overcoming regrets is another big theme with a lot of characters. It's how that kind of works. I staggered as I started to run. 10 plus years of barely moving made my legs slow to respond. For the first time in my life, I'd wished I'd exercised more. My busted ribs sent a startling jolt of pain through me, threatening to bring me to a halt. For the first time in my life, I also wished I'd gotten more calcium. Yeah, I'm thinking, here in America, that reminds me, we had the... That's making me think of, I grew up, there was a lot of the Got Milk ads going on, because there was a big push to get people to consume more dairy products, because there's actually a real rabbit hole for why that's a thing, but basically they needed to massively increase the demand for dairy because the government actually used to heavily subsidize dairy by buying up any excess they had. And when they stopped doing that, they realized, oh shit, we need to still keep this demand up, or they're going to go out of business. We're going to destroy the dairy industry, because you used to not be able to have people who are specifically dairy farmers. It would be dairy on top of everything else. So Got Milk was actually government funded, basically. Yeah, lactose. And that's the point. I'm not going to go into too much about this, but if you ever really want to learn about this, because it is just a fascinating series of events, watch the the Fat Electrician's second channel, Fat Files, has a video on America's cheese bunkers. It explains the whole thing, how basically ice cream became like a big thing during Prohibition. The U.S. sent a lot of dairy products overseas during World War II, and once that all kind of stopped, dairy consumption like dropped down, so the U.S. government started buying extra milk. Then he turned it into cheese to preserve it, and eventually they kind of had to they figured it out by saying, okay, let's just create a government-run nonprofit that just promotes dairy industry, just makes people eat more milk and cheese to keep the demand up, so the government doesn't have to continue buying the cheese. So it's a whole it's fucking wild. Like in the beginning of that video, he says that this will consume your brain and like you'll never be able to think of anything else. He was not fucking wrong. But yeah, it was a great video. I'd recommend it, but not the point now. I just thought it was funny he was talking about calcium because we had the Got Milk ad campaign. That was a really big thing here. I imagine it probably wasn't a thing in Japan since that was purely an American thing. Even so, I ran. I was capable of running. The boy who'd been yelling noticed the truck approaching and drew the girl close to him. The other boy had looked away and hadn't spotted the truck yet. I grabbed him by the collar and yanked him behind me with all my might, then pushed him out of the vehicle's path. Good. Now that left the other two. At that very instant, I saw the truck before me. Right before me. Oh, jeez. Oh, Miki, are you okay? Sorry, I have to explain what just happened because I know you can't see it because you're not, you're just watching a PG tuber, not a, my actual face. But my cat just tried to jump on the desk because sometimes she likes to hang out. And one thing I learned about cats is they are not as graceful as you would think they are, because they do all these crazy jumps and acts of balance and stuff. But like 1 in every 20 times they fuck it up, she tried to jump and just completely fucking missed and just kind of knocked one of my one of the pill bottles I have off the desk, and then just kind of flailed around for a bit before giving up and walking away. She didn't even try to jump back on because I think she's embarrassed. Also, I gave her catnip earlier, so she might just be high. But yeah, sorry for the interruption, but it was just so ridiculous I had to bring it up. At that very instant, I saw the truck right before me. I simply tried to pull the first boy to safety, but instead, I'd bodily switched places with him, putting me in harm's way. But that was unavoidable and had nothing to do with the fact that I weighed over 100 kilos. Running at full speed, I'd simply stumbled a bit too far. So, I also do find that interesting, and granted, it's Japan, Japanese people tend to be smaller, and it's much less common for people to be overweight in Japan, but 100 kilos is something like 220 pounds. If I'm remembering correctly, because I did actually like do the conversions at one point, which that's overweight for sure, especially for a Japanese person, because again, they tend to be shorter, they tend to be more slender, and obesity is just not as common in Japan as it is in America, or the UK, or really any Western country. But that's, that's overweight, but not like, it's not like tubas were playing when he walked by. So honestly, his physical health probably wasn't quite as bad as he made it out to be. Because, like, again, like even right now, I've been losing weight personally, and I still have a ways to go, but I've done a good progress. I weigh more than 220 right now, and while I'm definitely overweight, I'm not like disabled or anything like that. I feel reasonably healthy most of the time. So, again, I think Rudy probably just looks at himself a lot worse than his reality. The instant before the truck made contact, a light blossomed behind me. Was I about to see my life flash before my eyes like people said? It only lasted a moment, so I couldn't tell. It was all so fast. Again, interestingly, that is also true, Thomas. At 5'3", that's notable, because that's, tiny by American perspectives. And yeah. So, but also interesting, in hindsight, I think that light that he sees was most likely either Nanahoshi or her friend getting teleported to the six-faced world. Because, so, I'm going to kind of explain what happened there, because the anime hasn't gotten to this yet, and it's not even fully revealed until the literal final book. But yeah, 5-6 is pretty small. Usually like 5'9", 5'10" for men is the average height. 5'6" is about average for a woman, I'd say, although that can vary a lot. But yeah, I mean, I'm 5'10", and I'm I'm pretty much average height. Yeah, Ashto. Yeah, I can never remember the name. Thank you, Alan. But here in so I'll explain kind of how the isekai kind of worked, where it's like, while it technically is a spoiler, it doesn't really matter as far as the main plot of Mushoku Tensei. So, I'm trying to see if I can explain that. I might have to actually just say fuck the spoilers and just kind of go ham in this analysis overall, just because there's going to be so much stuff that I'm going to want to talk about, and we're eventually going to get past the anime anyway, depending on how long this takes. But so in the Six-Faced World, there's kind of a time loop sort of thing that happens. It not 100% like that, but the time is a little fucky, where there's a lot of different possibilities. Time does kind of function as almost kind of a multiverse kind of thing, where different things can actually change the future. But during one of these possibilities, there's one individual who is a blessed child who has some sort of time powers, very powerful, but also they're very weak. And there's some sort of loose stuff with destiny where some people have strong destinies, some people have weak destinies. Weak destiny people tend to die very quickly. Strong destiny people tend to succeed and have important things. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Mark. Enjoy the rest of your time. But the idea is there are destinies. While things aren't determinative, people with strong destinies tend to last. People with weak destinies tend to not. And so while there is, like, again, the multiverse, like, you do have different choices you can make that alter things, but there are still some level of determinism available. This blessed child had a very weak destiny, would always die, by the time they were like 12 years old. But because of their time blessing, they actually remembered each different iteration every time they went through a different universe, essentially. It's not quite that way. Doesn't matter. I'm explaining this in a way that doesn't actually spoil anything. But she would remember every single time she would go through an iteration. Eventually, one of the iterations happened where there was a group of wizards in the royal court here, where they tried to do the summon a hero thing, like that you see in Isekai. They wanted to summon a hero to fight their enemies for them, and that hero ended up being one of the people here that Rudy went with, one of Nanahoshi's friends who got sucked into that timeline. Eventually, that guy ended up, being really good friends with the blessed child, and just kind of made it so that she found life worth living. Finally found something to do. Yeah. Okay. Was it Laplace? Okay, because I don't remember the specifics of that particular thing, because in that. Because it was a timeline essentially that never actually came to fruition because it got changed again. But yeah, so they summoned this guy to the Six-Faced World, and this person just became really good friends with the blessed child. But later he would end up dying in battle, and while the blessed child can kind of rewind time a little bit to save people, it was too long for her to they just kind of sent him out and he died. And she was absolutely devastated. She went through a few more iterations, and then she decided, you know what? I need to see if I can bring him to me again. Like, I went through all this before. Maybe I can bring him back. Tragically, she never knows that that's not possible, because the version of him they pulled was essentially from a different universe altogether, so they couldn't actually... He was dead and he was gone. Like, there was no bringing him back. She didn't know that, but she essentially tried to replicate the spell on her own. And she sort of did. And what ended up happening is it sucked in Nanahoshi and sucked in Rudy's soul. So that's kind of how the isekai happens. And I do think that the flash that Rudy saw was probably that first guy getting isekai'd to the blessed child. So Yeah, long explanation, but I do think that's actually really interesting. Okay, maybe that's what happens when your life is hollow and half-lived. I was struck by a truck more than 50 times my weight and thrown against a concrete wall. The air was forced from my lungs, which were still spasming for oxygen in the wake of running flat out. I couldn't speak, but I wasn't dead. My ample fat must have saved me. Except the truck was still moving. It pinned me against the concrete, crushing me like a tomato, and then I was dead. Wasn't Ashto there in Rudy's future dream where Lara and Orsted and Ferris the great-granddaughter sealed Tutagami? I don't remember, honestly. I can't remember. And I gotta say, like, I do also find it interesting that, you know, the anime had Rudy be brought to the hospital before he ends up dying, even though, honestly, I think that it does kind of break things, because I think the fact that Rudy was in that location when he died was the reason he got isekai'd. So moving him to a different location kind of breaks the logic there, but also, I think it is actually very telling. It's actually very interesting. It adds a lot that Rudy does not die immediately upon getting hit by the truck, which normally in isekai it's a quick, like, immediate death. But, like, Rudy, like, for like a minute or so suffers, like, incredibly. Like, he goes through again, he gets hit by a truck, his body is destroyed, and he feels that for a little bit of time. Like, and, you know, Rudy goes through some serious pain in his new life too. Like, I always joke that he ends up losing his arm 3 separate times, but, like, man, like, he was already suffering from emotional trauma, but, like, that's gotta traumatize you, getting hit by a truck like that and remembering it all. But yeah, so that was the prologue. Yeah, we're going pretty slow through this, but it's okay. I'm having fun. But yeah, ultimately that's the stereotypical introductory portion for an isekai. And in a lot of isekai, they kind of breeze through these things. They're just kind of explaining how the hero gets to this new world. But honestly, I think this does a really good job of just showing us who Rudy is as a person, just where his starting point is, how he got to be so bad, and, you know, just giving us a good baseline to work off of, because his character kind of drives the story for the most part, and it's important to get that set up really good. And also, I will say that the story does have a very slow pace in general, just structurally speaking. I mention this all the time, but interestingly, when you look at the structure of the series as a whole, the introductory portion of the story is actually books 1 and 2. And the inciting incident is the teleportation event, which happens at the end of Volume 2. So you're 2 books in, like 90,000 words, before you get to the actual beginning of the story. Because there's this thing that I know we, at least in America, learned this in high school, or I think middle school even, where it's a little graph when we talk about story that goes like this. This is known as Freytag's pyramid, so this is like the exposition, the introductory section is right over here. Then this right here is the inciting incident, which kind of raises the stakes of the story. Everything kind of builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. And then here, this is the climax. This is like the big moment that everything's been working towards. Like, this is the confrontation with the villain. This is the time when all the cards are on the line. This is what the point of the story is. And then it kind of winds everything down and then kind of goes out. So this is kind of the basic structure of a 3-act story. And in America, we get shown this diagram, which I know now is Freytag's pyramid, but they never actually explain why it's important or what that all does. Annoys me, but I'm not going to go on a rant about the education system. I think I had to learn so much of what I know on my own, but this inciting incident usually happens really early on. Like, they set everything up, get the baseline down, and then they kick off the inciting incident, which gets everything moving. Now, you would think that that is Rudy dying, that's the inciting incident, but no, that's actually just kind of an aspect of isekai that's the displacement, which is, again, getting the character from one world to the other. That is a key part, but it is not necessarily the inciting incident. A lot of times they happen very close to each other, but they're not always that. Rather, the inciting incident, the thing that gets the story moving, is the teleportation incident. Everything else is setting things up. It starts out by establishing Rudy as a character, then it moves on to him learning some magic, and then it introduces Roxy, develops their first initial bond, has a little small arc with her. Then it moves on to Sylphie, where he develops a friendship with her, has another little mini arc with her, and then has this whole thing with Eris, and then they start developing their bond, which will then be expanded in the first major arc, and then the inciting incident happens and gets the actual plot in motion. So I do think that's very interesting. You don't usually see stories take that long to get to the main meat of the story. And yeah, again, and it's an interesting contrast where structurally the story is very slow-paced, even though it's actually chronologically goes by very fast. Like, I mean, the first book is cheating a little bit because it goes through his baby time and just kind of speeds through that. But you know, the first 2 books are 10 years, and the remaining books are another like 12 or 13. So I mean, this goes through a lot of time. It's not afraid of doing some time skips to just kind of establish things, which is actually very refreshing, because Lord of the Rings takes place, the entire trilogy is like a year and a half, which is like fucking nothing when you think about it. So I actually like the idea of a story that takes place over a long period of time, and also you get to see characters grow up. I really love that we get to see Rudy's sisters, Nora and Aisha, as babies, as toddlers, as adolescents, and as adults. It's great, or close to adults. The details don't matter. So, chapter 1. Is this another world? When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was dazzling light. It grew to encompass my entire field of vision, and I squinted in discomfort. Once my vision adjusted, I became aware of the blonde young lady gazing at me. She was one gorgeous girl. Wait, no, she was definitely a woman. Who is she? I thought. By her side was a young man of roughly the same age. His hair brown, his awkward smile directed at me. He looked strong, proud, and impressively muscled. Wait, let me see. So, how do you read that anyway? Was Rudy just going to become Eris's husband, and Sylphie was going to end up joining him, but he never would have wandered the world to cause another meeting with Roxy? It's unclear as to what would have happened had the teleportation incident not happened, but he probably would have lived a more normal life. At least the story that as we know it would not have happened. Yeah, it's hard to say what would have happened. I could have honestly seen this become like a slice of life rom-com if it wasn't for the teleportation incident, even though the teleportation incident is also the result of the thing that isekai'd him, so you can't really separate them, but just for this hypothetical. He would have probably ended up with either Sylphie or Eris, but it's hard to say which. Or is it Nanahoshi that prompts the meeting with Hitagami? I think ultimately it's a case of... So I think that the teleportation incident and the isekaiing was not supposed to happen normally, and it's because of the actions of that blessed child that kind of changed what the timeline was going to be. And that's why it completely kind of fucks with everything, and Hitagami can see in the future, so it's possible that he saw the teleportation incident and realized, oh shit, things are different than I was seeing before, and this kid is involved. And I'm not going to say how he's involved, because that's major spoilers. I'll only say that if I really, really have to get a point across, but that's when he takes an interest in Rudy and it's like, oh, this is going to be important. So I think that's why he interacts with him. And of course, and he can't actually interact with Nanahoshi at all. Yeah, he might have brought Eris and Sylvie. So yeah, that is an interesting thing, because he was developing a bond and a care for Eris during that time. And he also would have been going to university with Sylphie at least, and I wouldn't be surprised if her parents end up sending her with them. So I could actually see it being like a love triangle slice of life rom-com, and that would be kind of funny. But yeah. And yeah, things would have been just different, but ultimately for the story that we're experiencing now, the inciting incident is that teleportation incident. It's just really interesting that it takes so long for that to happen. And it's not even something I noticed until I really sat down and thought about it when I was really working on my Volume 1 video, because, I mean, it seems like I talk a lot about the stuff I realized when I was making that video, but that video, you gotta realize, for a couple months, that was all I was fucking thinking about, because it took me absolutely just hours and hours and hours to write that script. I kind of had an own, like, productive crash out over that. Let me see. Brown-haired and stubborn-looking, I auto-reacted negatively the instant I saw this big oaf, but to my surprise, there was no feeling of ill will. His hair must have been dyed that color. It was a very fetching shade of brown, so I also do find this interesting. We never actually learn to what extent Rudy's new body is influencing his psychology. I think it has to happen it has to be at least a little bit, because again, he's saying before he's done any healing, he's already having different emotional reactions than he would have had. But at the same time, I do think a lot of what he is able to accomplish is actually something he was always capable of, so... And I think especially his learning, I think he's a lot smarter than he gave himself credit for, so I think he actually could have done all this type of learning in his old body, even though he kind of attributes that to his, neuroplasticity. Because for those who don't know, when you're very, very young, like toddler age to like early, like there's like a period of time where you learn very, very quickly, like absurdly quickly, to the point where like that's one of the reasons you're able to learn your native language so easily with no real formal education. It's because A, you're totally immersed in it. Total immersion is a great way to learn a language, but also you are just hardwired in learning mode, so you learn it very quickly. And that's one of the things they say, that second language learning should also start at a young age, ideally, and they should go pretty intense early on, because that's the best time to learn. They don't really do that in America, unfortunately. I will say, actually, it wasn't until I went to high school that they actually had any kind of decent language learning, and I happened to have a really good teacher for that as well. But yeah, exactly. It can't be ignored, the fact that he was passionate about his magic, and he dedicated himself to it. So, like, that is going to do far more than any natural ability, but it is possible that neuroplasticity could be playing a role in that. However, I also think that as he goes forward, he learns other stuff very quickly past the point where neuroplasticity would be like a real thing, a real factor, I mean. Like, the fact that he learns multiple languages. Granted, he, when he starts learning demon god tongue, that's his third language, effectively. So once you learn a couple languages, from what I've heard, learning more becomes a lot easier. So I can also understand that he probably has an easier time learning like beast god tongue and fighting god tongue afterwards, because he already knows several languages. And I also don't really know and also he mentions that beast god is very similar to human tongue, so it wouldn't be surprising if that was also just generally pretty easy. Like, from what I've heard, Dutch is apparently very easy for native English speakers to learn, because there's a lot of comparisons between the two. And I mean, I have no interest in learning Dutch, but if I was, I'd be happy to know that. But so yeah, learning more languages becomes easier, so that's not surprising that he finds it easy. But he also is just learning a lot of stuff in general, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's just capable of that on his own. So yeah. The woman looked at me with a warm smile and spoke. Her words were oddly indistinct and difficult to make out, however. Was she even speaking Japanese? The man said something in reply, his face losing some of its tension. I likewise had no idea what he said. A third, unintelligible voice joined the conversation, but I couldn't see who was speaking. I tried getting up to figure out where I was and ask these people who they were, and let me tell you, I may have been a shut-in, but that didn't mean I didn't know how to talk to people. But somehow all I could muster was this. Ah, wah! Nothing but garbled whining and moaning. That's also very possible, Thomas. I don't know for sure, but that is definitely a viable theory. And I couldn't move my body. I mean, I could sort of move my fingertips and my arms, but I couldn't sit up. The brown-haired man said something else and then suddenly leaned down and picked me up. This was absurd. I weighed over 100 kilos. How could he lift me that easily? Maybe I'd lost some weight after being stuck in a coma for a few weeks? That was a pretty nasty accident I'd been in, after all. There was a good chance I hadn't come out of it with all my limbs. For the rest of the day, I dwelled on a single thought. My life is going to be a living hell. So again, I love how his first thoughts are all pessimistic. And it's not, again, I do think he really does kind of mature very quickly in some ways. And he doesn't really start becoming like non-gremlin until, 6 months to a year old when he actually starts saying, okay, I've had my fun, I'm going to explore things. Yeah, let's jump ahead a month. And again, time skips, very common in Mushoku Tensei. It's interesting, allows you to, again, have time actually move forward without fucking with the pacing too much. Apparently, I'd been reborn. The reality of my situation had finally set in. I was a baby. I was finally able to confirm that after being picked up and having my head cradled so I could see my own body. But why did I still have all my memories of my prior life? Not that I was complaining exactly, but who would imagine someone being reborn with all their memories, to say nothing of that wild delusion actually being true? The two people I first saw when I came to must have been my parents. If I had to guess, I'd say they were in their early 20s. Correct. Clearly younger than I'd been in my past life, at any rate. My 34-year-old self would have written them off as kids. I was jealous that they'd gotten to make a baby at that age. Early on, I realized I wasn't in Japan. The language was different, and my parents didn't sport Japanese facial features. They also wore what appeared to be some form of old-timey clothing. I didn't see anything that resembled home appliances. A woman in a maid outfit came by and cleaned with a rag. The furniture, eating utensils, and the like were all crudely fashioned from wood. Wherever this was, it didn't seem like it was a developed nation. So yeah, and I do find it interesting how he's really trying to logic through. And naturally it makes sense that you wouldn't immediately think you're in another world, because, that just seems like an additional step. But I also do really like his, he notices the inconsistencies in his thought process, where he mentions, okay, so they have all these things that would scream poverty in the real world, but they also have a maid? What? That's usually something you can't, a live-in maid, something that you generally have to be wealthy to afford, so, it's interesting. We didn't even have electric lighting, only candles and oil lamps. Perhaps my parents were so poor they couldn't afford to pay the electric bill. But how likely was that, really? Seeing as they had a maid, I figured they must have money, but maybe the maid was my father's sister or my mother's. That wouldn't be too odd. She'd at least help out with the housekeeping, right? Again, he's trying to logic it through, even though, if you had somebody living with you to help out after having a kid, they wouldn't be a maid. They wouldn't be with a maid outfit. That's just not how that would work. But he doesn't know how to think, so he's kind of just, his mind is going burr. I'd wish that I could go back and do everything over again, but being born into a family that was too poor to pay for utilities wasn't exactly what I'd had in mind. Another half year went by. Again, another 6-month time jump, so he's 7 months old at the moment. After 6 months of listening to my parents conversing, I'd begun to pick up on some of the language. My English grades had never been great, but I guess it's true what they say about how sticking solely to your native tongue makes it harder to advance in your studies. Or maybe, given that I had a new body, my brain was better suited to learning this time? I felt like I had an unusual knack for remembering things, perhaps because I was still so young. Well, so again, that's one of the things where, is he, because he's not at this point dedicated to learning at this time, so could his neuroplasticity be a factor here? Maybe. It also could be the fact that he doesn't have anything else to do but learn. And if you spend 6 months being completely immersed in a foreign language, you're going to pick up on a little bit of it eventually. And interestingly, one of the ways that I've heard that is a good way of learning a language in the modern regular world is just spending as much time as you can listening to podcasts and TV shows and movies and stuff in a foreign language with no translations. Eventually, after dozens, hundreds, thousands of hours, you start to actually start comprehending things, and it's a way to gain a native level, a native type of fluency where you actually think in that language as opposed to translating in your head. And that, combined with some vocabulary and basic grammar study, can actually be a very effective way to learn, even though it takes a long time to actually start seeing results. So, but again, he spent 7 months just in the in this new world, hearing human tongue. So naturally, he's starting to pick up on some stuff where I think just about anybody would in that circumstance, because you can't help but learn. Around this time, I started learning to crawl as well. Being able to move was a marvelous thing. I'd never been so grateful to have control of my own body. As soon as you take your eyes off him, he slips off somewhere, my mother said. Hey, so long as he's good and healthy, my father replied, watching me as I crawled around. I was worried back when he was born, and he never cried. He doesn't cry now either, does he? I wasn't exactly the age to whine because I was hungry. The times I'd let the wailing out was when I tried and invariably failed to stop myself from soiling my pants. So, yeah, it's interesting how he does actually get emotional still. So it's Makes sense. Even though I could only crawl, I learned a lot from being able to move around. The first thing I learned was that this was definitely the home of a rich family. The house was a wooden 2-story structure with over 5 separate rooms, and we had the one maid on staff. At first, I'd assumed she was my aunt or something, but given her deferential attitude towards my mother and father, I doubted she was family. Our house was located in the countryside. Outside the windows stretched a peaceful, pastoral landscape. There were few other houses, just 2 or 3 nestled amidst the wheat fields on any given side. We really were out in the sticks. I couldn't see any telephone poles or streetlights. There might not even be a power station nearby. I'd heard that in some countries they ran power cables underground, but if that were the case here, it was strange that our house didn't have electricity. So, again, I love that he's slowly piecing things together. I find this just, again, very interesting. It shows that he's actually like a very smart, very logical person. He's thrown into an unfamiliar environment, and he's just kind of taking his observations and kind of working through them bit by bit. But that also is a really great way of setting up some future interesting writing things that happen in the story later on. In particular, when Rudy has a misconception about things, especially when in regards to his own abilities or himself, because he's not a very reliable narrator there. But a lot of times he ends up logically working things through and comes to an incorrect conclusion, and you can kind of and you can see where his mismatch is based on his like internal misconceptions of things, and it's just kind of cool to see how a smart person can think the wrong things, and how it also really actually goes into a lot of how Rudy can act like such a degenerate, and how you can understand how a good person could become like this. This place was way too pastoral. It grated on me, since I was used to the comforts of modern civilization. Here I was, having been reborn, practically dying to get my hands on a computer. But all of that changed early one afternoon. All the things I could do were pretty limited. As the things I could do were pretty limited, I decided I'd look at the scenery. I clambered onto a chair as I usually did in order to get a peek out through the window, and then my eyes went wide. My father was in our yard, swinging a sword around. What in the world was he doing? He was old enough to know better than that. Was this the kind of person my dad was? Some sort of fantasy dweeb? Yeah, I still love... it's not super important, but I just fucking love the fact that his first thought was like, holy shit, my dad's a fucking nerd. Which, let's be real, that's the pot calling the kettle black. Like, if Rudy had the space and the desire, like he would absolutely be the guy who would be swinging a sword around. Like, let's be real here. Like, in his old life specifically. In his new life, he's got magic, and that kind of takes over everything. Uh-oh. In my daze of astonishment, I started slipping from the chair. My underdeveloped hands grabbed the chair, but couldn't support my weight, not with how top-heavy my head made me, and I fell. And I also do really like this, the way Rifujin is describing the struggles of having an underdeveloped body, like being a baby, and, the physical limitations that would come with it, even though some of a baby's issues are down to their brain not having developed yet, but also their body hasn't developed yet, so it's interesting to see how that would interact, or at least how we imagine it would interact. I hit the floor with a thud and immediately heard a cry of alarm. I saw my mother drop the load of laundry she was carrying, her face growing pale as she brought her hand to her mouth. "Rudy, are you alright?" She rushed to my side and picked me up. As she met my gaze, her expression slackened with relief, and she stroked my head. "Aw, you're fine, see? Easy there, lady," I thought. Careful with my head, I just whacked that thing. And again, and this is one thing I do kind of wish the anime did a little bit more of, just seeing the wise-ass way Rudy thinks, where he constantly thinks in terms of jokes. He does little color commentary in his head. Like, that's just kind of how he is, so when he says or thinks something really fucking weird, it all makes sense. The anime can't really do that because of how much narration that would require, but it does put a lot of things into perspective that the anime, it's harder in the anime. Given how panicked she'd looked, I must have had a pretty nasty fall. I mean, I did land right on my head. Maybe I was going to be permanently stupid. Not that that would be a change from the usual. Again, a little bit of self-deprecating humor, but also does show that he has low self-esteem, especially considering he is actually very, very smart. Like, not necessarily genius level, but he is definitely above average intelligence. And combined with that dedication, he sees a lot of great results from it. My head was throbbing. I tried to reach for the chair, but couldn't muster the energy. My mother didn't seem so nervous now, though, so I probably wasn't bleeding or anything. Just a bump or something, in all likelihood. She peered carefully at my head. The look on her face suggested that, injury or not, she was taking this pretty seriously. Finally, she rested her hand atop my head. Just to be on the safe side, she began, let this divine power be a satisfying nourishment, granting one who has lost their strength the strength to rise again. Healing. And I do say, I actually love the world building behind the magic, because if you really think about it, and you look at the spells that are actually spoken aloud, the incantations all have this religiosity about them. And they don't actually seem to point to anything that's actually practiced in this world, or at least nothing that we're shown. Like, when they're talking about the Prince of Thunder for Cumulomnibus, and this divine power, like they're talking about some sort of god or entity. Honestly, it's not that dissimilar to like the Japanese, like the Shinto kami, how like there's like a spirit in everything, and that's kind of how the world functions. But again, they have this religiosity to them, which is then contrasted when we start learning how it works, which is a very mechanical and scientific thing. And also just any kind of actual religious stuff or divine stuff or supernatural stuff is just things that we don't seem to connect in any way. Like even with like Old Dragon's Tale, which tells a lot more about the history of the world. The only kind of divine thing we learn about is the creator god, who was imperfect, who was dying at the time he created the six-faced world, where each of the six faces were imperfect, and he connected them so that they would balance each other out. And then eventually everything kind of collapsed and coalesced into the one. So yeah, I just find that a cool stylistic thing that it sounds all magical and divine and all this stuff, and then it's not. And I also this is a question I always had that it never ends up getting answered, but like, do people discover or do they develop the incantations? Because the incantations essentially act like a script. Like a programming script, where it just runs through the instructions to create a spell and does it kind of automatically. And you can shorten it to when you have a better control of it to do some of the aspects yourself. But so like when they created these incantations, was it just that these are the words that do it, or is it a case where they kind of found that these words could direct this power in some way? I don't know. Yeah, and I like the process of testing things out is reinforced because he initially finds the magic book at a minimum incomplete in its description, but also undermined because it's correct in formulas for magic spells. Recalling the correct formula. Yeah, so I actually really like the magic book early on because it does showcase that the world doesn't have a great understanding of how magic works. So it's the stuff he learns is very unreliable. So it just kind of sets up the fact that things are more complex and function a little differently than people think, which is one reason I have been adamant that I believe that silent casting is way easier than a lot of people think it is, and that Rudy being able to do silent casting is not as impressive as people make it out to be. It's just that that's what the direction he started learning, so he naturally was able to develop a proficiency in it, and that just about any magician could probably learn to silent cast if they are taught that from a young age. What the heck? Was that this country's version of kissing the boo-boo to make it all better? Or was she another fantasy nerd like my sword-swinging father? Was this a case of the fighter marrying the cleric? Amusingly, that's actually kind of exactly what happened. Kishirika's mom made the basic spells the human and elves developed on him. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't remember a lot of I believe Roxy explains that humans learned magic from the elves and then kind of pushed it forward and advanced it because they said that the human strength is ingenuity in this world to counteract things like longevity or strength that other races have that is different. And that's also actually reflected in Old Dragon's Tale, where each of the races has their own strengths and weaknesses, and one of the things the humans brought to the table was they helped all the other races kind of develop as opposed to just kind of relying on their natural strengths. But as I thought that, my mother's hand shone with a dim light and the pain in my head was instantly gone. What? And again, this is not as... I think this is one of the areas where the anime did very, very well, showing the wow factor of this healing, and with that absolutely beautiful animation. Like, it really sold everything that Rudy was feeling in this moment, way better than the book ever could. Like, better than any text-based story could, without accompanying music and visuals. Like, that is just one of the strengths of animation, as opposed to text. There we go, she said. All better. You know, Mommy used to be a pretty famous adventurer. Her voice rang with pride. Yeah, honestly, the music, yeah, it does actually fit pretty well. I'm actually playing the RuneScape 3 soundtrack because, A, I think it's very good. I think it is massively slept on. Actually, the music I play before the stream starts every time, that's actually also from that soundtrack. And they, you know... the stuff I knew from my childhood with this music, but they also remade pretty much all of it on top of adding more, and they just and they actually get like an orchestra to play it, and yeah, I really like it, and it's also copyright free because, well, not copyright free, but they don't copyright claim. They explicitly allow creators to use it, which is because I do not want to be dealing with copyright claims if I'm reading a fucking book. It's unavoidable with anime, but at least I can not have to do it here. My mind reeled in confusion, various terms whirling through my head. Mind, sword, fighter, adventurer, healing, incantation, cleric. Seriously, what just happened? It was remade it wasn't remade to avoid anything, it was because as the game progressed, because remember, RuneScape was released in like 2001, and all the tracks were initially MIDI. And there's, you know, some nostalgia to that, but eventually when it became big, they started modernizing, you know, They just, the company and the game changed over time, and they said, you know what, we're gonna, like, actually bring the soundtrack to a modern age, instead of having the old MIDI soundtracks that, you know, they do sound very retro by today's standards. They decided to actually, like, put the resources into getting an orchestra to play all the music, and kind of really sell the vibes that they were going for, that they just didn't have the way to properly do, and... I think it ended up coming out really good, and honestly, a lot of the music they release, particularly boss tracks, are just, they fucking kill it almost every time. Like, again, I think the soundtrack is so much better than anyone really gives it credit for. Let's see, I think we discuss that magic may be taught later than they start their physical training in this world. So the reality of mana being static and silent casting being easier to teach young, and therefore being rare in the world, seemed logical and reasoned. Yeah, so... yeah, ultimately, I mean, they do explain that the mana capacity, you kind of stop being able to develop it after like 10-ish years old. So it's kind of understandable that they wouldn't know about that, just because, you know, you can attribute early difficulties for a young kid learning magic to the fact that they're just not that good at it. Maybe it's not that their mana is low, it's just that they, you know, haven't gotten there yet. So... they have that idea, and also, again, I do think still magic is just very much in its infancy in Mushoku Tensei terms. There's just so much that nobody knows yet, and they're just kind of, it's kind of like early medicine in the real world, where they knew a few basic things, but like a lot of it was just speculation that ended up being completely wrong. Like, let's not forget, we used to think that the reason you got sick was because the fluids in your body were at incorrect levels. It's like, or if you look at the plague doctor masks, that was because of the miasma theory of disease, where they thought that diseases came from bad smells, which the reason they thought that was because rot would make you sick, and they figured rot has a strong smell, so that's probably what makes you sick, even though it's, you know, it's just a symptom of what makes you sick rather than the cause. So yeah, I think magic is kind of in a similar place here. Seriously, what just happened? My father, having heard my mother's earlier scream, poked his head through the window. What's the matter? He asked. He was sweating, probably from swinging that sword of his around. Honey, you have to be more attentive, my mother chided. Rudy managed to climb up onto the chair. He could have been seriously hurt. Also, very interesting thing I just noticed, that's the first time Rudy is named, I think. Like, in my video, I think I completely fucked this up, where I said that the end of chapter 2 was when there was or the beginning of chapter 3 was when Rudy was first named, but no, this is actually the first time he gets mentioned, where this is the first time actually we learn anybody's name at this point, which is, you know, partly through chapter 1. So yeah, it's interesting that it takes so long for anyone to get named at this point. And part of it is the fact that this is from Rudy's perspective, so we don't actually like hear of that many names, because they mention that Zenith and Paul do call each other pet names and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know, it's just a little interesting note. All right. I keep forgetting how this works because ebooks work differently on my Kindle than on the computer. My father seemed much more composed. Hey, boys will be boys. Kids got a lot of energy. This sort of back and forth was pretty common with my parents, but this time my mother wasn't simply backing down, probably because of how I hit my head. Honey, he isn't even a year old yet. Would it kill you to show some more concern? It's like I said, falling and stumbling and getting bumps and bruises is how kids grow up to be tough. Besides, if he does get hurt, you can just heal him. I'm just worried that he might get hurt so badly that I can't heal him. He'll be fine, my mother assured her. My mother clutched me more tightly, her face growing red. You were worried early on that Howie wouldn't cry. If he's this much of a little scamp, then he'll be fine, my father continued, and then he leaned in to give my mother a kiss. All right, you two, get a room, will ya? After that, my parents took me into the other room to put me to bed, then headed upstairs to make me a baby brother or sister. I could tell because I could hear the creaking and moaning coming from the second floor. I guess there was life outside the internet. And also, magic? Okay, I also do want to note that, 7 months in, he's already starting to change his mindset where sex doesn't upset him anymore. Well, at least other people having sex doesn't upset him anymore, because he mentions at some point, I think it was in this book, but it might be at a different point, he mentions that he would have a very visceral negative reaction whenever he heard somebody having sex in his old home. And so, he would make a scene, just kind of make noise to try to get it to stop. So the fact that now he hears his parents fucking and he just doesn't even really care. Even though he frames it in the funny way of going upstairs to make me a baby brother or sister. But also, a nice good bit of back and forth between Paul and Zenith shows that, there's a genuine bond of love and care between the two of them, which is actually very important, because later on, when the emergency family meeting happens, that's gonna be brought into question. You really have to buy the fact that they love one another for that scene to work the way it does. Yeah, another waste of potential of magic was that no one looked into necromancy due to the existence of the wraiths could have led to the discovery of immortality, since they've been delving into the realm of death. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm wondering if it could be possible to essentially transfer your soul to a different thing, because they mentioned that the soul is basically like a cloud of mana that dissipates shortly after you die. Like, it lingers for a little bit and then dies, magic and the mana around can, like, warp it into certain undead creatures. Also, a lot of undead creatures are not the soul, they're just the body being kind of reanimated by magic. But, yeah, it's a little complicated, but it would be interesting. I do believe, like, some degree of necromancy could be possible. I actually do think, if you could create, like, let's say Zenoba created another doll, and somebody dies, I imagine there probably is a way to just transfer a soul that just died into that new body. But it would be interesting. It actually makes me think. There's one book series I read was the Chronicles of Vlad Taltosh, which, the entire concept is that your soul lingers around your body for like a week or so after you die. So it's actually really common for people to get killed, and then somebody just brings them to somebody who can just kind of push the soul back in and fix them up. So there are specific weapons that actually destroy your soul that are illegal. It's an interesting series, but I've seen that kind of concept before, and I think it could work in Mushoku Tensei. Although, again, I also think that a big problem Mushoku Tensei has is that Ryujin kind of had bit off more than he could chew, where he introduced a lot of things and just didn't have the space to develop all of them. Maybe you could make a soul with magic. It would not surprise me. Mana in general in this world seems to be very unpredictable, have a lot of reality warping traits. So I would not be surprised if you could do something that that does have a mind of its own, or is able to kind of act like it. And also, let's not forget that magic at the higher level, when you start using circles and all that stuff, becomes like a computer program. So you could probably essentially create a form of artificial intelligence with magic as well. And who knows? I mean, in modern world, we're starting to really like expand the capacities of what that can mean with neural networks and all that stuff. So maybe something like that would be possible in Mushoku Tensei. But I mean, we have seen things that the magic can affect things like time, space, and also, I mean, we even see that the magic mana is so powerful that magic can cross into worlds that don't have magic. So, yeah, who knows? I think there's a lot of potential with the magic because it's essentially has the power of a soft magic system with the logic of a hard magic system. Yeah, and I will read Redundancy eventually. It's on my to-do list. I just have a million things I don't want to do. One thing in particular is I'm annoyed. I haven't started it yet, but I got the first deluxe edition of Berserk. That's the first 3 volumes. I've been meaning to read that. It's sitting 2 feet away from me right now. That's something, that's got to be like my next thing I'm going to read. But yeah, but Redundancy's on my list for sure. Because I really liked Old Dragon's Tale as well, so, and I'm, you know, for the past couple of months, Mushoku Tensei's been on my mind. In the wake of all that, I paid extra close attention to the conversations my parents had. Oh, wait, let me see. I think Nana Hoshi discusses summons with Rudy about insert characters' familiars and how they are not people or something, but they're from somewhere. Yeah, and yeah, Berserk is high priority. But yeah, I'm not sure they really go into all the weeds about summoning magic, but it seems to be kind of a mix of pulling something in to a body created with magic. So it's kind of, I think it's probably deliberately left a little bit vague, so you don't... And also, we never, like, seriously deal with summoning in this story, so it's probably just wasn't a priority. Yeah. I paid extra close attention to the conversations my parents had with one another and the help. In so doing, I noticed them using a lot of words I wasn't familiar with. Most of these were the names of countries and regions and territories, all clearly proper nouns that I'd never heard before. I'm not interesting just linguistically. I wonder how you determine that it was names that you had never heard before, because I mean, I know that like loan words are a big thing with proper nouns for sure, but also you can go to a country where they speak a proper noun and it's, you know, something completely different than the English equivalent. Like, even if you look at Japanese, like, you wouldn't necessarily assume that Japan and Nihon were the same thing if you didn't already know that. So you could say, oh, I don't, these people, if you were born into like a Japanese family, oh, they keep saying Nihon, I don't know what the fuck that means. I'd never heard that before. But then you might eventually realize it's Japan. Now, Rudy is right. These are countries and stuff that he's never heard of because he's never been here, but I'm wondering how he made that determination. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but by this point it could only mean one thing. I wasn't on Earth anymore. I was in a different world. A world of swords and sorcery. And it occurred to me, if I lived in this world, I could do all these things too. After all, this was a place of high fantasy, one that didn't obey the same rules of common sense as my past life. I could live as a typical person, doing the typical things for this world. Where I stumbled, I would get back up, dust myself off, and forge onwards. And also, that's kind of interesting, because that last bit that he's fantasizing about of, you know, picking yourself up when you stumble, that's something that can happen in the real world too. Like, you don't need magic for that. But also, I do find it interesting describing it as high fantasy, because that's kind of accurate in a sense. It kind of actually, depending on where you are in the world, the type of fantasy it is actually changes. Bueno Village, yeah, it definitely has more of a high fantasy vibe to it, but, you know, look at, once you get to stuff with Zenoba and Cliff and doing all the magical research, it becomes kind of Gaslamp in that sense. And there are parts of the world where it's more of a dark fantasy, so, you know, it's interesting. My former self had died full of regret, died feeling frustrated at his powerlessness and how he'd never accomplished anything. I also do really find it interesting that he's already kind of trying to separate himself from his old personality. from his old identity, using the third person to describe himself, which is, like, it makes sense because he's physically a different person, but that's also him. But he's also describing it as if it's another person. There are a lot of actually little linguistic things I've noticed in Mushoku Tensei. I am very curious as to how much of this was an insert from the localizer and how much of it was actually just represented in the original Japanese. If I ever get to the point of Japanese fluency, which I haven't actually been keeping up with my studying, I need to actually get back on that, but if I ever get fluent, I'm going to reread Mushoku Tensei in Japanese, and I'm very curious to see if all the really cool linguistic stuff, because even in Volume 1, there's some really, really cool just literary shit that goes on that's like, you're gonna, if you haven't watched my Volume 1 video, like, you are going to learn just how fucking nerdy I am when it comes to this stuff. Like, one thing I like to point out is that it's not so much the case right now because he's still kind of going over his basic experiences first reincarnating, but you'll notice eventually that Rudy kind of, while it's technically in the past tense, Rudy is really describing it like it's in the present tense, and that's kind of how you do present tense in English, where you write it in past tense, even though it's, you know, technically present tense, almost like you're talking about it a second after it happened, essentially. So that's how Rudy usually explains things, is just in the moment, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. And there are some instances where it goes to a more direct past perspective, like a distant past, where they'll tell just, you know, just generally how things went, and it'll sound like it's happening, it's being told to you after the fact. And, you know, the reasons they do it are for different reasons. I mean, in some cases, it's literally, the narrator is literally a historian studying this time period. But other times, it's designed to give you some distance. We'll see that in a second, actually, in Chapter 2. There's actually some reasons for that. But there's one point in the story, it's really cool, where Rudy is talking in the distant past perspective because he's going over just how the things had gone for the past few months. And then there's like a moment where he's interrupted by Paul because they're actively in the middle of sword lessons, and Rudy is just kind of distracted by his thoughts. And then he snaps back into it and then goes back into the present tense. Like, that is such a cool little detail, is that he was in past tense because he was thinking about the past, and then he gets kind of brought back to reality and he starts speaking in present tense again. That's, to me, that is so fucking cool. That's the kind of shit I wish they taught me in school, and that I had to essentially learn this stuff on my own. There's so many, like, again, I think this was a case of a really solid writer in Mushoku Tensei, and a really solid translator as well, because I really feel like both of them had very strong commands of their respective languages, because there's so many little things here that would be impressive in a native English work. But seeing it in a translated work just gets me really excited. Okay, so yeah, Chapter 2, The Creeped Out Maid. So, this is the first of our perspective changes, and this is another thing that I really like about the books, something that I was a little disappointed that, yes, Alan, this is the Seven Seas translation. I be honest, I have not read the web novels, or at least not a significant amount of them, just because I read that a few lines of it, and then I was like, oh, this translation sucks. This does not read like native speech. I did not like it. And also, the lolly porn line wasn't nearly as funny in the web novel translation, so it's a shame. There are some fan translations that are absolutely amazing, but I don't think the web novel is one of them. So, this is the first instance of us having a perspective shift, which, again, the anime doesn't do it as much, although it's starting to kind of incorporating it more as the series goes on. Because I think that especially like from season 1 part 2 onward, they started to take a lot more stylistic beats from the books, which I think was the correct choice, because I think the books do a lot of really cool things. But perspective switches are a very common thing. Sometimes it's from their perspective. This is from the perspective of an omniscient narrator. So essentially, you know, speaking in the third person. And there's usually a reason for that. A lot of times, again, there might be a historian talking, or there might be, again, from somebody else's perspective. Not usually an omniscient narrator. That's uncommon for this series. So why do they do it here? Well, If you've watched my anime streams, my Mushoku Tensei anime streams, you'll know that I constantly complain about how the anime fumbled Lilia by not including this chapter in the adaptation. And that's because it just sets up the baseline for her character, and I think a big reason for why it's in third person and not from Lilia's perspective is to create a sense of detachment between the reader and with Lilia, because Lilia is a very stoic, very closed-off person, which this requires a little bit of speculation and interpretation, but I would guess that she was traumatized when she was younger, probably when Paul raped her, and she eventually developed a coping mechanism that was essentially to shove her feelings down and just take things in a very logical way, which did actually help her not be destroyed by her trauma, but also really destroyed her ability to properly connect with people and properly feel things. So the fact that she's so closed off, it feels more real when we're separated from her as well, and we see some of the logical things she says here just make no sense to a regular person because of how fucking just weird it is. And you'll see in a second. So, Lilia used to be a royal handmaiden for the Asuran Paris harem. In addition to her usual duties as a lady-in-waiting, the role also called for her to act as a guardswoman. She'd been expected to take up arms and come to her master's defense should the need arise. She was devoted to her duties and carried out her job as handmaiden without flaw or fail. And I will say a part of her stoicism does also come with the fact that she is very has like a one-track mind where when she decides to do something, she fucking does it, and she takes pride in being able to attend to all the details. When it came to her role as a fighter, however, her skill with a sword was merely adequate at best. She's probably undercutting herself a little bit, but she definitely wasn't anything exceptional. As a result, Lilia found herself wholly outmatched when an assassin struck at the newborn princess, her opponent's dagger catching her in the leg. So, two things. First of all, I think the fact that she was able to thwart an assassin who had been able to get to the princess probably says that she's better than she says she is, because the assassin's probably pretty good, honestly. And also, I'm like 95% sure that princess is Ariel. And that, Lilia saved Ariel's life, so that's kind of interesting to me. But I don't think it's ever confirmed, but, the timeline adds up, because at this point in the story, Ariel would have just been born. Oh, it is? Okay. So yeah, I thought that was a neat little connection. And it's kind of cool that Lilia actually has that connection to Ariel, even though it's never, nothing really ever comes of it. It's just a cool little detail that I caught on my second read. The blade had been coated with poison, the sort meant to kill even a member of the royal family, a troublesome toxin that could not be cured by purifying magic. Thanks to the wound being promptly tended to by healing magic, and a doctor's attempts at neutralizing the poison, Lilia had managed to survive, but there were lingering after effects. They didn't pose an impediment to her daily life, but she could no longer run at any real speed, her gait reduced to a clumsy stagger. So, yeah. That's actually a pretty solid way to get a character injured enough that they aren't disabled, but can't do any athleticism, because she can function as normal, she just can't do anything like that. And this next paragraph really just... I think this paragraph is very, very telling as far as who Lilia is as a character at this point in the story. And again, stuff like this is why it's so big a deal when Lilia shows emotion later in the series. Especially, that one scene after Rudy has his thing with Aisha in Season 1. And Lilia just goes up to Rudy and just hugs him. Those moments like that are amplified by knowing how far she's come. Lilia's life as a warrior had come to an end. The palace promptly discharged her from her position. Lilia understood why perfectly well. It only made sense to lose a job she was no longer able to perform. Although this left her unable to pay even her basic living expenses, given her position in the court, she considered herself lucky to not have been executed in secret, and so Lilia left the capital. So, the royal palace kinda fucked her there. She just stopped an assassin, saved the life of the princess, and took a permanent injury because of it. Realistically, they should be rewarding her for this. You would expect them to give her money for that, or to transfer her to a position where she didn't need to, she could still work for them. Instead, they just kind of shit-canned her. And she's like, you know what? Yeah, makes sense. I can't be a guard anymore, so it makes sense to cut me loose. At least they didn't kill me. Which, again, the fact that she's just kind of okay with this because she sees the logic behind it is just, I think that's indicative of the trauma she endured. So it's like, again, she's so hyper-logical that emotion is just not even a factor in how she thinks. And that, well, and while that does actually help her in many ways, it also does, like, kind of screw her up in many ways. Where I think that's one of the reasons that Lilia, when trying to connect with Rudy later on, is telling him all these things that you really shouldn't be telling a 5-year-old child. The mastermind behind the princess's assassination attempt was still to be found. As someone familiar with the palace harem's inner working, Lilia was well aware that she was a likely target. Or perhaps had the palace set her free to lure out whoever was behind this plot? When she'd been brought into the court, she'd been curious as why they'd taken on such a low-born woman such as herself. Perhaps they wanted to hire a simple maid who could easily be disposed of. Whatever the case, for her own safety, Lilia needed to get as far away from the capital as she could. Regardless of whether the palace really was using her as bait, she no longer had any standing orders, no longer had anything holding her back. And again, it goes to her logical side where there's no reason for her to stay anymore. So, like, if she did have orders, even though she viewed herself as being in danger, she, theoretically would have stuck around and not fucked off, even if they weren't still paying her. So that's also very interesting. She no longer felt any sense of obligation to her old life. And again, that's another thing that drives Lilia for pretty much forever as her sense of duty, where when she dedicates herself to something, she feels like she has to pursue it more. So, which, and again, that we'll see that in a million different ways going forward. After taking a series of stagecoaches, Lilia arrived at the Fatoa region, a vast agricultural area on the borders of the kingdom. Apart from the citadel of Roa, the city where the local lord resided, the region was little more than a grand expanse of wheat fields. It was here that Lilia decided she'd look for work. With her leg impaired, a career as a fighter was now off the table. She could conceivably still teach swordsmanship, but she preferred to find work as an attendant, mainly because it paid much better. Here on the outskirts of the kingdom, there were plenty of people who could wield a blade and teach others how to do the same. There were far fewer people who were fully trained royal maids. Hey, TV, glad you could make it. We're kind of just playing this one by ear. I'm just kind of winging it, I'll be honest, because I've never done one of these types of streams before, so we're just having fun. There were far fewer people who were fully trained royal maids, capable of overseeing the running of an entire household. Even if the pay was lower than she'd hoped, money was still money. Being hired as a handmaiden by the Lord of Fatoa, or even the high-ranking nobles who served him, was a dicey prospect. The people in those circles had a pipeline right back to the capital. If they found out she was a former handmaiden who'd attended the royal harem, she stood a good chance of being caught up in someone else's political machinations. Let's see. Your duty seems more integral to the psychology of people in this world. There is some truth to that. A lot of attitudes are different in the Mushoku Tensei world. Duty is definitely a part of it, but I also think that Lilia takes it a step further than that, because she is just very... she just has a very interesting way of processing the world. And again, she's almost robotic at this early point in the story, where it is unusual when she feels things. Lilia wanted no part of that. She already had one brush with death, and that was enough for her. No offense to the princess, but Lilia was going to do what she wanted, someplace far away from the War of Succession. The issue was that less wealthy families couldn't afford to retain her services. Finding a place that was both safe and still paid decently proved rather difficult. Yeah, there's truth to that as well, although I also felt like Ginger was uniquely loyal to Zenoba. So, it was a case of, she felt exceptional in that regard. But it was also a case where she was kind of raised to believe that was her purpose in life. And then Zenoba ends up earning that loyalty as well, so that kind of just reinforces everything. After a month of wandering about Fatoa, Lilia finally came across a job posting that caught her eye. A low-ranking knight in Buena Village was looking for a housekeeper. The posting specified that they were looking for someone with experience in raising children who could also act as a midwife. Buena Village was a small hamlet on the far edge of the Fatoa region. It was out in the middle of nowhere, even by middle of nowhere standards. The location was inconvenient, but otherwise it was everything Lilia had been looking for. Her employer, being a knight, even a low-ranking one, was another unexpected boon. And I actually also do love that they're using this to get some world building out, some like exposition. And because it's an omniscient narrator, it actually makes a lot of sense for them to be doing all this stuff, because, yeah, again, it just wouldn't make sense for a character in universe to be saying all these things. So that's another possible reason that they decided to go for the omniscient narrator here instead of the direct perspective of an actual character. It was the employer's name, though, that really got her attention. It was one that Lilia recognized: Paul Greyrat. Paul was another student of Lilia's former master. One day, back when she had begun studying swordplay, the lazy, no-good son of a noble family had turned up at the training hall. Evidently, he'd been disowned by his father in the wake of a fight and would now be studying the sword while sleeping at the hall. Paul had also studied swordplay at home, so despite having practiced a different style, it wasn't long before his abilities surpassed Lilia's. So, actually interesting, come to think of it, that probably means that most likely they were learning Water God style, since, you know, Lilia was picked up as a guard, so guards usually learn Water God. So, maybe, maybe not. And Sword God kind of is the dominant style, so that's probably what he learned. Doesn't really matter, but it's an interesting possibility. She was less than amused by that, but chalked it up to her own lack of ability. Paul, on the other hand, positively radiated talent. One day, however, he abruptly left the training hall after causing some kind of big stir for reasons unknown to Lilia. He left with one final declaration: "I'm going to become an adventurer." The man was like a hurricane. It had been 7 years since Lilia had last seen Paul, and not only had he become a knight since then, but now he was also married? Lilia could scarcely believe it. She didn't know what ups and downs he had been through, but if he was still the man she remembered, then he wasn't a bad fellow at all. If he knew she was in trouble, he'd probably help her out. And if he didn't, well, she'd just have to dredge up some stuff from the past. She had several stories up her sleeve to use as bargaining chips if she needed to. Having done that bit of mercenary calculus in her mind, Lilia headed for Buena Village. So this is such an interesting passage on a second read, or a third read, or anything like that, because on a first read, you don't really know what she's discussing when she's talking about all this stuff, but her character, upon a second read, even if you only just read the first book and nothing beyond that, there are a few things that are interesting. First is the fact that, like, she remembers Paul positively for all things considered, and also the fact you know at least one of those stories she had been talking about that she was going to use to blackmail him if necessary, and it was the fact that, you know, Paul had at that time raped her, which is like, and took her virginity that way, which is like a pretty big deal. And nowadays she just kind of thinks of it as an awkward sexual encounter, like with that same level of gravitas. So it's like, it just shows how much she overly logics everything, and even then she uses it to realize that, like, you know, that was, even though he was kind of, you know, a gremlin, he wasn't like, that was not necessarily in character for him, because I think, if I'm remembering correctly, when he did that, he was just in a kind of an emotional state, and he ended up kind of lashing out and hurting Lilia as a consequence of that. Not that it's an excuse or anything. Yeah, that's true. Like, he was young, so you can get some degree of understanding for him, the fact that he wasn't fully emotionally developed. But at the same time, you know, it's still not an excuse. Yeah, sort of, not quite with the same intensity, I think, because, like, with Rudy, what he did was just, like, kind of a general fuck-up, where he kind of had all these misinterpretations, miscommunications, and just didn't really understand what he was doing when he did it, as opposed to Paul actively victimizing Lilia. I think there are significant differences there, but there are some parallels as well. So, you know, that's an interesting idea. I'd have to sit and think about it to really have a better answer than that. But yeah, so I just do find it interesting that this is how she remembers Paul. She just kind of pushed her pain down so much that he's like, oh yeah, he's that guy. He was a bit of a crazy person, but he's all right. I think he'll help me out if he knows that I need it. Paul welcomed Lilia with open arms. His wife Zenith was due soon, and the couple was quite frazzled. Lilia had the essential technical know-how from seeing the birth and rearing of the princess, plus she was a familiar face that one of them could vouch for. The family was happy to have her aboard. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, Alex, I think it's not... I don't think he had a huge amount of logic going into it. I think he was just kind of... Again, he was very in an emotional state, and he was just kind of blindly lashing out, and Lilia happened to be a convenient target of that, where, again, that just seems to be kind of how Paul was, where he would act on impulse more than actually thinking things through. And it ultimately leads to some things he regrets, like burning bridges with all of his old friends and raping Lilia and all that stuff. Like, yeah. He did a lot of growing up since that time. Also, the pay was better than Lilia had been hoping for. To her, it was like a dream come true. And then the child was born. The birth itself was problem-free, with everything proceeding as it should according to Lilia's training. Even at the junctures where one could typically expect complications, everything went smoothly. But once he was born, the child did not cry. Lilia broke into a cold sweat. The infant's face was expressionless, his nose and mouth having expelled amniotic fluid, and he made no sound. For a moment, he looked like he might have been stillborn, but when Lilia reached out, she could feel the baby's warm pulse and the movements of his breathing. That's also another interesting thing in hindsight. For starters, the first show of emotion Lilia ever has, which is like, freaking out that Rudy might be dead. Again, Rudy causes that first display of emotions. And he's also kind of the catalyst for all of her like emotions moving forward. So I think that's a funny little detail. But also, later on, you learn that had Rudy not reincarnated, the body would have been stillborn, like because of his Laplace aspect, which enhances his mana capacity at the cost of his ability to create a battle aura. That would have, from what we understand, had Rudy not reincarnated, this version of Rudy would never have actually been notable in any way, and it's strongly implied that it was stillborn. So that probably is like that's like the moment of change from what should have happened to what did happen. So I think that's kind of cool. And she was worried he might be stillborn. In reality, he would have actually been stillborn. So yeah. Still, he did not cry. Lilia remembered something she'd heard from one of the maidens who taught her. Children who don't cry at birth tended to have a host of abnormalities. Technically not wrong. At that very instant, however, her thoughts were interrupted. Ah, wah! The baby turned his face toward Lilia, his expression slack, burbling random sounds. Relief washed over Lilia. She didn't quite know why, but it seemed like things were going to be okay. So again, first show of emotion was because of Rudy. I think that's kind of neat. And also, it's good setup for seeing just how things kind of came about early on from a neutral perspective, not from Rudy's biased perspective. The child was given the name Rudius, and what an unsettling child he was. He never cried and never made a fuss. It might have just been that he was physically frail, but that notion was soon proven false. Once Rudius learned to crawl, he began to make his way anywhere and everywhere around the house. The kitchen, the back door, the supply shed, the cleaning closet, the fireplace, and so on. Sometimes, somehow, he even made his way to the second floor. As soon as anyone took their eyes off him, he was gone. Regardless, he would inevitably be found within the house. For some reason, Rudius never ventured outside. He'd look out the windows, but perhaps he was still too scared to leave the house. And yeah, we'll soon learn that that's his agoraphobia speaking, where he does not want to leave the comfort of his home, where that's going to be a big deal with Roxy's arc. Lilia wasn't sure when she developed an instinctual fear of the child. Was it around then, with him slipping away whenever unobserved, always needing to be tracked down? Rudius was always smiling, whether he was in the kitchen staring at vegetables, or at the flickering of a candle in its holder, or at unwashed undergarments. He was always barbling under his breath, chuckling as an unsettling grin rose to his face. And I love that we can kind of put all that together without actually being told what he was thinking at the time, because it's just funny because you know how much of a pervert Rudy was. It was the kind of grin that viscerally repulsed Lilia. It reminded her of the smiles she'd gotten from a particular cabinet minister as she made her way between the harem and the royal palace in the past. I strongly suspect that person was Darius, but I don't think it's ever fully confirmed. He was a bald man, his smooth head gleaming in the sunlight, and his corpulent belly wobbling as he walked. Rudius's smile resembled the grin on the minister's face when he eyed Lilia's chest. A smile like that, coming from a mere baby. Yeah, again, I do think that's Darius, because that is kind of in character for him, and it just all makes sense, but... Yeah, also, it shows that Lilia is actually very observant, and he... Well, yeah, he was born with a creepy smile and had to learn to fake smile. I mean, part of it is also he was a creep at the time, like, that kind of unfiltered lust was just kind of how Rudy just interpreted things and how he processed the world around him. So it wasn't like Darius, where, Darius could kind of just be that way because he has power. Rudy was just, developed that way, and it's something he had to break. So, like, he was kind of going full hedonism mode in his first 7 months. What happened when Lilia picked up Rudius was particularly worrisome. His nostrils flared, the corners of his mouth drew up, and he'd start panting and bury his face against her bosom. His throat would twitch as he made weird, playful little giggles. Yeah, the little bastard was radioactive. Yeah, he was, Rudy was, they do gloss past this first year of his life, but, like, Rudy spent a good amount of time in full, just, like, degenerate goblin gremlin mode, where it took him a while to get it out of his system, essentially. And, so that kind of makes sense as to why he was the way he was in the prologue, because, it's not something he just changes about himself immediately. It takes him some time. It was enough to send a chill down Lilia's spine, almost to the point where she wanted to reflexively hurl the boy to the floor. The child showed absolutely no affection. That smile of his was quite simply creepy. The same smile as that cabinet minister, who was rumored to have purchased a number of young women as slaves. Again, that fits Darius. And this was an infant, smiling like that. Nothing could be more unsettling. Lilia felt she was at bodily risk from a baby. She could only wonder why this child was so strange. Was he possessed by something malevolent? Had some curse been laid upon him? When she considered these possibilities, Lilia knew she couldn't stand idly by. She rushed to the store, spending a small sum on what she needed. Then, when the Grey Rats were asleep, and without asking Paul for his permission, she performed a traditional charm of banishment from her homeland. Yeah, I've got water next to me, don't worry. Like, I filled up my 3-liter bottle of water, and so... I also have cough drops to protect my voice. Actually, come to think of it, I should actually mix some honey into this water, just because to protect my throat. Yeah, so... I mean, I am drinking stuff, but I do... Thank you for making me think of that. So, give me 1 second, I'm actually going to grab that honey, mix it into my water, because that does actually help with protecting your throat. I know that much, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you for being patient with me. Let me just quickly double check to make sure everything is working. And it looks like it is. Okay, yeah, cool. So let me pull my stuff back up there. Okay, so yeah, now I got some water with honey in it, which should protect my throat a little bit better. I probably could have made some tea as well, but that would take time, and I know I would go through way more than one glass of tea. So. Okay. It was a frightful... let me see... I just gotta find myself where I was at. I probably should have marked it, but it is what it is. When Lilia picked Rudius up the next day, she was certain it hadn't worked. The baby still had the same unsettling aura. Just the look on his face was enough to give her the creeps. Zenith herself had often said things like, "When that boy's feeding, he really goes at it, doesn't he?" She was completely unperturbed by the whole thing. Even Paul, a man of weak principles who was something of a womanizer, didn't give off vibes like his son did. The boy didn't even line up with his own parentage. And again, that's just kind of showing that Rudy was a complete gremlin in his early days, and Lilia could kind of see that because she was there from an unbiased perspective. Like, particularly unbiased, because not just the fact that she's not family to this kid, but she also, you know, has that hyperlogical mindset, so it makes sense. Lilia had once heard a story in the Palace Harem. Back when the Asuran prince was still a baby, he'd crawl all around the harem grounds, night after night. It turns out he was possessed by a demon. Not knowing this, one of the attendants picked him up, and he pulled out a knife he'd hidden behind his back, and killed her by stabbing her in the chest. Okay, so this is one thing let me read the next paragraph, then I'll make my point, because actually it's more relevant there. It was a frightful story, and Rudius was just like that. Lilia had no doubts. This was another case of demonic possession. Oh, the boy was calm and placid now, but once the demon within him awoke, he'd make his way through the house while the family was asleep and kill them all one by one. So, I did find this really interesting when I was working on my Volume 1 video. One thing I mention a lot is that there are 4 Japanese words that commonly translate to demon, and I wasn't sure when they were talking about demonic possession which one they were using, because let's also not forget that demons are a thing in this world, but the thing is, the demons in this world use the word Mushoku, which are essentially fantasy race demons, more or less. So that's the version of demon that Roxy is, Mushoku. There's also Oni and Yokai, but those are more like tied to Japanese folklore, so they don't actually show up here. And nowadays, it's more common to not translate those words because they refer to specific things. But the 4th type of word that's often translated to demon would be Akuma, which is pretty close to how we view demons here in the West, which is, you know, the supernatural entity who just fucks shit up because they feel like it, because that's just kind of how they operate. And I wasn't sure at the time which one they were using. When we watched the anime, I heard them actually use the word Akuma, so that actually answers my question, because I was wondering if it was a case of, the humans are all racist against demons, so maybe that was kind of how that came about, but no, different type of demon, so just a little translation oddity that, not really important, but interesting. Lilia had been far, far too hasty. She never should have taken this job. At some point, she knew she was going to be attacked. She was, after all, the type to take superstitions quite seriously. And again, that line is just funny, because it's just funny that this hyper-logical person is also superstitious. You know, but it's also, I think, the fact that she is terrified of him. She's convinced he's possessed, and she's just kind of freaking out and doesn't really know how to process it because she just hasn't felt emotions for many years. And so, Lilia lived in fear for the first year or so. At some point, however, Rudius's ever unpredictable behavior changed. Instead of disappearing and reappearing at random, he stayed holed up in Paul's study in one corner of the 2nd floor. Well, perhaps study was a generous word for a simple room that housed a few books. Rudius would shut himself in there and not come out. One day, Lilia took a quick peek, and there he was, staring fixedly at a book and muttering to himself. What he was saying didn't sound like words, not words from the common language on the central continent at least, and we'll also later learn that what he's actually doing there is he's sub-vocalizing in Japanese, because that's just kind of what he did. So, it's interesting that it's kind of interpreted as baby babble. Besides, he was too young to be talking already, and certainly nobody had taught him to read, which meant the boy was just looking at the books, not reading them, while making random sounds. Incorrect, but, it's an understandable conclusion to make. For it to be anything else would just be weird. Even so, Rudius sounded like he was speaking with an actual meaningful cadence for some reason, and it looked like he understood the content of the book he was looking at. That's so strange, Lilia thought as she watched secretively through the crack in the door. And yet, she strangely felt none of her usual revulsion towards him. Ever since the boy had taken to hiding away in the study, his hard-to-define, unsettling oddness had abated a fair bit. Oh, he'd still occasionally laugh or smile creepily, sure, but Lilia didn't get chills whenever she held him anymore. He'd stopped burying his face in her chest and panting. And again, it just shows that as Rudy heals and grows and becomes, better, the people around him actually respond positively to that. They actually see the person he is as things change. So, once he kind of pulls himself together and stops being pure hedonism mode, he actually becomes, Lilia loses her fear of him. She doesn't, some of it's still residual because she remembered being afraid of him for a year, but, she gets it. Why had she been so unsettled by him anyway? In recent days, she'd gotten a sense of earnestness and diligence from him that she was loath to interfere with. Lilia spoke with Zenith about it, and she'd apparently gotten the same impression. From that point on, Lilia figured, it was best to leave the boy be. It was an odd feeling. Leaving an infant alone wasn't something responsible adults did, but now intelligence glimmered in Rudius's eyes in contrast to the mere months ago when there had only been a crude dullness. And there was a gleam of resolute will to go along with that intellectual brightness. Yeah, and again, she's just really seeing the things that is going on inside Rudy's head, so, makes a lot of sense. And also, actually, since I last read the book, since then is when I adopted my cat, and actually some of her mindset is actually really making sense to me right now, because, before I adopted my cat, I decided to do some research just so I knew what to expect, how to take care of her, just, everything I needed to do to make sure she adjusted properly and, was comfortable here. One of the things I learned was that, generally speaking, when you bring a cat to a new place, you got to give them a safe space, just a room that's kind of closed off, let them kind of explore their own space and solitude for a while, and then after about 2 weeks, they'll become comfortable and they'll be ready to kind of explore the rest of the home and then just kind of, understand that this is where they belong. My cat did not do that. She immediately was there was no adjustment period whatsoever. She immediately wanted to explore, so after a couple days of kind of having to have a few battles to lock her in the room, I eventually realized, you know what? She doesn't seem to want to be in this room, so I'm just going to let her explore on her own. So, sometimes you got to go against conventional knowledge when, raising something, because, individuals don't always follow the rules. What should they do? Nothing in Lilia's meager experience had given her the tools to make the right decision here. There's no one right way to raise a child, she'd been told. Had that been from one of the older royal handmaidens, or perhaps her mother? At least there was nothing too off or unsettling about the boy now, nothing to fear. In the end, Lilia decided to leave well enough alone. Any interference might cause the boy to revert to the way he'd been before. Okay, so again, a great introduction to Lilia. It really shows just how she thinks and how she acts, how she behaves, shows just how unemotional she tends to be, except when Rudy's involved. But again, this should have been adapted into the anime because it sets up so much of what Lilia is as a person. And again, it makes all of her wholesome moments 10 times more wholesome with this in context. Chapter 3, A Textbook of Magic. It had been roughly 2 years since I'd been reincarnated. My legs had finally developed enough so that I could walk. Also, I was finally able to speak this world's language. And again, it's interesting how all that happened, he just explains it in a word. There's no explanation of the process he goes for learning the language, really. They mentioned it a little bit in chapter 1, but no significant exploration of it. It's like, oh, by the way, I can talk now. Having decided to give my life an honest shot this time, I first needed to make a plan. What had I lacked in my previous life? Study, exercise, and technique. That's what. Kinda, but I think it's a little deeper than that. He's just not capable of really understanding that much. As a baby, however, there wasn't much I could do. Nothing beyond burying my face in someone's chest when I was picked up, anyway. Whenever I did that to the maid, she made no attempt to mask the displeasure on her face. Clearly, she wasn't a fan of children. Again, that is such a funny line coming right after Lily's chapter there. Like, just seeing the contrast there is, again, it's just funny on its face. But also it's interesting to show that Lilia was so obvious about her dislike of him that even Rudy, who can't read people, could see it. Like, that's really telling, because he does not understand people yet. But she must have been making almost like a comical anime-level face at him. Figuring that exercise was something that could wait, I began learning to read books around the house. The study of language is a crucial thing. Almost 100% of Japanese people are literate in their own language, but many of them neglect their study of English or hesitate to interact with people when abroad. So much so that the ability to speak a foreign language is a valued skill. With that in mind, I decided to make this world's writing system my first subject. And again, he's kind of approaching things logically, but again, it's like his mindset is completely shifted because everything around him is different. He's no longer kind of relegated to the comfort of his own home and all its various escapes. And also, there's not very many things to escape with in this new world. There's no internet, no limited amount of books, which he has to learn to read anyway. So that's just kind of how, it's kind of like he doesn't have anything to do but try to explore the world. There were only 5 books in our house. I didn't know if that was because books were expensive in this world, yeah, that, or because Paul and Zenith weren't big readers. Probably some combination of both. Again, it's because this world doesn't have a printing press, so all books have to be handwritten. It was the same way in the real world, but books used to be extremely expensive because every book had to be handwritten. And once the printing press was invented, suddenly you could mass produce written stuff, not as effectively as you can today, but you could make a lot of books and a lot of newspapers very quickly. So that's when newspapers really first started being a thing, is when you could actually mass produce them. And also the increased availability of reading material, slowly started to make it more and more common to be literate, which, since this is before that time, it makes sense that books would be sparse. As someone who used to own a collection of several thousand books, even if they were all light novels, the situation was tough to come to grips with. And I also do think that's funny in hindsight, realizing that we are currently reading a light novel, and he's kind of throwing a little jab at light novels in general. Although, I understand the stereotype around light novels, but as somebody who hasn't read very many of them, I don't know, they seem to have the exact same capacity to be really good as regular books, so I don't know, maybe it just doesn't have kind of an internal, it doesn't viscerally connect with my experience. But again, let's not forget that Mushoku Tensei is the only light novel series I've read to completion. I do plan to change that eventually, but Still, even 5 books were enough material to learn how to read. The language of this world was close to Japanese, so I was able to pick it up quickly enough. And that's why I found it interesting to see, because I actually really like what the anime did with languages, because they're not just saying, oh, this is a different language, they're actually essentially creating, not like a full language, but a distinct writing thing that looks like actual writing, a distinct vocalization for the various languages. Although I will say I did not think that the writing in the anime looked very similar to Japanese, because it looked like it was alphabet-based and not character-based like Japanese is. Because, while Japanese does have 2, I guess you could call them alphabets with hiragana and katakana, it also uses heavily kanji, which are Chinese characters which don't actually have sounds, essentially. They connect to meanings, not to sounds like the alphabet letters, like letters in the alphabet do. So, and the idea was that, this language was easy for him to kind of figure out just because it was grammatically similar to Japanese, and that makes it a lot easier to comprehend because you don't have to you can almost kind of transliterate at the start, and that will get you through, whereas when they're different, you have to kind of fuck it around. Yeah, the Romaji maybe. But again, it might also just be a case that in the books it was a character-based language, and Dufiji never actually just had to come up with a actual real depiction of it, and it might just be a choice they made for the anime. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also just a case of, aside from the language existing, the mechanics of it don't really matter, since it's also just the baseline language that we're going to be working with. And he also doesn't really describe it very much at all throughout the series. So that's actually one thing I really like about the anime, is that it actually decides, like, hey, you know what? Linguistics are actually an important part of this story, so we're going to really put effort into showcasing that. And I appreciate that a lot. Still, even so I was able to pick it up quickly enough. The written characters were completely different, but the grammar was close to what I was familiar with, which thankfully meant I mostly needed to learn vocabulary, a good chunk of which I'd already been exposed to. My father would read to me, which allowed me to readily pick up words. My new self being better at learning things probably had something to do with it too. Again, there's the question of how much his new biology affects his mentality, and we never really get a full answer to that. Once I could read, I found the contents of our books pretty interesting. I'd never had fun studying at any point in my life before, but after some thought, I realized it wasn't that different from hunting down new information about online games, and that wasn't so bad. Yeah, again, he has this new perspective, he's actually genuinely enjoying learning. I think he probably always did, but again, he has to kind of justify why, like, his shutdown was due to dislike, not the fact that he was traumatized, and now he's kind of trying to rationalize why he actually likes learning in this new world, and it's because he actually likes learning. Anyway, I wondered if my father knew that his infant son understood the things he was reading. I mean, I was cool with it, but I figured a normal kid my age would throw a temper tantrum or something, so that's just what I did. And again, it's funny. So much of his early development is him just kind of wearing a mask and trying to figure out what the thing he should be doing is, and that just makes him look even less human because he doesn't know how people work, so his attempts to replicate human behavior just fall flat. These were the 5 books in our house. Wandering the World, a reference guide to the various countries of the world and their unique characteristics. Again, good way to get him ingratiated into the world itself. The Ecology and Weaknesses of Fatoan Monsters, which detailed the various monstrous creatures of the Fatoa region, where they lived, and how to deal with them. A textbook of magic, a wizard's manual of attack spells ranging from beginner to advanced levels. The Legend of Perugius, a fairy tale about the summoner named Perugius and his companions who battle a demon and save the world in a classic good versus evil epic. And again, it's really funny to realize that, oh, these are actually, like, this actually really happened, and we actually meet Perugius and realize, like, oh yeah, this stuff actually is like a historical account, just told in a poetic way. The Three Swordsmen and the Labyrinth, a tale of action and adventure where 3 master swordsmen of different styles meet and head into the depths of the titular labyrinth. Again, we'll also realize that that's eventually going to be revealed as mostly true, where those 3 were the original sword god, water god, and north god, so that's also kind of funny. Those last 2 were essentially fantasy novels, which, again, it's just funny that he comes to that conclusion considering they're all real. But the other 3 made for good study. It was a textbook of magic that particularly drew my attention. As someone who came from a world without magic, the chance to read actual documentation on it was very relevant to my interests. Reading the book taught me some of the fundamentals. And I also love that they're using this explanation of Rudy explaining what he learned as a way to exposition dump to the audience. And that's just a good way of doing it, because this information is going to have to come across eventually, and this is a good way to do it in a way that feels natural and doesn't feel forced. First, magic came in 3 types: attack magic to do battle against others, healing magic to treat the wounds of others, and summoning magic to call things forth. And that was it. There seemed to be lots of other things you could do with magic, but according to the textbook, magic was something birthed and developed in battle, and therefore not used much outside combat or hunting. And that also does actually provide a good explanation for why things are as skewed as they are, because the innovation came in for combat, and there just wasn't really enough serious study of it in times of peace.
Second, you needed magical power in order to use magic, meaning anyone could use magic so long as they had magical power. There were chiefly two ways of doing this, using one's innate magical power or drawing on the magical power imbued in an object. Either would suffice. There weren't specific examples, but I got the impression that people who did the former were like their own power generators, whereas the second type had to use batteries, which, yeah, that's actually a pretty apt comparison, apt analogy, I should say, when you learn, how it all works in detail. In the days of yore, the book said, people had largely used the power within their own bodies for magic. But as research on magic progressed, things got more and more complex. Accordingly, expendable sources of magical energy were developed and at an explosive rate. And that's kind of funny, it's almost like the magical version of the Industrial Revolution. People with strong magical reserves had been able to make do, but those who had little power couldn't cast even basic spells, and so the old magical masters developed ways to draw power from things other than themselves and channel that into magic. Third, there were two ways of performing magic, incantation and magic circles. This didn't need too much explanation, it simply referred to reciting words or inscribing magic patterns to cast a spell, respectively. In the old days, magic circles were the chief source of magical power, but in modern times, incantations were far more commonplace. In older times, even the shortest magical incantations took 1 or 2 minutes, not exactly something you could use in the heat of battle. But once you'd inscribed a magic circle, you could use it over and over again. Again, it's just showing the difference between running a script and actually having a full program that you can just, press start and it goes. Incantations started becoming the norm when one magician succeeded at greatly shortening them. The simplest of such incantations were reduced to around 5 seconds, and consequently became the only way people utilized attack magic. For the more complex rituals involved in summoning magic, where greater efficiency wasn't attainable, magic circles remained the primary means. So yeah, again, good introduction to how all that works. Also does establish the possibility of shortening incantations already, and kind of provides the baseline for what silent casting is. But yeah, again, everything is just very consistent, very well set up ahead of time, and I think that's one of the strengths of Mushoku Tensei. Just overall, it's not the flashiest part of the series, but it's something I think is very consistently impressive. 4. The amount of magical power someone had was pretty much determined at birth. In your typical RPG, you gain more MP as you level up, but things didn't work that way in this world. Almost everyone was stuck where they were. Again, we'll realize that that's not really true, but it's it's going to be contradicted very early on. So it's a great way of kind of getting us an introduction with some incorrect information, but correct enough that we get a solid baseline. But also we'll learn that it's not perfectly reliable and that the common understanding of magic is not complete. Almost everyone, which implied that some people change over time. I wondered which group I'd fall into. The book also said that one's level of magical power was inherited, which the hard cap might be inherited, partially, but the soft cap is not. You can always increase that at a young age. I knew my mother was able to use healing magic, so maybe it was alright to have some expectations for myself. Still, I was uneasy. Even if my parents excelled at this sort of thing, I wasn't sure my own genes would be up to the task. And again, that's also interesting. He's so self-defeating, even in stuff that he has no logical reason to have any expectations for. Logically, again, he knows that at least one of his parents is a magician and could cast spells. So, but he still has this idea that his genetics are going to hold him back just because, of what he is. Not anything even he decided. He just thinks he's inferior, which, it's tragic, but that's kind of how Rudy interprets things. For the time being, I decided to try my hand at the simplest magic I could. The textbook included both incantations and magic circle spells. Since the former was now mainstream, I had nothing to draw magic circle with. I opted to start by studying the incantations. Which, part of me wonders what would have happened had he gone the other route, because, we see later on when his friends start doing all the magical research and construction things in magic circles and all that stuff. Rudy is kind of lost in that regard. He has a feel for magic, but he doesn't understand the minute mechanics of it. So you wonder if he would have developed in that direction had he started with the circles. You never know. As I understood it, as the scope of a spell got larger, the invocations involved got longer, until you eventually needed to use a magic circle in concert. But if I was starting out with simpler things, I ought to be fine. Although that's an interesting thing. I don't think we see a whole lot of combination of incantations and circles, but that also makes sense as to kind of combine a lot of the stuff that goes into an incantation into a circle. Although we also do see that there are some absurdly long incantations in the world, like let's say the stuff that leads into Turning Point 4 involves mention of I think it was like a king tier healing spell, or maybe it was even divine tier, I don't know, but it was a really high level healing spell that was needed for a specific disease that had no other cure. And it was mentioned that it was in like a 1,000-page book, was just the incantation, and it took like hours and hours and hours to say the incantation. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much of that could be turned into a magic circle. But yeah, it's not necessarily that you need a magic circle for the most complex stuff. It just makes it easy. Okay, it was God tier. Okay, that makes sense. Interestingly, we don't actually see a lot of God tier magic play out. I imagine those would be kind of crazy, just knowing how powerful some of those can be. Like, honestly, how would you even cast it without causing certain things without causing serious damage? So, yeah, not super important right now. The most proficient of wizards, the book said, could cast spells without incanting anything at all, or drastically shorten the incanting time at the very least. I wasn't sure why training allowed people to circumvent the incantation, though. After all, the amount of time of someone's magical power didn't change, there was no leveling up and no corresponding increase to maximum MP. And again, I also do love how he just interprets things in video game terms, because that's what he knows. So, I mean, I think that's a big reason for why Mushoku Tensei is viewed as a very video gamey system. Not that it's actually video gamey, that's just how he rationalizes it. Maybe with training, the amount of MP spent on the spell decreased, but spending less MP wouldn't make the process less involved, would it? And ultimately, again, I like how he's logicking through things, but it's ultimately about execution and understanding the flow of magic, how much you can do manually versus how much you have to incant. I mean, he'll learn that sooner or later, but it is interesting to see how this all works. Well, anyway, whatever the case, I just needed to give it a shot. With a textbook of magic in my left hand, I held out my right and began to recite the words. Let the vast and blessed waters converge where thou wilt, and issue forth a single pure stream thereof. Waterball. I felt a sensation like blood pooling in my right hand, and then, as if that blood had extruded through my palm, a sphere of water was about the size of my fist manifested itself. And again, I actually really do love that description of the flow of mana into the water ball. How he could feel the mana actually flowing through his body and turning into that water ball in his hand. So that's just a really cool thing to me. And it is a really good setup for the fact that he realizes he can kind of lean into that, and that's how he teaches himself silent casting. Gah! I yelped at the strange feeling, and a moment later the ball of water fell and splattered onto the floor. It looked like concentration was required in order to maintain a spell. Yeah, again, you have to keep the mana flowing. Concentrate. I could feel the blood welling in my hand once more. It's interesting, he calls it the blood, but it's actually the mana. That's it. There we go. Yeah, this feels right. Once again, I held out my right hand, forming an image in my head as I recalled how things had gone the first time. I wasn't sure how much magical power I had, but I figured I couldn't just keep using it over and over. Which, I mean, he's kind of right about that. Eventually, he will get to the point where he has so much mana that Water Ball will never deplete it, but he doesn't know that yet. My plan was to practice one thing at a time until I could pull it off. I would form the image in my mind and play it out, over and over, and try to enact it upon reality. If I tripped up, I would call that image back to mind until I had it perfectly emblazoned within my head. This was the way I'd practiced combos in fighting games back in my previous life. Thanks to that, I'd almost never screwed up a combo during a real match. Hopefully that meant my training methodology would be sound here too. And I also really love that, the way his otaku lens has kind of affects things that have parallels in reality, and he doesn't even kind of realize that, because one thing about this is magic, a lot of people treat it as like an academic thing in this world where it's all about study and theory and learning like just how everything works, learning the incantations and all that. Whereas Rudy, while he does liken it to a fighting game, in reality, he's training like a martial artist. Like that's how a martial artist would learn. Like they'd practice one thing just over and over and over until it becomes second nature, and then they can use that as their baseline to learn more complicated things. And and that's how he kind of gets a strong understanding of the mana, is that he just drills the basics before actually trying to learn broadly what's going on. So I do think that's actually really cool, the fact that again he's training like it was a physical thing as opposed to an academic thing. And that ultimately lets him take a completely different perspective on things. I drew a deep breath. My blood coursed through my body from my toes to the top of my head, collecting in my right hand, filling it with power. Again, that's just a cool description of mana flow. Like, I really like that. It really sells what the experience of casting a spell is. Like, you know just how it feels. And that's such an important thing to Rudy's magical development. Then I felt that power pop into being before my palm. Now, bit by bit, so very, very carefully, my thoughts fell in line with the beating of my heart. Water ball, ball of water, water, wetness, wet, wet panties. Whoops, that kind of just slipped in there. Getting back to it then. And that's just funny, but also it does go to show that that's, again, just having these kind of tangents in the book really makes some of his more out there statements just kind of make sense, because you realize, oh, this is just how Rudy's brain is 24/7. He's not just randomly saying something out of pocket. That's just how his mind works. And also, again, he's so in his moment of excitement, of passion, he's like, oh, this is a cool thing. I just did fucking magic. I'm excited to get this, to explore this. And he makes it sexual. Again, that just shows that so much of his positive emotions are connected to sex at this point in time. I buckled down and set my mind to it. Water, 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 water. Ha! I cried out in pure reflex as my hand shot out before me, fingers spread. In that instant, the ball of water came into being. Whoa, what? Splish. In my moment of shock, the ball of water plopped to the floor. And, cool animation. I just love the little the splashing there. I think that's very funny. Again, also, I do love Shirotaka's artwork. Also, the first time we see Rudy's face, since the shot of him in the prologue was from the back. Wait, I hadn't shouted an invocation, had I? But then, why? All I'd done was put myself into the same mental space as the last time I tried the spell. Did incantation not matter much when reproducing the flow of magical power? And again, I like that because he just completely hits the nail on the head. That's exactly how it works. And it's because everyone just learns incantations as opposed to drilling one thing. They get used to using incantations and they kind of automate that and don't learn how to use the magical power directly. So, again, it's just this outsider's perspective that allows him to accidentally stumble into a deeper understanding of magic as a discipline. Was using magic without chanting really that easy? That had to be a high-level skill, right? If it's that easy, what's the point of the incantation at all? I mused aloud. Here I was, a complete beginner, and I'd successfully pulled off a spell without any words at all. I'd simply focused the magical energy of my body in front of my mind and then willed it to take shape. That's all it was, which implied that the incantation wasn't really necessary at all. Anyone could do what I'd just done, which, again, in hindsight, that's such a cool line. Like, it has so many layers to it, just when you really think about it, because on the one hand, that's like his self-defeating attitude, where every time he does something impressive, he downplays it. Like, later on, we'll hear Rudy say, he'll talk about Saint Tier magic. He'll say, wow, Saint Tier. I wonder if I could get there one day. That would be really awesome. And then he gets to Saint Tier halfway through the book, and it's nothing special to him. So he completely downplays himself. But also, he's probably actually right when he says this. Again, this is something I say a lot, and I will stand by it. I definitely think that silent casting is way easier than everyone makes it out to be. Because, in fact, Rudy teaches several people to silent cast throughout the course of the series, and he becomes a professor of silent casting eventually, where he teaches more people to silent cast. So I suspect it's something that is just not understood, and it's, it probably is as easy as he's making it sound. Perhaps the incantation was an activation trigger for the spell, where uttering the words would create an effect without having to focus on the energy coursing through your body. That had to be what it was. Sort of like the difference between manual and automatic transmissions in a car, where you could still take manual control if you really wanted to. I think that's actually probably a pretty good analogy, even though manual cars are not that common anymore. Using an incantation allows magical effects to trigger automatically. This had some huge advantages. First, it made for easy teaching. Rather than needing a convoluted explanation about feeling the blood coursing through your veins converging and all that, casting a spell by chanting words was both easier to explain and easier to understand. And then, as one's studies progressed, the idea of the incantation being an indispensable part of the process would naturally take root. Again, he's completely right about that. That is my running theory about why silent casting is so rare. It's that you basically need to, once you're a competent magician with incantations, you kind of have to relearn it from the ground up to be able to silent cast. The second advantage was that incantations were easy to use. Attack magic, by its very nature, was something that needed to be done in the heat of battle. It was a lot faster to rattle off a chant than it was to close your eyes and stand there humming as you tried to concentrate. Also, in the heat of the moment, it was far easier to blurt something out than it was to go through a series of minute gestures. Yeah, and again, it's showing that that's why I liken incantations to programming scripts, which are just a simple set of instructions that do the same thing every single time. But if you could do it manually, mechanically, you would have a lot more control over it. But it takes more finesse, kind of like the difference between firing a crossbow, which is easy. You just pull the trigger after you're pointing it, versus a bow and arrow, which takes a lot more practice to properly do, but also has more versatility overall. But maybe some people do find the first option easier. I flipped through the books, but there was nothing about casting spells without incantation. That was odd. What I'd just done hadn't been all that difficult. Maybe I had some kind of special talent, but I doubted it was something that others weren't able to tap into at all. I reasoned. A magician typically used incantations from when they were a beginner to when they became a master. After casting thousands or even tens of thousands of spells, the body grew accustomed to the incanting. Even if they did try to cast a spell wordlessly, they wouldn't know how. Therefore, it wasn't something that was ordinarily done, and hence the book said nothing of it. Yeah, that does make sense. After all, I was hardly ordinary myself. That was cool, right? Sort of like having a sneaky trick up my sleeves. Did she just activate the crime catalyst without an oratorio? But that catalyst is usually just supposed to open up the channel. Oh, now I sure was interested. Again, I love that he just kind of... Again, pop culture references are such a common thing for Rudy. The anime onlys just have no idea how much Rudy just connects something he sees to something he's read or played or experienced. It's just very funny. Again, that's why I mentioned later in the series, there's a fucking Thomas the Tank Engine reference. Actually, though. Okay, no getting ahead of myself. I needed to calm down and keep my cool. My past self had gotten all caught up in this feeling too, and we know how he turned out. Someone who puffed himself up because he was better with computers than the average person, and got way too cocky and failed hard at life. And I actually also do really like that, where it's showing a lot of Rudy's residual trauma, and how, while it is a net negative for him, there are also some little areas in which it actually benefits him. In this case, that it humbles him. It keeps him from getting an ego, it gets him getting too cocky, and he just kind of calms down and says, okay, let's not think of myself too much and actually focus on genuinely learning this. So in this instance, there's actually a benefit to him. I needed to keep a level head, restrain myself. The important thing here was not thinking of myself as being better than other people. I was just a beginner, a noob. I was like a novice bowler who just happened to land a strike on my first toss through dumb luck. Beginner's luck, that's all it was. I needed to buckle down and focus on studying instead of mistaking this for some sort of innate knack. Yeah, and I did find that interesting, because he did kind of stumble into this, but it's also something he can build off of, where it's not that it's just pure luck, but it's, you know, kind of pushes him in the right direction. Alright, I had it. I'd first attempt a spell by chanting the incantation, then practice single-mindedly by mimicking how it felt without using the incantation. Yeah, exactly, Amir. That's something he very consistently does, and it's honestly, it's really obvious even in this first book. Like, again, I mentioned earlier, he kind of views Saint tier magic as this, like, incredible thing to aspire to. Is like, maybe if I really try hard, I might get there one day. And then he gets there within, like, a couple months, and he's like, and he never really brings any attention to it again. He never views it as anything impressive. Okay, let's try this again, I said, holding my right hand out in front of me. My arm felt vaguely heavy, and my shoulder like I had something big weighing it down. This was exhaustion. Had I been concentrating too hard? No, that couldn't be right. I was a self-styled low-end MMO master who could go without sleep for 6 days when grinding, which, that's just funny. No way had this paltry mental exhaustion drained me that much. Which, holy shit, 6 days without sleep is fucking insane. Especially at 34, holy shit. I'm not even 30 yet, and I find it already just a lot harder to go without sleep than I used to be. Like, 1 day without sleep will really fucking knock me out, when I used to be able to go, like... I used to at least be able to kind of push myself through that kind of tiredness when I was younger, but yeah. But also, it's also a funny way to kind of introduce mana exhaustion. Am I out of MP then? What the heck? If someone's magical power was determined at birth, did that mean I only had enough MP to cast 2 water ball spells? That seemed way too low. Or maybe, since this was my first time, I just had less magical power to work with? No, that didn't make sense. I tried once more, just to make sure, and I wound out passing out. Let's see. Yeah, I think we can assume that he did that when he was younger, not right when he died. Maybe? I don't know. He does say it in, like, the present that he can go without sleep for 6 days. So, I don't know. You could kind of view it either way. And who knows? Maybe he kind of just conditioned himself to not need as much, to not crave sleep as much, and he was able to kind of brute force past things when he was really immersed in his games. Because, again, like, I don't know. And granted, I'm also kind of in a position where I used to really be down for the MMO grind. Nowadays, I can't. What page am I on? I am not sure. This is in chapter 3, though. Textbook of Magic. Yeah, because this ebook doesn't actually come with actual numbered pages, so I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, Rudy, my mother said, when you get tired, you need to go to the toilet first and then get to bed. I woke to find I'd fallen asleep with the book in my hand and wet myself in the meantime. Damn it, I couldn't believe I'd wet myself at that age. That was humiliating, although I like to imagine that it's actually the water ball that's on him, so... Although he could have actually pissed himself, who knows. Welcome back, Alan. Damn it, how could I... Wait, I was only 2 years old, right? Wetting myself was still forgivable at that age, yeah? Okay, it's page 50? Okay, thank you. I honestly don't see a good way to really keep track of it for the stream, just because, again, I'm reading it from my perspective, and it doesn't have pages because it's an ebook. And you know, on a Kindle, it doesn't show a full page. It just has a location marker when it's on my Kindle. So it seemed my magical power had been too low after all. That deflated my mood some. Still, even if all I could muster was 2 water balls, what mattered was how I used them, I supposed. Maybe I should concentrate on conjuring them more quickly? Ugh. The next day, I still felt fine after conjuring my 4th water ball. It was after the 5th that I started to feel tired. What the hell? Given my experience the day before, I knew that casting another would cause me to black out, so I started to stop. And then it hit me. That put my limit at 6 water balls, twice what I'd managed yesterday. I stared into the bucket that held 5 spells worth of water, and wondered why I'd been able to do twice as much as the day before. Had I been more tired because it was my first time? Had the spells consumed more MP because it was my first time casting them? I cast all my spells today without incantations, so I doubted it had anything to do with that. I had no idea. Perhaps my abilities would grow further the next day. And again, I do love how so soon after that introduction to magic from the textbook, we're immediately seeing that it's not reliable, that certain things are not true, that the mechanics of magic are not very well understood in this world. So we can kind of trust the very basics, but also when Rudy says, oh, this is wrong, this thing I knew is wrong, the reality is this, it's believable because it was already established that the knowledge of magic in this world is imperfect. The following day, my water ball count increased significantly. Now I was up to 11. What was the deal? It felt like the more I used the spell, the more I was able to use it. If I was right, I'd be able to form 21 the next day. The day after that, just to be on the safe side, I only cast 5 before calling it a day. The day after that, though, I managed 26. It looked like I was right. Using the spell more frequently did allow me to cast it more. I'd been lied to. What was all that stuff about a person's magical reserves being set at birth? People were just assigning limitations as to talent when it didn't have any. How dare adults tell children where their limits were? Guess I can't take what this book says at face value then, I muttered. Again, that's a really important thing to establish early on, and it's played off as almost kind of a joke here. And I love that. Nifujin loves to hide little actual bits of storytelling inside of jokes. The stuff written in the book seemed to take the perspective that there were limits on what a person could achieve. Or maybe it was talking about how things worked after training one's skills? Perhaps the book was saying that there was an upper limit on magical power that no further amount of effort or training could get you past, which, interestingly, that's not what the book is saying. It is generally understood that magic is limited, even though that's incorrect, but there also is an upper limit. It just so happens that Rudy's upper limit is very high, and that kind of leads him to believe that mana reserves are theoretically infinite, even though he's wrong about that. No, it was still too soon to come to that conclusion. For now, that would just be a hypothesis. Maybe it was like, maybe someone's power increased as they grew or something, and using magic through childhood might rapidly cause the upper limit to increase, which, yeah, that is kind of how it works. Which means I alone had a special quality that, no, I already said I wouldn't consider myself special, which, this is so interesting because he is actually, in this circumstance, he is special in that he has an adult's intellect. Again, I wouldn't say he's like an adult for real, but he has the memories of an adult. So that means he can think and process like an adult, and he can logically understand that training is actually a benefit so that he can kind of force himself to do it. And yeah, humbling himself. But like also just objectively, having an adult's brain in this situation would be a benefit to learning magic because you know that, hey, training will increase my capacity for mana, so I should force myself to train. Whereas a child would not necessarily be able to understand that. In my former world, they said that exercising while you were growing let your children develop more rapidly. Conversely, after you were done growing, improvement only went so far, even with intense effort. There's some truth to that. It's not entirely true. You can become pretty I think it's more that exercising at a young age kind of gets you used to it, so it becomes easier to keep up with that in the future. Where but even if you are already an adult, if you actually just start exercising regularly and keeping at it, you can do. There are limits to biology, but you can still improve in a lot of ways. We might be talking about magic in this world, but the realities of how the human body worked couldn't be that different. The principle was still the same, which meant there was only one thing for me to do: continue honing my skills as best I could while I was still growing up. Okay. I'm gonna use the bathroom after we get done with this chapter because I am drinking a lot of water to protect my voice as much as possible. Like I've already gotten nearly 2 liters, so yeah. Unfortunately, that's going to lead to bathroom breaks. The next day, I decided I was going to continue to push my magic to its limits daily, which increased how much I could use it. And I will say also, putting the honey in the water is actually really helping. So even though that wasn't like your intention, thank you to the person who reminded me to drink, because it made me think of, oh yeah, I can do this other thing to protect my voice. It actually really helped. Next week, I will say, I think I'm going to either try to, maybe I'll put this into a text-to-speech and read it that way, So just so I don't have to actually physically exert my voice, or maybe I'll also just. I actually was intending to go buy some milk before stream today, but I woke up too late for that to work because I don't know why. I must have been really asleep yesterday because I went to bed really early. So whatever. The next day, I decided I would continue to push my magic to its limits daily, which increased how much I could use it. As I could recreate the right feeling, casting a spell without an incantation was easy enough. I hope to master the beginner spells for each branch of magic before long. Okay, and I might do some explorations of that. Yeah, I probably would be a little bit more comfortable listening to like an AI voiceover than to like somebody else's voiceover, just because, you know, part of it is like I don't want to use other people's work unless I like really have to for the sake of the content. So I feel like my fair use of this, which even though legally I'm probably fine no matter what, I still feel like I'm not adding anything to the person's voiceover itself. But AI is just, you throw it into a program and then it just kind of spits it out. And also AI generated stuff can't be copyrighted, so there's that as well. Which, yeah, by the way, that's actually something everyone should know. Under United States law, I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, anything that is generated by AI is not eligible for copyright protections. So, if you ever see something that's AI generated and you want to use it for your own purposes, you can just do that, because it's all effectively, what it is kind of still in legal limbo. Like, we're not sure if it's public domain or if it belongs to anything else, but it's not copyright protected, so that's fun. I hope to master beginner spells for each branch of magic before long. By beginner spells, I meant the most basic spells that could be used for offense. This included spells like Water Ball and Fireball, as well as other, even more entry-level spells. Spells were broken up into 7 levels of difficulty, and this is another great explanation of just, how the world-building stuff works. And this, explains how magic is separated into its tiers, and it also leads to a good setup for when we go into swordplay, because it uses a similar ranking system. Spells were broken up into 7 levels of difficulty: beginner, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, imperial, and divine. Typically, magicians with training could use the advanced spells from the discipline of magic they focused on, but could only use beginner or intermediate spells from the other schools. Once someone was able to cast spells of a rank higher than advanced, they were acknowledged as a fire saint or water saint or whatever, depending on their chosen branch. Saint tier magic. I kind of hope to be that good someday. Which, again, it's so cool that he views this as such an impressive thing that he should aspire to. He gets there in this book, halfway through this book, and then he just does not even consider it impressive after that. Again, ironic, sort of, but it's more just a showcase of how Rudy continuously is hampered by his self-esteem, where he constantly downplays everything he's capable of. Even towards the end of his life, when he's more confident, he still kind of views himself as less impressive than he ever actually is. My magic textbook, however, only included fire, water, wind, and earth spells up to the advanced level. Where was I ever going to learn Saint tier magic then? No, I shouldn't dwell on that so much, I decided. In RPG Maker, again, I fucking love how they block out RPG Maker. Like, that's, I know that's because I know that's like a Japan-specific thing, but I find it so fucking funny, the ways they will block out brand names or change them up. Like, you'll see, like, the Wickdonalds. If you start out by making all your strongest monsters first, odds are it's just going to be frustrating. You need to start with the low-level stuff, like slimes. Yeah, there's some truth to that. There's a lot more to it that goes into designing a good game, but that doesn't really matter. Although I personally never managed to complete anything in that game, even when I did start with slimes. And I will say, granted, it's probably very hard to go into game design like that with no real experience. Because, RPG Maker, I think it's a great program. I think it's a great thing to exist. But also it results in a lot of slop coming out just because of how easy it is to make something functional. That, like, your skill in design doesn't necessarily lead to it just not working at all. So that's why you can produce a lot of really crappy stuff. Although, I played some absolute bangers on RPG Maker. I made a video on Monster Girl 1000 a while back, and it's really good. Lately, I've been playing through The Last Sovereign, and that's like blowing my fucking mind. But yeah, that's completely irrelevant, but it's cool. The beginner level water spells listed in the tome were as follows. Water Ball hurls a spherical projectile of water. Water Shield causes a spout of water to erupt from the ground, forming a wall. Water Arrow launches a bolt of water roughly 20 centimeters long at a target. Ice Smash strikes an opponent with a mound of ice. Ice Blade creates a sword made out of ice. These were all beginner spells, but the amount of magical power they required was very different, taking somewhere roughly between twice and 20 times as much as the basic Water Ball spell. For my fundamentals, I stuck to water magic. If I tried fire magic, I might accidentally burn the house down. And I also find that funny, because he actually does, like, destroy the house with the water magic. But, you know, it's also a logical thing to consider. It's like, yeah, playing with fire, literally, is probably not the best idea inside the home. Speaking of fire magic, the amount of magical energy you put into the spell affected the temperature of the results, so it stood to reason that advanced ice spells worked the same way. But despite the fact that the book claimed both Water Ball and Water Arrow were supposed to fly through the air, I wasn't able to get them to do that for some reason. I wasn't sure why. Was I getting some part of the spell wrong? I couldn't really tell. A textbook of magic did say something about the size and speed of spells. Maybe, after conjuring my projectiles, I needed to imbue it with an additional magical energy in order to control its movement, and again, I fucking love this. Unfortunately, I do not have my Spotify membership anymore. I used to. The reason I ended up getting rid of it was partly because they were starting to add advertisements and raising prices and all that stuff, and I didn't like that. It pissed me off that I was paying them money, and then when I listened to a podcast, they would still have ads on the podcast. Like, what the fuck? What am I paying you for? But also, the benefits of getting YouTube, because at the time I was driving for a living, so I would watch a lot of YouTube videos, or listen to a lot of YouTube videos, and having no ads on my mobile was a positive. And it also came with a music app as well, so even though it's not as good as Spotify, it's still better for me, personally. Let me see. Okay, speaking of fire magic, the amount of magical energy you put into a spell affected the temperature of the results. So it stood to reason that wait. No, I already read that. I decided to give it a try. Huh? I murmured as my spear of water grew larger. Whoa. And then splash. Oh, I dropped it on the floor again. After that, I experimented with making the water ball bigger and smaller. I tried creating 2 water balls at once, then attempted to change their sizes separately. I discovered a few things, but still didn't manage to make any of my spells fly. I also think it's really cool that the mechanics of how magic work actually really do function like a single-thread computer program, where you go from line to line to line of instructions, where, you know, if you just excise a line, there's no command to go to the next one. So that's why you have to kind of affect something to make things go the full way. Fire and wind spells remained floating in the air since they weren't subject to gravity, but they fizzled out and disappeared after a while. I tried using the wind to move with hovering orbs of flame, but I got the impression that something wasn't right with that. And again, another time skip, and I love how again, it shows that he's been trying every single day, and then he eventually figures it out just through brute force. It shows that it's not an immediate thing, which contradicts his idea that he's just naturally smart and his body is able to kind of teach him stuff that he shouldn't be able to know. It's actually his dedication that gets him to this deeper understanding, on top of the lucky start he had. 2 months later, thanks to a mistake in the studies, I managed to get a water ball to fly. As a result, it finally became clear why incantations were a key part of the process. All incantations followed a similar process: spell genesis, size determination, speed determination, and then activation. The caster was the one who regulated those 2 intermediary steps before completing the spell. First, the caster called forth the shape of the spell they wished to use. Next, there was a window of time where they could add additional magical power to impact its size. Third, after the size had been determined, there was another window for the caster to adjust the spell's velocity. Finally, the caster released the finished spell from their hand. That was how it worked, or at least how I understood it. The trick was to add magical power in 2 discrete stages after the initial casting. There was an order to it. Unless you did something to adjust the spell's size, you couldn't move on to adjusting its speed. It made sense that if you tried to change the spell's speed first, you'd only make it bigger and nothing more. In that vein, when using a spell without incanting, the caster had to hold that entire process in their head. That sounded like an inconvenience, but it did shorten the time it took to infuse the spell with power to affect its shape and speed. This allowed for a spell to be cast a few seconds quicker, which, I like this explanation. I think it's just a good way of kind of dumping the information on you. And I mean, this section of the book is very exposition heavy, but I mean, it's for a reason. I was also able to tweak the process of creating the initial spell. For instance, this wasn't listed in the book, but it was possible to freeze a water ball and turn it into an ice ball. That sort of thing. Again, another showcase of that the understanding of magic in this world is not, completely accurate. So, nice subtle reinforcing of that core concept. And also, it just makes it make much more sense when they start innovating on things and start doing things that, you wouldn't necessarily expect. It all fits because they established it early on. If I kept up my studies, maybe I'd be able to pull off the Kaiser Phoenix, or something like that. Lots of things could work. It all depends on what ideas come to mind. This was starting to get fun. Still, fundamentals were important. I needed to build up my magical potential before I started experimenting. I had 2 items on my training regimen now, increasing my magical reserves and making silent spellcasting second nature. Setting goals that were too grand upfront would only lead to disappointment. The trick was to start small. It's really funny, he's already kind of gaslit himself into, Dragon Quest reference. I haven't played a lot of Dragon Quest, so that's something I need to do. I've only played about half the Final Fantasy games, and I own most of them, so I've been meaning to fix that, but I also need to play Dragon Quest at some point. There's a lot on my list. But I also love how he's already gaslit himself into not realizing that silent spellcasting is impressive, so he's like, start small, just master this thing that puts you as like a god tier, not as in like actual god tier in this thing, but like god tier as in the phrase that we use in the real world. Starting small to him is mastering this highly impressive skill, and I find that funny. Okay then, it was time to buckle down and do it. Every day from that point on, I practiced my beginner tier spells until I was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. Okay, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Okay, there we go. I forgot to unmute my mic. So yeah, let me just double check, make sure all the audio stuff is working, and it looks like it is. And it's kind of nice that I realized that the music actually still plays on stream when I do the BRB screen. So that's nice to know for future. I think even in streams where I'm not doing this, I'll probably put music on when the BRB screen is up. So good to know. Just pull my stuff back. There we go. Okay. Chapter 4, Master. I turned 3 years old, so again, a 2-year time skip. A lot of time skips, especially in this first book. I'd recently finally learned my parents' names. My father was Paul Greyrat, my mother was Zenith Greyrat, and my name was Rudius Greyrat, the firstborn son of the Greyrat family. My parents didn't refer to each other by their first names, and they called me Rudy for short, so it took some time to learn what all of our actual formal names were, which, I mean, that's amusing. I also do, in hindsight, find it very interesting that Paul doesn't actually have take on his branch family name, because we know that he's a Notos Greyrat. So realistically, his name is Paul Notos Greyrat, but he just goes by Greyrat, which, I mean, part of it is probably because he kind of rejects the Greyrat family structure, although he kind of sort of dips his toes back into it again just when he decides to settle down, but, you know, it's an interesting question. My, Rudy really does love that book, doesn't he? Zenith said with a smile as I puttered about with a textbook of magic in hand, as I usually did. My parents didn't seem bothered by the way I always lugged the book around. Oh, he can't use Notos? Okay, that makes sense. I forget a lot of the little details like that, I'll be honest. Even when I was eating, I'd keep it tucked under my arm. Oh, he was disowned. Okay, that's interesting because he does still kind of have his ties to the family. So it's not like he's, like, completely banished, but... yeah, okay, no, that's interesting. Yeah. I did, however, make a point never to read it in front of them. Not because I wanted to keep my talents a secret, but because I wasn't sure what this world's views on magic were. Back in my old world, for instance, witch hunts had been a thing. You know, where they'd burn suspected magicians alive for heresy, which... yeah, I mean, he's gonna mention it in the next sentence, but, like... he's reading a magical textbook. He shouldn't be thinking that magic is going to be taboo, or they probably wouldn't have a readily accessible textbook. I mean, or even if it is, you could probably assume that his family doesn't care since, first of all, he saw his mother using magic, and secondly, again, they own the textbook of magic. But that's just kind of Rudy having his, like, Murphy's Law mindset, where he just assumes the worst of everything, or assumes the possibility of the worst, and it kind of, you know, it hinders him from taking action sometimes. Of course, considering that my magic textbook was something of a practical guide, magic probably wasn't considered heresy in this world. But that didn't mean people might not still take a dim view of it. Again, I feel like his family would be cool with it regardless, because they own the magic textbook. Like, they probably wouldn't own such a thing if they cared. Maybe magic was something you only did when you were grown. If nothing else, magicians risked blacking out if they used it too much. People might think it could stunt a child's growth. That's more realistic, but still in the territory of wild speculation. With all that in mind, I decided to keep my magical aptitude a secret from my family. As it was, I'd had to practice casting spells out the window, so there was a chance I'd be found out anyway. I didn't have much choice in that, though, not if I wanted to test how quickly I could launch my spells. Our maid, whose name was Lilia apparently, would occasionally give me stern looks, but my parents remained as blasé as ever, so I was pretty sure I was safe. If people tried to stop me, I wouldn't fight it, but I didn't want to squander my childhood while I still had it. I needed to flex my talents now before they set and become too rigid. Now was the time for me to make the most of things. And again, it's just showing that, you know, the whole thing is about him reaching a turning point, which in this case was dying, and using that as kind of the catalyst for making significant change in your life. And again, he's kind of correcting the mistakes he made in his old life. Sort of. Not entirely, but sort of. Then, one afternoon, my secret magic training came to an end. My magical reserves had grown a decent amount, so I went through the incantation for an intermediate tier spell rather casually. Again, like 2 years in of self-study, he's already intermediate tier. When he learns that advanced tier is where most people cap out, which again he just doesn't even realize the disconnect there. The water cannon, size 1, speed 0. I figured that, as usual, the water would pool into my bucket. Maybe it would flow over, but surely not by too much. So I cast the spell and launched forth an impressive amount of water that blasted a massive hole in the wall. I stood there, dumbstruck, watching as water dripped from the wooden edges of that hole. I was too flummoxed to think of what to do. I love the word flummoxed. It's... okay, so... complete tangent. This is completely irrelevant to what we're talking about, but every time I think of flummoxed, I think of... so I like Darkest Dungeon. I haven't played it in a while, but there were, in the first game, they at one point added a PvP mode to it, and... so I remember playing it, and each turn is timed so that games don't last forever. But if you take more than a couple seconds, the narrator would start make a comment, and at the start it was always he only had one line for they're taking some time to think, which was the buffoon is flummoxed, and so. I don't know. I always think of that when I hear the word flummoxed, and it makes me laugh. Given the size of the hole, people would know it had been made by magical means. There was nothing I could do to change that now. I had always been quick to give up. Paul was the first to rush into the room. "What happened?" he cried out. "Whoa!" His jaw dropped at the hole in the wall. "What the hell? Wait, Rudy, are you okay?" Paul was a good guy. It was obvious that I was the one who'd done this, but all he cared about was that I was all right. He went on his guard, carefully checking the surroundings. And again, I also find it really funny that Rudy is surprised by that. I'll be honest, I don't know any parent who is active in their kid's life who would not prioritize the well-being of their kid over anything else, which is, I don't know, just shows how little Rudy understands how people work. "Was there a monster?" he muttered under his breath. "No, not around these parts." "Oh, goodness," said Zenith as she came into the room. She was always a lot calmer than my dad. Again, something I mentioned in the anime is that the anime version of Zenith is very different from the book version of Zenith, where, book Zenith is still a very, is a very refined, noble lady, essentially. Very kind, very motherly, doesn't have that kind of aristocratic assholery that a lot of noble characters have, but, again, a reserved, refined person, compared to the anime where she was kind of happy and bubbly, and I prefer the anime depiction of her. I think it works better for the tragedy of her later state. It's much more of a contrast with the anime Zenith, but yeah, it's a noteworthy thing. She looked first at the shattered wall, then at the pool of water on the floor. Huh? Her gaze shot to my magic textbook and fixed on the page it was open to. My mother looked back and forth between me and the book, then crouched in front of me. She looked me in the eye, her mouth curled into a warm smile. The smile didn't reach her eyes, though. It was pretty scary. I think that's Rudy just projecting, where, I think that, Zenith at this point was, very inquisitive. Not, upset or anything like that, but she was, curious. It's not just a display of affection. It's I'm trying to figure something out. And Rudy misinterprets that as she's upset. I wanted to look away, but I tried as hard as I could to keep my gaze locked with Zenith's. If I had learned anything from my time as a jobless freeloader, it was that getting petulant and defiant when you'd done something bad only made the situation worse. So I wasn't going to take my eyes off hers no matter what. Right now, I needed to show sincerity, and the simplest way to do that was to make eye contact. At least you would look sincere, regardless of how you felt. So, I also like this passage in hindsight as well. For one big reason, I think it actually amplifies the fight Rudy has with Paul later into the book, because one thing I talk about a lot is that Rudy's early state is he's very logical. He very much tries to act the way he thinks he's supposed to act. So when he reacts to something, he doesn't react out of emotion. He thinks it through and reacts the way he thinks he's supposed to react. One of the times that changes is when Paul is chastising him for what he thinks he did after protecting Sylvie from the bullies. And eventually, Rudy just kind of loses his shit and gets aggressive. He gets manipulative. He starts poking at Paul's buttons and all this stuff. But, if you think about this, where he says, okay, you know what? I'm in trouble. I need to do what I can to minimize the trouble that I'm in. It's really telling that he doesn't do that with Paul, because, you'd think that he would just kind of take the L for the time being until the record was cleared up later. And this is a good setup to show how he would normally engage with being in trouble, even though he doesn't realize that he's not in trouble. Rudy, did you speak some of the words from that book out loud? Zenith asked. I'm sorry, I replied with a tiny nod. A straightforward apology was best when you'd done something wrong. I was the only one who could have done this, so lying about it would only damage my parents' trust in me. Back in my old life, I told casual lie after casual lie until no one trusted me. I wasn't going to make that mistake again. Sorry, Paul asked. That was an intermediate tier Oh, honey, did you hear that? Zenith interrupted, practically squeaking. Oh, I just knew our boy was a genius. She balled her hands into tiny fists and hopped around in ecstasy. Okay, so that is pretty close to anime Zenith. That's the kind of thing she would do. But, I don't know, it's it's great. You kind of knew that it was gonna kind of turn out like this, but, it's nice to see this moment relieving the tension. Well, she sure was in a good mood. I guess that meant the apology was accepted. Again, Rudy is just so... I love these moments where it's so obvious what's going on, and then Rudy just completely misses it, which... It's good storytelling, and it's a good way of showcasing just what's going on without having to actually have it explained to the reader. Zenith was clearly thrilled by this development, but Paul still appeared at a loss. Wait, hold on, he said, looking at me. We haven't even taught you how to read yet, or we'll have to hire a tutor for him right away. Oh, he's going to grow up to be an amazing magician, I just know it. Zenith's reaction to my ability to use magic was one of barely contained glee. Evidently, my fears that children shouldn't use magic were unfounded. And I also do like how he's able to, kind of reevaluate things when he's proven wrong about stuff, because that's actually an important thing for him moving forward. Like, he doesn't get super stubborn in his ways, until he does. Meanwhile, Lilia had casually and wordlessly begun to clean up. Either she already knew I could use magic, or she'd had her suspicions. Since this ability didn't appear to be so bad, it seemed she hadn't cared that much. Or maybe she just wanted to see my parents happy. Honey, let's head into Roa tomorrow and post a job for a tutor, Zenith said. We need to make sure Rudy can hone his talents. Zenith was over the moon, rambling on and on about how her son was a genius for suddenly demonstrating a knack for magic, and I couldn't tell whether she was just being a proud mother or if being able to use an intermediate level spell was considered that impressive. Both. It had to be the former, right? And again, he knows that advanced level is where people tend to cap out, so he's just gaslighting himself. And again, this is just a great showcase of Rudy's low self-esteem, by the fact that he's just casually downplaying things as soon as he becomes capable of them. She hadn't seen me practicing any of my magic, so her saying that she just knew I was a genius meant she'd already decided that for herself, without any basis. No, that wasn't exactly true. She clearly had some kind of intuition. I did talk to myself a lot. Even when I was reading, I'd mutter out words or phrases that I liked aloud. Ever since I came to this world, I'd been sub-vocalizing things while reading. At first it was all in Japanese, but after picking up the local tongue, I subconsciously started using that instead. When Zenith heard me utter words, she would pipe up to explain what they meant. This was also how I learned a lot of the world's proper nouns, but that's not really relevant here. I don't know, I think, again, it's interesting how he's just kind of, oh yeah, by the way, da-da-da-da. And that also does connect to what Lilia was hearing from him earlier, was that he was sub-vocalizing in Japanese. Nobody had said anything as I went about teaching myself this world's language. Nobody taught me the words I was reading either. From my parents' perspective, they were seeing their child read when he hadn't been taught, as well as speaking the contents of books aloud. And I will say, reading is another thing you can kind of pick up if you engage with it at a young age. Well, where, like, I went into kindergarten already kind of knowing the basics of reading, and the big reason for that is my parents read to me when I was a kid pretty much every night. And also, they always put me in front of Sesame Street, which teaches basic reading as well, so I actually had a foundation in reading before kindergarten when a lot of my classmates didn't. Of course they'd think I was a genius. I mean, if it were my kid, that's what I'd think. That's how it went to my past life after my younger brother was born. He was faster to grow up, faster in picking things up compared to me or my older brothers, including speaking and walking. My parents were the sort of easygoing folks who'd cheekily say, "Oh, I wonder if he's a genius," even when it was nothing that impressive. I had to keep in mind that, while I might have been a jobless high school dropout, I also had the mental age of a person in his mid-30s. I could do this. "Honey, we have to get him a home tutor," Zenith said. "I'm sure we'll be able to find a great magic instructor in Roa." Apparently, parents were the same no matter where you were. Anytime a kid showed some inkling of a special talent, it's straight to making sure they get the proper special education for their gifts. In my old life, my parents heaped praise on my younger brother for being such a genius and gave him a whole bunch of stuff to learn. Paul was less enthusiastic about Zenith's suggestion to find me a home tutor for magic. "Hold up now, didn't you promise that if we had a boy we'd raise him to be a knight? So a girl would be a magician, but a boy would be a knight? They must have agreed to that before I was born." "But he can already use intermediate magic at his age," Zenith rebutted. "With the right training, he'd be an amazing magician." "A promise is a promise, though." No, so I think it's be relevant that Rudy was a middle child of many in his past life. Yeah, that's also true. I know that middle children go through a unique experience growing up, typically. "Don't you talk to me about promises. You break promises all the time. We're not talking about me right now." And so my parents got into a bit of a spat, while Lilia continued calmly going about her duties. The argument dragged on for a bit, until as Lilia finished cleaning up. She said with a sigh, "What if he studies magic in the morning and practices swordplay in the afternoons?" And again, I love that. I love how Lilia, she's, first of all, the logical one who's, like, able to kind of immediately see the obvious conclusion. But also, like, you can kind of, just mentioning that she had a sigh, you can kind of tell she's like, "These fucking idiots, holy shit, just, this is solvable." And I don't know, I just find it funny because, I mean, these three all get along with one another. Like, I know Lilia becomes one of Zenith's good friends, and Paul obviously grows attached to Lilia as well, but... Yeah, and you actually have a good point, Thomas. That could be a factor as well. I know, like, we don't really ever get enough time with about Rudy's old life to really come to a definitive conclusion, but that definitely could be a factor. And although I still would put the majority of the blame on the fact that, like, they didn't realize that he had this trauma and didn't get him any kind of help, which he really needed. That suggestion would put the argument to rest, and my silly parents decided on their kids' studies without bothering to take his feelings into account. Well, no big deal. I did promise to give it all in my new life after all. And so it was decided that a home tutor should be hired for me. I gathered that the position of personal instructor to a young noble who was a well-paying one. Paul was one of the few knights in the area, which made him fairly low-ranking middle noble himself. So I wondered whether he could offer competitive pay. We learned that he can, but no, that's neither here nor there. We were out in the sticks on the far border of the kingdom, though, and out in the frontier, high-level talent, especially for something like a magician, was in short supply. If we put in a request to something like a Mages Guild or Adventurers Guild, would anyone even respond? My parents also seemed worried by that prospect, but they apparently found someone promptly because my lessons were going to start the next day. And since there was no inn in our village, my teacher would be living with us. My parents were fairly certain that my teacher would be some retired adventurer. Young people wouldn't come all the way to the boonies, and there was no shortage of jobs for royal magicians back in the capital. As I understood it, in this world, only advanced-level magicians taught the arcane arts, so whoever we got would be at least an intermediate or advanced level adventurer, possibly higher. Although it's also interesting because he doesn't know how adventuring ranks work. He doesn't realize their letter grades, so that's kind of funny. And let's see. This part also helps establish the three adult characters. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I firmly believe that the purpose of Volume 1, aside from just introducing the baseline story and Rudy and all that stuff, is to give him some time to bond with Roxy and Sylphie early on before they actually become really relevant to the story and set them up as important to him. And off of that, thanks for stopping by, Thomas. I appreciate having you here. In my mind's eye, I pictured a middle-aged or elderly fellow with many years of diligent study under his belt, complete with a long beard that was the requisite for such wizards. Again, he's kind of just applying things to his otaku bias. I'm Roxy. It's a pleasure to meet you. My expectations were quite off the mark. The person who showed up was a young girl, maybe of junior high age. Again, he doesn't know that just yet, but we're introducing the stereotypical lolly magician, even though Roxy's actually like about Rudy's age, all things considered. She's in her late 30s, but again, he doesn't know that, and it makes sense to introduce somebody who kind of conforms to Rudy's biased expectations. She was clad in brown, wizardly robes, her blue hair styled into braids, her posture prim and proper, her white skin looked untouched by the sun, and her eyes were somewhat sleepy. Her expression didn't exactly radiate sociability, and despite her lack of glasses, she looked like the sort of girl who liked to hole up in a library with her nose in a book. In one hand she carried a bag, in the other she held a staff befitting a magician. The family came to greet her together, my mother carrying me in her arms, and then we get our first illustration of Roxy. And I will say the anime did a very good job adapting the characters visually to the animation medium. They look like exactly like the Shirotaka's artwork. It's pretty impressive, actually. My parents looked her over at a total loss for words. No wonder, really. This couldn't have been what they were expecting at all. When hiring someone to be a home tutor, you'd figure you'd get someone a bit further on in years, and instead, here was the little thing. It was this little thing. And I also do like this misconception he has, which is actually cleared up pretty soon, is the fact that they're actually more surprised about her hair color, because green hair is related to the Superd, so that's puts people on edge, and it's not her apparent age, because they dealt with demons before, so they knew that some people didn't look the same age as humans. With all the video games I'd played, the idea of a magician lolly wasn't terribly unusual to me. Underage, scornful eyes, socially awkward. That right there was the trifecta. She was perfect. I wanted her to be my bride. Again, funny line for sure. And it is also amusing to realize that the anime really toned down that line as well, because Anime Rudy is actually significantly less of a horny pervert than Book Rudy is. Oh, are you the home tutor? Zenith finally asked. Aren't you a little, Paul managed. My parents were fumbling with their words, so I decided to be direct and finish my father's sentence. You're little. Hey, you're sure one to talk, Roxy snapped back. She sure seemed to be touchy about the subject, and I wasn't even talking about her breasts, which, that's such a funny line, but, I also do love how Rudy just kind of instinctively acted in the way a little kid does, like, that's just, I don't know, that makes me laugh. Because, like, a little kid just kind of blurting out the obvious elephant in the room is kind of, that's to be expected. Roxy let out a sigh. So where's this student of mine, she asked, looking around. Oh, that would be our boy right here, Zenith replied, bouncing me slightly in her arms. I gave Roxy a cheeky wink. Her eyes went wide and she sighed once more. Ugh, this happens sometimes, she muttered under her breath. Kid shows signs of growing up a little fast, and the damn parents get it in their heads that he's got a special talent. Hey, I heard that, Roxy. I mean, I totally agreed with her, but still. You say something? Paul asked. Oh, nothing, she replied. I'm just not sure that your son would be able to understand the principles of magic. Oh, don't you worry, Zenith said, brimming with motherly pride. Our little Rudy here is brilliant. And again, I just love how Zenith and Paul are kind of just falling into the stereotype of the overly indulgent parents who are just, again, so excited they think the world of their kid, but they're actually right this time. It's I don't know, I find it very funny. A lot of like little subtle cheeky humor in this that's like almost in contrast with Rudy's like more direct memey humor. Yet again, Roxy sighed. All right then, I'll suppose I'll just have to do what I can. She sounded like she'd already decided it was futile. And so that was the first day of taking classes with Roxy in the morning and practicing swordplay with Paul in the afternoon. Okay, so this magic textbook here, actually, before we get to that, how about we see how much magic you can use, Rudy? Roxy had taken me to the yard for our first lesson. I gathered that magic was something typically practiced outside. Heck, I'd already learned firsthand what could happen when you let loose with magic inside the house. People don't want to go around blowing holes into walls or anything. First, I'll demonstrate. Let the vast and blessed waters converge where thou wilt, and issue forth a single pure stream thereof. Water ball. As Roxy chanted her incantation, an orb of water about the size of a basketball formed in her palm. Then she hurled it at high speed at one of the trees in our yard. The water ball snapped the tree in half as if it were a mere twig and drenched the fence behind it. That must have been a size 3, speed 4 if I had to guess. Which, again, I think it's also interesting that he's kind of categorizing the size and speed into actual, like, breakpoints as opposed to the reality where it's probably just a sliding scale. I don't know for sure because I obviously I can't use Mushoku Tensei magic, but I think that's a reasonable interpretation. Well, Roxy asked, what do you think? My mom has always loved that tree and spends a lot of time caring for it, so I think she's going to be pretty angry. Huh? Really? Without a doubt. One time when Paul was slinging his sword around, he accidentally lopped off one of the tree's branches, but Zenith hadn't been terribly mad about it. Oh, that's not good, Roxy stammered, rushing over to the tree in a panic. I have to do something about this. With a grunt, she hefted the fallen trunk back into place, then, red in the face and straining with exertion, she began to chant. Ugh. Let this divine power be as satisfying nourishment, giving one who has lost their strength the strength to rise again. Healing. Slowly and surely, the trunk of the tree worked its way back into its original position. Okay, credit where credit was due. That was pretty amazing. Whew, Roxy breathed. You can use healing magic too, miss? Oh, yes, anything up through intermediate tier spells. Yeah, I agree, Amir. I also really liked this scene in the anime. It's, I don't know. It was... I think also just in the anime in general, when they used magic early on, back when everyone was using incantations, including in their showcases, except for Rudy, obviously, but it was just... It had an effect overall. Like, it was... There was something cinematic about it that was... I wouldn't say it was lost later on, but it became less of a prominent thing later in the anime. Oh wow, that's amazing. Oh, not at all. With the proper training, anyone could do this. Roxy's tone was somewhat curt, but the corners of her mouth softened and her nose wiggled proudly. Again, that's just an adorable thing. And we know that Roxy's whole thing was trying to escape her childhood, but like she's also has some childish things that she retains partly as a result of her trying to cast them off. Yeah, she was happy, all right. All it took was laying on some praise. Man, she was easy to please. All right, Rudy, you give it a try. Okay, I held out my hand and crap, it had been nearly a year since I performed Water Ball by using the incantation, and I couldn't remember how it went. Roxy had just said it, though. Let's see. How does it go again? Let the vast and blessed waters converge where thou wilt, and issue forth a single pure stream thereof, Roxy said matter-of-factly. She apparently figured this was well within my capabilities. She said it so matter-of-factly, though, that I couldn't remember it after hearing it just the once. Let the vast and blessed waters, I began, before failing to recall the rest, so I cut the incantation short. I conjured a ball of water just a little smaller and just a little slower than Roxy had. After all, if I outdid her, she might get all pouty. Hey, I like to be nice to younger girls. Again, it's just... I love the little subtle little bits of storytelling they're doing there, where Rudy, again, he cuts the incantation short and does the rest manually, and then he completely draws attention away from it, focusing on how he's trying to not outdo her just because he's, being stupid. Despite the fact that him cutting the incantations short is like a big deal. The basketball-sized water ball struck its mark with a splash, the tree creaking and cracking as it fell over. Roxy fixed her gaze on this sight, her expression stiffening. You cut your incantation off, didn't you? She asked. Yeah. Uh-oh. Was I in trouble? That's right. The magic textbook didn't say anything about casting spells without incantation. I'd done it as if it wasn't a big deal, but maybe this was some cultural taboo. Again, if he really thought about it, the book mentions it as just a high-level thing. So he's just, Murphy's Lawing it. Or maybe she was angry that I'd pulled off something that should have required a lot more training. Hopefully she'd just admonish me for being sloppy with my chanting or something. Do you usually cut your incantations short like that? She asked. I wasn't sure how to answer that, and after some wavering, decided to be honest. I actually, don't use them at all. After all, I was going to be studying under her, so she'd figure it out eventually. Not at all? Roxy's eyes were wide with shock and disbelief as she looked down at me. She quickly regained her composure, however. Ah, yes, now I get it. That makes sense. Are you feeling tired right now, then? Okay, and again, I love how you see the reality of things in other people's reactions, where when another person learns that Rudy can silent cast, they're immediately like, what the fuck? That's insane. Even though he has been just consistently downplaying it ever since he first figured it out. So, again, little subtle things like that are a great way to showcase Rudy's low self-esteem without feeling like it's really being pushed in your face. Because that's actually something a lot of writers struggle with, is they continually draw attention to a certain character, not necessarily even just a character flaw, but a part of a character's personality, and they never really fully... it never feels real just because they keep the author keeps trying to draw your attention to it. Whereas here, it's just a thing that consistently just kind of tweaks the way the story is being told, and you can pick up on it without actually having to really know, to really have it explained to you. So, one thing I say all the time is that Mushoku Tensei is a very well-written story, not just because I like it, not just because the plot is exciting, not just because the characters are good, but on a technical level, it is extremely impressive, and the more I read it, every time I reread it, I notice more stuff going on. Yeah, honestly, that's true. There's definitely not the most common thing that people do. I know not a lot of people will read books on stream, but you know, my stream viewership really likes Mushoku Tensei. We just got through the anime, so you know, we're kind of Mushoku Tensei brained at the moment, and you know, the light novel was kind of the logical next step. I mean, I even polled it, and light novels won by a pretty significant margin. Let's see. A little, but I'm alright. I see. Well, the size and force of your water ball was just fine. Thank you. Finally, Roxy cracked a smile. A real one. And then she muttered to herself, maybe it is worth training this kid. And again, I love this starting point of Roxy where she's like actually just really excited that she has someone she can actually like teach for real. And it's like, yeah. Like she has this passion for teaching, and it's very endearing, but it also sets up some interesting story stuff for later on, back when Rudy eventually outpaces her, and that kind of makes her a little bit self-conscious because she's actually kind of realized her potential by that point, and now she feels just almost like worthless, like she doesn't have a purpose if Rudy is just her superior in every way, so at least magically speaking. Again, I can still hear you. Okay, let's move on to the next spell, Roxy said, excitedly, flipping through the magic book some more. Ah! From behind us, a screen split the air. Zenith had come outside to see how things were doing. She dropped the beverage-laden tray she had been carrying and brought both hands to her mouth as she looked over at the mangled, toppled tree. Sadness filled her face. That's actually a pretty nice reminder of, Rudy was mentioning that Zenith cared about the tree, and then they, mentioned that Rudy knocked it down, and they almost kind of forgot about it before quickly reminding the reader. Clever way of kind of distracting you from important pieces of information, only to have it come back later on and kind of shock you with it. A moment later, that sadness was replaced with livid anger. She stomped over to Roxy, getting right in her face. Miss Roxy, honestly, could you please not use my trees for experimentation? Hey, Rudy's the one who did it. If Rudy did it, it was because you let him. The whites of Roxy's eyes grew, her body tensing as if a thunderclap had just gone out. Then she hung her head. Hey, that's what you get for trying to shift the blame onto a 3-year-old. No, you're absolutely right, she murmured. Please see to it that it doesn't happen again, young lady. It won't, ma'am. I'm so sorry. And again, I like this scene as well because it just shows the ways that Roxy still acts like a little kid, where again, her kind of immediate response was to kind of, again, try to deflect like a kid instead of just kind of owning up to it. But then she kind of corrects herself and then does like, yeah, no, I fucked up. I apologize. I'm the adult. I'm in charge. And then in the next few lines, we'll see that she kind of takes it as the end of the world, which is, again, like another very little kid thing to do, even though realistically, Zenith heals the tree and it's just like, hey, just don't let it happen again. Zenith went over the tree and restored it to its former beauty with her healing magic before heading back into the home. Well, I sure messed this up pretty quickly, Roxy mused. Miss, I'm guessing I'll be let go tomorrow. She sat down on the ground, drawing little circles in the dirt, which, again, adorable. I loved the way they showed this in the anime. I thought it was very funny. Wow, she really could not take even the slightest punishment, could she? I stood next to her and patted her shoulder, but said nothing. Rudy? First, I'll demonstrate. Well, no, I will figure this out eventually, how this all works. I wasn't sure what to do after patting her on the shoulder. I hadn't really struck up a conversation with anyone in close to 20 years. I couldn't find the words to comfort her. I honestly don't know what the right thing to say in this sort of situation was. Let's see. Volume 1 analysis got me to pick the light novel back up, got through a few volumes, skipped straight ahead from volume 13 to 18. Blasphemous, but I wanted the characters I liked back, so thanks for that. Hey, I'm happy to do that. I mean, this was kind of just my way of kind of expressing my enjoyment of this series, and I mean, that video, as much as it didn't do amazingly for view-wise, like, it did okay, but not great. Like, definitely not enough to justify the dozens of hours I took on it, but I did notice that the people who watched it seemed to really like it, so that was, that was kind of a redeeming quality for me. It's like, even though it didn't get the views I was hoping for, it was really well received, and that's all cool. Let's see. No, I just needed to calm down and think. What would the protagonist of an adult dating sim say to comfort someone at a time like this? Okay, and that, again, that's of course that's funny, but also, as somebody who has played my fair share of adult dating sims, because visual novels and eroge are kind of where I've kind of made my splash in YouTube, but so I also know that they are not exactly very realistic, because I will be honest, picking the right dialogue choices does not ever in real life result in a harem. So, but of course, this is Rudy's only kind of framework for socialization, because it seems like even when he did play video games and online stuff, he never did anything like with other people or cooperatively. I mean, he did mention he was in MMOs, but I don't think he ever really formed a group, because he couldn't interact with people. Okay, I was pretty sure it would do something like this. You didn't fail here, miss. Rudy, you just earned some more experience, that's all. Roxy was taken aback. Yes, you're right. Thank you. Uh-huh. So could you please continue with our lesson? And so, right from day one, I formed a little bond with Roxy. And I really like that as well, because it's funny, because despite Rudy just going like, it was like the most awkward way to do that conversation. But because he's a 3-year-old in this sense, it actually comes off as really endearing, because from Roxy's perspective, it's this little kid earnestly trying to cheer her up, and just the fact that that's what's happening is what makes it work. Not the fact that, not what he actually said, which was just, fucking cringy, basically. I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom again. Sorry, drinking a lot of water. Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting for me. And if you're not already gone, enjoy the. Hope you enjoy your work. I know that's not always the case, but let me quickly just check audio levels. Yep, that's working. That's working. And oops, oh shit. Okay, I accidentally clicked on something else. So depending on which monitor it pops up on. I might have to close it out. Okay, no, it popped up on my other monitor, so you guys won't be bothered by it. But it's running slow, so I just got to exit out of this program. So there we go. Okay, let's get back to it. I think this, next week I'm definitely going to find a text-to-speech or something similar to protect my voice a little bit, because, you know, I'm able to handle this, but my voice is getting very tired, so let me just see how much longer we have in this. Okay, so, yeah, I think I can get to the end of this chapter, and that'll be a good ending point. But yeah, next week I'll find something to essentially read it to us. I don't know exactly what that'll be, but I'll figure it out. Afternoons were spent practicing swordplay with Paul. We didn't have a wooden practice sword suitable for a toddler of my stature, so our focus was on physical training, running, push-ups, sit-ups, that sort of thing. According to Paul, getting my body used to moving was the first priority. On the days he was too busy to train with me, he told me to keep up with my fundamentals. Guess dads are like that in every world. I just had to grin and bear it. And, okay, I also do find that funny just because Paul does kind of throw himself into the fatherhood lifestyle to try to, you know, it's important to him to be a good dad, and he kind of is almost a little too eager to do it. A young child doesn't have the stamina to spend an entire afternoon exercising, so we'd finish up around mid-afternoon. That being the case, I decided to spend my time between then and dinner working on spells. Adjusting the size of a spell increased the amount of magical power needed to fuel it. There was a default amount of power a spell took to cast if you put no conscious effort into it when the incantation finished, and making a spell larger than that consumed an accordingly greater amount of magical power. Sort of like the law of conservation of mass, which, yeah, that's not quite accurate, but, like, I get what it's going for here. Curiously, however, making a spell smaller also consumed more magical power. I wasn't quite sure of the principle at work here, but creating a ball of water the size of a fist took less magical energy than creating one the size of a raindrop. It was weird. I asked Roxy about it, but she just said, yeah, that's how it goes. And I don't know if they ever really explain how that works, but I'm guessing it's just like, because there's like a default that exists by just pooling the mana together, and then it's the actual adjustment that costs extra mana, not the change to the result. Like, it's not like making a bigger water ball spell is more mana because you imbue more, adding more water, but because you're adjusting what's already there. That's my guess. Yeah, honestly, I think we're close enough to the end of the chapter that I can just kind of push through it, because, like, I'm not actually, like, mentally, I'm actually fully ready to go. Like, I'm still very much enjoying this, but I get it. It's just my voice is getting a little tired, but I not to the point where it's actually like a significant problem yet. So I can get to the end of the chapter, and that'll be what we do, and then that'll probably also be a pretty good baseline for how much to shoot for in a stream. To, you know, shoot for 4 chapters per stream, which actually would lead it to 3 streams per book, which actually, you know, that's a good time. Although extra chapters are probably gonna, doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Where was I? I really need to mark my spots when I go on tangents. Okay. Apparently that hadn't been explained yet. I didn't know the mechanisms by which magic worked, but through practice, getting a handle on the methods wasn't so bad. My magical reserves had grown to the point that I wouldn't burn through them unless I cast large spells. If my goal had been simply to use up my magical power, then I could have just kept unleashing the strongest spells I had until I was drained. After a while, though, I wanted to move on to the actual applications of magic, so I decided to focus on practicing more precise spellcasting. I wanted to make my effects smaller, narrower in scope, more complex, for instance, creating sculptures out of ice. And, okay, that's also... It's funny considering he basically does that with earth magic later on, and that becomes his figurine business, which... Again, I find it funny to see these little things get set up so early. Making my fingertip glow with fire to write on planks of wood, taking dirt from the backyard and separating it into its constituent components. I almost wonder if this line of logic, if you go really down to the mechanics and really are able to separating the soil into its components, like, I wonder if you could get deep enough to split an atom and cause a nuclear explosion. there probably wouldn't be any way to do that safely since you kind of have to be all up in there, but it's funny to think of. Locking and unlocking doors and so on. Reshaping something that was already hardy and solid was obviously more difficult. Working to reshape something hard as metal, for instance, cost more magical power. Working your magic on something smaller, or something more intricate, or attempting to work with both speed and precision at once expended vastly more power as well. The concentration and effect it took felt like trying to throw a fastball and thread the eye of a needle at the same time. Okay, actually, that's a pretty good analogy to showcase how that must feel like, since, obviously we can't use magic, so we don't have any direct way of doing this. And what the fuck? Oh, Cat's playing with the new toy, so I guess that was a good purchase I made. I didn't even go to the store for that toy, but she seems obsessed with it, and yeah, I actually like... She's much more easy to deal with when she is occupied. One night, while practicing some magic, I heard the lascivious sounds of a creaking bed frame and lurid moaning coming from somewhere. Well, not somewhere, really. It was coming from Paul and Zenith's bedroom. And my, were the sounds vigorous. In the not-too-distant future, I might be welcoming a little brother or sister. Again, it is just, so strange to see his different reactions to sex than he had in his previous life. Again, it's showing that even though he hasn't done any, real growth or healing just yet, he did get a little bit done on his own. Hopefully a sister. No more younger brothers for me. In my mind's eye, I could still see my past life's younger brother winding up for full swing with his bat, smashing my beloved PC to bits. I didn't need a younger brother. Again, humorous, but shows that he's still dealing with some of that trauma. But a kid sister would be nice. Oh man. In my old life, I'd just stay put and bang on either the wall or the floor to shut people up whenever I was disturbed by sounds like these. Thanks to that, my older sister stopped bringing guys home entirely. Man, that brought back memories. Again, that shows the difference that we've been seeing even since he first reincarnated. At the same time, I'd always thought that people who did that sort of thing were blights on the world. It reminded me of the people who used to bully me, sneering down at me from a position out of my reach, filling me with an anger I had no outlet for. Even if the perpetrator was somehow brought low to my level, he'd still look at me and ask, "What, you're still here?" It was the worst. But things weren't like that anymore. Maybe because I was now a child, or because it was my parents going at it, or just because I was more focused on my future. Hearing them doing their business actually brightened my mood. I could tell roughly what they were getting up to just from the sounds. And that's just really... I do think a lot of Rudy's perspective on sex is a direct reflection of how mentally healthy he is, how emotionally mature he's gotten, where his perspective on sex just changes as he grows up. And he's done a little bit of growing up to the point where he's at least not fully self-absorbed. So now that he realizes he understands that sex itself doesn't upset him, and instead he's able to realize, you know what, that means the two of them are happy together. So I can appreciate that. It seems that Paul was pretty good in bed too. Even though Zenith was out of breath, I heard him say, "Oh, I'm just getting warmed up," before he went back to thrusting. He sounded like the main character from a pretty rapey adult dating sim, boundless virility and all, and yeah, that's an apt comparison. I also do think that Paul is directly inspired by the character Rance, because we know that Rance is an inspiration for this show in general. I mean, for this books in general. Rudy Vagine has been open about that, and there's multiple explicit references in the books as well, but based on a lot of stuff, I do think Paul takes some loose inspiration from the titular character of the Rance games, which are great, by the way. I would recommend them. As Paul's son, maybe I'd inherited some of that sexual prowess, and one day... Oh, hello. Glad you could make it. Maybe I inherited some of that sexual prowess, and one day I would awaken to my powers, find my heroine, and make my way into the pink. That sort of thing excited me at first, but had recently grown stale. I'd casually make my way down the hall to the toilet with sounds of creaking resonating through the walls. Also, the creaking and moaning would stop as soon as I approached their room, which was pretty damn amusing. Tonight was the same. I headed for the toilet, wondering whether I should let them know that their son, now capable of walking, was there. Maybe this time I should try saying something. Maybe something like, "Mom, Dad, what are you doing naked?" And again, one thing that's also true about Rudy is that he can be kind of a little shit. And I do appreciate that as soon as he's kind of, gotten to a place of mental stability, if not actually like healthy mental perspective, he's starting to kind of showcase that he can be a little shit at times. And he's just like, yeah, I wonder if I could fuck with my parents a little bit. It'd be fun hearing what excuses they came up with. With that in mind, I slipped out of my room as quietly as I could, except someone had already beaten me to the punch. Is this my first time reading? No, it's actually it's hard to actually quantify how many times I've read it, because it's at the very least my it's at the very least my third read. But because there was the first time I read it for fun, the second time I read it taking notes, and then I actually made a really detailed video about Volume 1 specifically. You can watch it on my channel if you want. You don't have to, but while working on that script, I had the book open as well as my notes. So you could argue I read it like another 2 or 3 times from there, but it's not a direct read. So this is not even close to my first read. So, but actually it is my first read after having caught up with the anime. So I have a new perspective now that I'm again. So honestly, this is a book that I really like this series on rereads, because there's so much you pick up on that you didn't on a first read. With that in mind, the blue-haired girl was hunched in the dark hallway, peeking into the bedroom through a gap in the door. Her cheeks were flushed bright red, and her breathing had sunk to a low, rough panting. Her gaze locked on the inside of the room. One of her hands was inside her robes, moving about rather suggestively. I quietly crept back to my own room. Roxy was in the grip of adolescence after all, and I had the decency to pretend I hadn't seen anything. Or, well, something like that. I definitely liked what I'd seen anyway. And again, that is funny when you realize, Roxy's actually an adult, although I think that the average reader could probably figure out that she's older than she looks by the time that's actually revealed, just based on all the circumstances surrounding her. So, but I don't know exactly when the average person would figure it out, because I don't remember when I figured it out. But also it's funny to look at this in hindsight, because you realize that those end up being her in-laws. So, yeah, maybe. She may have stayed and watched, but again, it's also just so funny to realize that she ultimately schlicked to her in-laws, which, I don't know, that had the potential to have a funny joke later in the story, but I guess it just didn't come across. 4 months later, I was able to cast intermediate tier spells. Although, okay, that's interesting. I'm trying to figure out how that works, because he was already able to cast intermediate tier water spells. Does he mean he's able to cast intermediate tier old Rudy? Yeah. Oh yeah, old Rudy would have watched. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, it's rare to see someone react to the novel. Yeah, I can understand that's probably an uncommon thing, just because people reading books on stream is already not the most common type of content, and really the only reason I'm doing it is because me and at least my stream audience, not my video audience, but my stream audience is very Mushoku Tensei brained, so this is kind of did make sense. But yeah, it would be interesting to see people document their first reactions with this series, because I mean, I'm noticing a lot every time I reread this. There's just new stuff that pops up that's makes me more and more impressed with how well written this series is. Again, just on a technical level, Lee Fujin is fucking cooked with this. At that point, Roxy began to give me classroom-style lessons in the evenings. That probably makes it sound sexier than it was. No, but again, I love, just reinforcing Rudy's kind of porn brain going on. This was about studying, first and foremost. She was a good teacher. She was fussy about sticking to a particular curriculum, but she'd also ramp up the content of our lessons based on how well I understood things. She was good at intuitively responding to her student. She had a book that acted as a supplement to textbook from which she'd ask me questions. If I got one right, we'd move on to the next one. If I didn't know something, she'd very politely explain it to me. It might not sound like much, but I could feel my world opening up, and this is just the start of Rudy's appreciation for what Roxy does for him, because we all know that the big moment was when she takes him outside and breaks his agoraphobia, but she also guided his initial interest in magic and kind of broadened his horizons essentially. Would he have figured this stuff out eventually? Maybe, but she was kind of foundational in molding his early perspective on things. So that, alongside all the other stuff like the agoraphobia and all that, just leads to her being like a very important thing to Rudy. Like his experience with her was so important to him that he never really lets it go, and that's why he basically simps for her for the rest of his life. Where he and it makes sense as to why he does that. Even even as he ends up marrying Eris and Sylphie eventually, he still idolizes him. He still idolizes her, even as he loves all three of them. Yeah. In my old life, our family hired a personal tutor when my older brother was taking his entrance exams. Yeah, and you're right, Amir. Like, basically, I don't know if he consciously realizes this, but subconsciously, I should say, he does consider Roxy responsible for making his second life and all the things he found in it and all the things he grew to love. He finds that important. Like, he finds her responsible for that. So, like, that's one of the reasons he really just puts her on that pedestal. That's right. Is Roxy was schlicking to her in-laws, which is it's just very funny when you think about it. Let's see. One time on a whim, I listened in on one of their classes, but it didn't seem like it was anything different from what I was taught in school. In comparison, Roxy's lessons were much easier to understand and a lot more fun. Her teaching style resonated with me and got quick results. Of course, it didn't hurt that my teacher was a junior high-aged girl at the budding age of sexual maturity. That was kind of an awesome situation. In my old life, I could have gotten off to that mental image in 3 pumps. Okay, so yeah, that was where... again, it's memey, although I do find every kind of exploration of Rudy's sexuality early on interesting because, as I've said ad nauseum at this point, I do firmly believe that so much of Rudy's perspective on things is down to the fact that he spent like 20 years feeling no happiness except for sexual pleasure, so he interprets every positive emotion sexually, so he can't help but like think this way. And and he also does have some paraphilias, starting out with the first one being the fact that he is not very discriminating when it comes to the age of people he's attracted to. So, but as he grows up, as he explores the world, as he develops emotionally and physically, he does eventually lose those paraphilias. Like by the time he gets married to Sylphie, he's just completely lost his attraction to underage people, and the only one... Oh, 1 second. Sorry, I realized the music is off. Let me fix that. Oh, it actually got through the playlist. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. So we got more music this time. I'll find something more permanent in the future to really keep things going. Let's pull my stuff back up. But yeah, so like ultimately Roxy's the only one who looks young that he ends up being attracted to later on, and that's because he's literally in love with her at that point. So he's probably able to kind of look past his baseline instincts to still find her attractive despite the fact that she does look young, which, yeah, I can understand that kind of mindset just because I can only speak for myself. Yeah, all the people who vote on the LN. I mean, honestly, we had some pretty good viewership earlier, but, it's fine. I'm doing these streams more for fun than anything else, because I know most of my viewership came from my videos, not from my streams, so, yeah, I can have fun with this, but... Yeah, but like I was saying, I can understand Rudy being able to kind of find Roxy attractive despite him losing his paraphilias, just because I can only speak for myself, but personally, the more I like someone, it almost acts like a multiplier to their attractiveness, where if I like someone as a person, their attractive features kind of get amplified in my mind, and their unattractive features get diminished. So, like, not that they look any different, but it's just the way my mind interprets them. So, I could see that being the same thing with Rudy. Maybe do shorter streams? Yeah, who knows? I mean, I'll figure something out for long-term stuff once I'm done with my marathon with the daily anime streams, because I just want to get those done, and then, yeah, who knows? And honestly, I'm not too concerned about the metrics of my streams, because streaming is like a side thing for me, not my main content creation outlet. It's the videos that are really my bread and butter. So that's all I care about mostly. But the streams are honestly not just a case of something to do for fun, but also I feel like they are making me a better speaker, which can make me good at speaking without a script, which is something I've always struggled with, and something that I am glad that is changing over time. Miss Roxy, how come there are only spells for things to be used in combat? I asked Sharp abruptly. Oh, well, that's not really the case, actually, Roxy replied. One sec. Let's see, what's the best way to explain it? Okay, first of all, it's said that magic was originally created by the High Elves. Ah, whoa, elves. Aha, so they do exist. I could picture them with their blonde hair and greenish garb, bows strapped across their backs, tentacles keeping them all bound up. Okay, gotta calm down there. Again, I think little interjections like that, I think, are one of the things that I think the anime should have found a replacement for, because just showing that Rudy is constantly getting distracted by his horny brain really does kind of set up why he does some of the things he does, and explains that it's not that he just suddenly decides to be a degenerate, it's that his mind just works like this. And you can do the same thing just because of how much narration would be required in the anime, but they could find another way to show that he constantly gets distracted by his own porn stuff. Based on the ideographic characters used to write the word for elf, it seemed they had long ears. So this is one of the things that's why I think the written language of human tongue in the anime is probably not the same as the books, just because it seems to be a character-based language, not just an alphabet-based language like the... But yeah, it's ultimately a minor thing. Miss Roxy, what are elves? I asked. Allow me to explain. Elves are a race of people who currently live in the northern part of the Millis continent. According to Roxy, long before even the Great Human-Demon War, when the world was engulfed in an unceasing spiral of battle and chaos, the High Elves, in order to fight their enemies, entreated with the spirits of the forest to control the wind and the earth, and thus the first magic spells were born. Wow, so there's an entire history to this and everything? I asked. Of course there is, Roxy huffed, rebuking me with a nod. Modern magic takes its form from humans mimicking the spells the elves used in battle and reworking them. Humans are good at that sort of thing, after all. And again, just solid world building done in a way that actually makes sense and is logical and doesn't feel like the writer just telling us stuff, even though that's exactly what this is. We are? Why yes, it's nearly always humans who push for innovation. There are only combat spells because people have mostly only used magic in battle. For anything else, you can use something close at hand with it instead of relying on magic, Roxy explained. And yeah, Rudy is aggressively horny. Like, just everything about his mindset is, again, so sex-brained. And again, I think a big reason for that early on is that sex was the only thing that brought him any degree of happiness for 20 years. Yeah, welcome back, Alan. And yeah, this is sort of an exposition dump, but it's done in a way that actually makes sense in the context of the story, where, yeah. Because it actually makes sense, because they're literally having a lesson on the history of magic, so it makes sense that Roxy would be saying these things to Rudy, who is at this point a child. Something close at hand? What do you mean? Well, for instance, if you need a light source, you can just use a candle or a lantern, right? Ah, I got it, so we were in that kind of setting, where tools and devices were simpler to use than magic. That made enough sense. Granted, silent casting would be easier still. Moreover, Roxy continued, not all magic is used for battle. For instance, summoning magic lets you call forth powerful fiends or spirits. Summoning magic? Do you think you'd be able to teach me that soon? I'm afraid not. I can't use it myself, Roxy replied. But to get back to my earlier point, magical implements also exist, and I also do really like the magical implements and magical artifacts. Like, again, I still love how the magical artifacts are done in such a way to actually give the dungeons an RNG loot system. Like that's like the most concise way to explain how that kind of system can exist in a realistic setting. Magical implements, I was pretty sure I had an idea of what she meant, but that was still a little vague. Could you explain those? I asked. Magical implements are devices that have special magical effects. They've got a magic circle inscribed somewhere within them, so even if someone isn't a magician, they can still make use of them. Some of them utilize vast amounts of magical power, though. Okay, so that was pretty much in line with what I'd been imagining. Where? I completely lost my place. Yeah. Still, it was too bad about Roxy not being able to use summoning magic. I understood the principles of attack magic and healing magic well enough, but I didn't know how summoning magic actually worked. And yeah, that's true. It's like, I think that's a consequence of her still being very childish in a sense, where, you know, her outside kind of mimics her inside in this case, where... But this is also an area where she is actually somewhat knowledgeable. She does understand magic pretty well, and, you know, magic is the thing that kind of is special about her at this point, where she's excited to kind of be able to show this to somebody who's eager to learn. You know, puffs her up a bit, and she's just, you know, she's happy about the whole thing. So yeah, it is very endearing. But yeah, and then she also just, when she gets flustered, she gets really flustered, and that's always funny and adorable and all that other great stuff. But hey, I'd been introduced to some new terms I hadn't heard before. Great Human Demon War, fiends, spirits. I understood them well enough on the surface, but I figure it couldn't hurt to ask more. Miss Roxy, what's the difference between a fiend and a monster? And the fact that this is an exposition dump, but the way they're doing it is like, again, it's really literally asking questions and wanting these exposition dumps, essentially. Because he's trying to explore more information about the world, and Roxy is at this point a repository of knowledge about the world that he can utilize. Yeah, and that's true. It is, summoning magic is rare, but yeah, it's one of those things that I think is pretty cool, but didn't get a whole lot of focus in the grand scheme of things. Not to say there was none of it, but no, not super prevalent. Fiends and monsters aren't terribly different from one another. She explained that monsters were the result of sudden mutations in normal animals. If they were lucky enough to grow in numbers, establish themselves as a new species, and develop intellect over the generations, they became fiends. But apparently, many creatures that possessed intelligence but still attacked humans were referred to as monsters. There were also cases of fiends growing more savage and brutal over the generations, reverting back into monsters. Let's see. This is a mistake. He said he'd never heard of the Great Human Demon War, yet he'd already read the Legend of Peruvius secondhand thanks to Paul. That's true. I mean, he might not have... It might have been a case where he didn't connect the two together, and he probably still thinks of the Legend of Perugius as just a fairy tale, basically. So he might not realize that the demon that Perugius slayed in the story was actually Laplace of the Human Demon War. So... I think you do have a point, but I think it's also explainable in context. So there wasn't a wholly concrete delineation between the two. In general, though, monsters attacked humans and fiends did not. So then, demons are just more evolved version of fiends, I asked? No, demons are completely different. The name demon comes from a time long ago when the races of men and demons battled one another. Is that the Great Human Demon War you mentioned earlier? That's right, Roxy said. The first conflict happened around 7,000 years ago. Wow, that's so long it's almost dizzying to think about. This world evidently had quite a long history. Oh, it's not all that long ago. Humans and demons were still at war with one another as recently as 400 years ago. It started 7,000 years ago, and the two sides have been in conflict on and off ever since. So it is also very important. It makes a lot of the prejudice we see later on in the series make sense, given that... you know, the fact that they haven't been killing each other is fairly recent development. 400 years sounded pretty long ago as is, but 7,000 years of ongoing fighting? Humans and demons must really not get along. Ah, okay, I get it, I said. So what are demons? Yeah, you're not wrong, Amir. Yeah. And that's also true that a lot of the history got cut out for the anime. That's also just kind of what you have to kind of do in adaptation, just because runtime limitations are a thing in anime and TV and movies, whereas in books it's really not. Okay, I get it, I said. So, what are demons? Well, it's a little hard to actually define, Roxy said. The simplest way to put it, according to her, was that demons included whoever fought on the demon side in the most recent conflict. But this too had its exceptions. I'm a demon myself, actually, she said. Oh, you are? I had a demon for a home tutor, which I suppose meant that there wasn't any conflict going on right now. Giving peace a chance really was the way to go, huh? That's right, Roxy said. More formally put, I'm one of the Miggered. I always have to be very careful when I say that word, otherwise I'm getting cancelled. From the Biagoya region of the Demon Continent. You must have noticed your parents' surprise when they first saw me, right, Rudy? I figured that was because you're little. I am not little, Roxy huffed. That was clearly a sore spot with her. They were surprised by the color of my hair, and I would say what's coming up is also one of my favorite parts of this first book because it is one of the most explicit rants references in the entire series, which I'm excited. But your hair, I thought it was a very pretty shade of blue, personally. They say that for the demonic races, the closer our hair is to green, the more savage we tend to be. Depending on the lighting, my hair can look pretty green too. Green, huh? Was that the world's danger color then? Yeah, and I'll be honest, yeah, the M word. There was, when we were watching the anime a while back, there was one moment when I was very tempted to make a joke about the Miggered that would have been very, very edgy. And it was one of the few times I'm like, you know what? Probably better if I didn't make that joke. I could get in trouble for that. I mean, I don't think I would be breaking any TOS or anything like that, but like, I felt like caution was the way to go there. Depending on the lighting, my hair can look pretty green too. Green, huh? Was that this world's danger color then? Roxy's hair was a striking sky blue color, and she twirled a finger in her bangs as she explained herself. Her mannerisms were adorable. Back in Japan, blue hair was the sort of thing I'd associate with punks or older women. When I saw people like that, I always thought it was unusual. But there was nothing unusual or off-putting about Roxy's blue locks. If anything, I thought her slightly sleepy-looking eyes helped complete the picture. She looked like she could be the first character whose route I would try to complete in an adult dating sim. I think your hair is pretty, I said. Oh, thank you very much. But that's the sort of thing you should say to a girl you like after you've grown up. I didn't miss my opening. I like you, miss. I couldn't help it. Hitting on cute girls is what I do. I see. Well, in another 10 or 15 years, if your feelings haven't changed, please feel free to tell me that again. She'd pretty cleanly rebuffed me, but I still caught the happy look that crossed her face. Again, I also really like that because that is, like, exactly what happens in, let's see, so he's, like, what, 3 or 4 years old right now? Oh, thank you for the follow, Hassan. Hassan. Sorry, words. Yeah, foreshadowing, because let's see, because I'm thinking he's like 14 right now. No, he's 3 or 4 right now. And when he meets back up with her in the teleportation labyrinth, I think he's 16 at that point. So that's 12 years later. So like right in the middle of 10 or 15 years, he meets back up with her and they end up together. So that's funny. I wasn't sure how much the nice guy skills I'd honed by playing hentai games would help me in this world, but the answer clearly wasn't nowhere. Again, I fucking love those lines because he doesn't even realize why he's getting the reactions he's getting, and it's the fact that he is a kid, physically speaking. 16 and a half? Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of playing by just kind of trying to figure it out, so okay. Glad to have that confirmation. But yeah, so he doesn't realize that the reason his stuff is working is because, you know, they see him as a kid who's just kind of being cute and earnest and all that stuff when, you know, if he was an adult trying this stuff, it would blow up in his face because, yeah. Jokes and lines that were old and played out back in Japan might well be unique and passionate ways to win over someone's heart here. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what I was trying to get at either. The point is that Roxy was cute and naughty and I wanted to push her buttons. The considerable age gap between us was definitely an issue though. Maybe something to think about for the future. That's also funny because there are like 3 layers you can see to that. The way Rudy is thinking is the age gap is, you know, is that, you know, he is like 30, he's either 37 or 38 in terms of actual years of experience. And he views Roxy as like being 12 years old, which is not correct, but that's what he thinks. Then from Roxy's perspective, she sees that she's like in her late 30s and Rudy is 3 or 4. So she's like, yeah, no, this is not something that, you know, there's an age gap there. And then in reality, they're actually almost the exact same age when you consider everything together. So again, it's just it's a funny line. This is why I really love rereading these books, because you notice so much more when you have more information. To get back to the subject at hand, Roxy said, the idea that more brightly colored hair signifies danger is nothing but a superstition. Oh, it is? Now I felt silly for having taken the whole danger color thing seriously. Yes, during the war 400 years ago, the Superd, a green-haired demonic race from the Babinos region, went on a brutal rampage. That's where the association comes from. The color of someone's hair doesn't have anything to do with that. A brutal rampage, you said? Indeed. After only a decade and change of war, they became feared by friend and foe alike, becoming as violent as they were despised. They were so dangerous that after the war, persecution drove them almost completely from the demon continent. Their own allies pushed them away after the war? Wow. People really hate them that much? I asked. They do. What did they do that was so bad? Well, I can only tell you what I've heard. Things like attacking allied demon settlements and slaughtering the women and children, or wiping out all of their foes from the battlefield and turning on to do the same to their allies. When I was a kid, I'd hear stories like that all the time. Don't stay up too late or the Superd will come and eat you, that kind of thing. And I also do like this setup because we eventually learn that, when Rudy meets Ruijerd, and he's like, immediately kind of assumes that, okay, you know what, this guy's all right. These stories must have been exaggerated, and then you realize that no, they're actually completely true. It's just that they were kind of magically fucked with. So yeah, it's interesting. It almost seemed like she was talking about the put-away man, the boogeyman from that old anime. Roxy continued, the Migard and Superd peoples are closely related, and I've heard we used to get treated much the same as they were. She paused to make sure she had my attention. I imagine your Terrence will probably tell you something like this soon enough, but if you ever see someone with emerald green hair and what looks like a red jewel set in their forehead, make sure you don't go anywhere near them, and if interacting with one is unavoidable, whatever you do, make sure you don't make them mad. Emerald green hair and a red jewel on the forehead? She must have been describing the Superd to me. Okay, what'll happen if I make them mad? You might get your entire family killed, and okay. This next scene is literally like a direct reference to Rance, and not just like a reference to Rance. Rudy is trying to figure out if these are a species from the Rance games with his probing questions. I'll read it and then I will explain for those of you who don't know. You said emerald green with a red jewel on their forehead, right? That's right. The thing on their forehead is their third eye, which allows them to see the flow of magic. Are all the Superd women? I asked. No, there are men too, like you'd expect. If they do something with the jewel on their head, does it turn blue or anything? Like that? Roxy tilted her head in bafflement. No? At least not that I know of. Well, I was happy I'd gotten to ask what I wanted. It sounds like they stand out and are pretty easy to recognize, at least, I said, so... Yeah, as Amir said in chat, that is a reference to the Kalar from the Rance games. And let me pull up a picture so you'll see what I'm talking about. So granted, this is not like a normal Kalar that I'm going to pull up. This is actually a character who's been turned from a... let me see, open image and new tab. There we go. Oh, geez. Maybe I should find a bigger picture than that. Okay. Yeah, that's a good picture. Okay, I'll just zoom in. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. So this here is a Kalar. This is Felis. Granted, she's been turned into a demon. That's why her hair went from blue to green, and she has the wings and the tail and all that. But, you know, the idea is that the Kalar all have this gem in their forehead. And the gem changes color when they... these are an all-female species who rely on other species for reproduction, and the jewel changes color when they lose their virginity. So Rudy was just like trying to figure out if the Superd were actually Kalar, and so he was trying to see if he could get laid, which I don't know. That's just funny to me, and it's like, again, it's also Rance. I like Rance a lot. A lot of people. Yeah, it's so great. Yeah. And yes, I agree, Amir. Mini Felis in 5D was absolutely adorable. And again, I just fucking love that. That just makes Rance bully her. It's great. Okay, so And I know Reefagene has directly stated that Rance inspired Mushoku Tensei at least partly, but man, like that was an explicit reference, and that just kind of got me excited. Yeah, so that's right. If you ever see one, just act casual, like you've got something else to do, and get out of there. If you bolt all of a sudden, you might provoke them. Spotting some punk and making a run for it just invited the chase, huh? Yeah, I had some experience with that. So if I do have to talk to one, just speak very politely and I should be okay. As long as you don't say anything blatantly degrading, then there ought to be no problem. However, there are many differences in what's commonly accepted in human culture versus demon culture, so you might not know what words will trigger an outburst. It's safest to avoid being obliquely sarcastic and that sort of thing. These guys must have some incredible tempers. Roxy said if they'd been victims of oppression, but it sounded like their fears had some basis. I mean, if their anger was scary enough to warn other people to stay away from them, yikes. And it's also just interesting because, you know, Rudy has a point, because a lot of that is actually just Roxy kind of projecting her childhood fear, because she mentioned that her parents would always say, oh yeah, the super will eat you, be careful. And she ran away as a child and held on to a lot of her childishness. So she still has this incredible fear of the supered. And even, like, I think the anime showed this a little bit better, but we saw that people were, once you're an adult, and people were meeting Ruijerd and just having positive interactions with him, especially once the curse kind of went away from him shaving his head, they kind of immediately were shocked. It's like, huh, I guess those were just stories. You know, it'll be cool to be able to tell people we met a super. That's exciting. So Roxy held on to that when a regular adult probably wouldn't. If I got killed, I doubted I'd be lucky enough to get a third shot at life, so I figured it was best to do everything I could to steer clear. These supered were really bad news. And again, that's just funny in context because, like, Rudy ends up, like, getting, like, a second father figure in Ruijerd, who is a supered, and is, like, one and the only supered you meet until very late in the story. Roughly another year went by. My magic lessons were proceeding apace. I could now use advanced tier spells from all different branches of magic, all without using incantations too, of course. Compared to ordinary training, advanced magic was like picking one's nose, by which I mean there were a lot of ranged attacks that felt pretty awkward to use. Like, what was it going to do with an ability to make it rain over a wide area? So, I mean, it's true that Ruijerd had a temper, for sure, but I think honestly it's just because he is also dealing with his own trauma and just not processing it very well. Let's see. Because Rowan and Rokari learned about the super will eat you if you're a naughty child from the books they used to learn the demon tongue in order to teach it to Roxy. Just a theory? It's possible. Who knows? I mean, it could go a long way, but I mean, also there's let's not forget that, like, Migard become friendly with Ruijerd, like, a year after Roxy leaves, and they very quickly accept him after he helps them, so I don't know. A lot of questions, but not a lot of answers in that regard. But I like how, you know, Rudy has gotten to the point where after a year he's able to learn advanced tier spells, which, as he explained explicitly earlier in the story, that is usually where people cap out. Like, a competent magician can do advanced tier spells, and usually is in their primary school, by the way, and usually can do beginner or intermediate in the others. He can do advanced tier in all 4 branches, and then he just doesn't realize that he's actually doing stuff that is pretty impressive. He just, again, as soon as he's able to do something, its importance just drops off to him. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Alan. It just generally is that it's kind of just Roxy was being a kid, kind of heard of the scary monster. Again, it's like when you're taught, like, you know, eat your vegetables or the boogeyman's going to get you. And then as you grow up, you realize, you know what, you can actually just not eat your vegetables and it won't result in your death. Yeah. All right. But then I remembered how, after a prolonged drought, Roxy had made it rain over the wheat fields, to the great joy of the villagers. I'd been at home at the time, so this was all stuff I'd heard from Paul. Evidently, Roxy had handled multiple requests from the townsfolk and had been solving their problems. I could almost hear it now. I was tilling the soil and struck a big rock in the ground. Help me, Roxymon. Just leave it to me. Whoa, what kind of magic is that? I used water to dampen the soil around the rock and then used it in concert with earth magic to change into mud. Wow, that's amazing! The rock is just sinking away. Hee hee hee. I was guessing that was probably how it went, which... Roxyemon. Yeah, so, I will say, I do like how, since we watched Doraemon not long ago, I actually do kind of get the references. That's one of the benefits of going through the history of anime. I'm actually starting to learn stuff. I knew you were the sort of person who liked helping people, Miss Roxy, I said. It's not exactly that. I'm doing this to earn money on the side. You get paid for doing stuff like that? Of course. My first instinct was to write her off as greedy, but the townspeople seemed to accept her terms. They'd never had anyone who could do that sort of thing for them before, and they deeply appreciated Roxy for it. I guess this is what they called give and take. And yeah, this is... I like this showcase of a bit of culture shock, because, I mean, this does not feel very alien to me, because, you know, I'm American, our rules are different from Japan's, where in Japanese they kind of have a sense of just, you know, do it because you should. But, you know, this... in the Mushoku Tensei world has a bit of a cultural expectation of, you know, fair exchange, where, I mean, sometimes it gets abused, but, like, the idea is, you know, if you can pay somebody for their services, that's what you should do, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, so, yeah. And it's kind of interesting how Rudy kind of has that moment of culture shock, but also, it's kind of reasserts his determination to say, you know what, I'm going to follow the rules of this world, I'm going to, live my life by, like, you know, not kind of get hung up on my Japanese sense of social norms. And that's also why he's kind of able to interact with the world and not be completely thrown off by things such as slavery, even though that would be, you know, completely just abhorrent to somebody from the real world, even though... But in Mushoku Tensei world, it's just a normal part of life, and, you know, Rudy has other priorities to deal with. I've been thinking about this the wrong way. The idea of helping someone out of a bind without asking for anything in return was a very Japanese one. It was normal to get compensated for that sort of thing. It just made sense. Granted, being the shut-in I was in my past life, not only did I not help anyone else out of a bad situation, I was the bad situation for the rest of my family. Ha ha ha. Again, I just love the constant reinforcement of how ashamed he is of his old self, and how... Again, it's... A lot of the things about Rudy's character are not just like a thing that happens, and rather they are just the constant little reinforcements, so that it feels like a real part of him, not just something the author said, oh yeah, by the way, here's this thing. One day, out of the blue, I decided to ask Roxy, would it be better if I called you Master instead of just Miss? Roxy scrunched her face up awkwardly. No, probably best not to. I'm sure you'll easily surpass me soon enough. I had enough talent to be better than Roxy? It was enough to make me blush. After all, it'd be weird to call someone whose powers were inferior to yours Master. I don't think it's that weird. Well, it'd be weird for me. I'd never outlived the shame of having someone who's clearly better than me referring to me as Master. Again, that's so funny considering where things end up, where... Again, Rudy does end up surpassing her in pretty much every magical way, but then he's so... he defers to her so much, he still simps for her, he still considers her his master, even once they're married, and it's very adorable. But, yeah. What was this? Was that what this is all about, then? Are you saying that because you got stronger than your own master, Mr. Oxy? Listen, Rudy, a master is someone who says they have nothing else they can teach you, but still butts in with their advice on each and everything you do. You wouldn't do that, though, Miss Roxy. I might. Even if you did, I'd be honored. Roxy always looked pretty satisfied with herself whenever she advised me on things. I probably had quite the grin on my own face when plying her with compliments. Oh no, if I became resentful of my own students' talents, there's no telling what I might blurt out. Like what sort of things? Stuff like how I'm just a filthy demon, or how you're just some country hick, which... that line hits a lot harder with context as well, because Roxy does kind of act like that way, where she does end up, almost paradoxically, as she grows up and becomes a stronger person in every sense of the word, she actually like starts to look at herself as worse and worse, where she gets really self-conscious. And actually, I really love how this whole arc concludes, where Roxy is super excited to be teaching a talented student. Rudy eventually just, completely falls head over heels for her and idolizes her, puts her on a pedestal. And eventually, much later on, he's like, hey, Roxy, can you teach me a king tier spell? And Rudy is just so excited to be able to learn from her again. And then she's also just concerned, is like, this is the one thing I have over him. Do I want to actually give this up and make myself not really have a purpose with him. So yeah, it was a very long-term story going on here, introduced here in volume 1 and goes like to something like volume 16 or 17 or something crazy like that. I don't even remember. I don't remember what happens in which book, honestly, because there are just so many numbers. And yeah, Pax as well. Like, there is the factor that Roxy's expectations with Rudy kind of fucked up her teaching of Pax, even though Pax was also largely to blame for that situation falling apart. Roxy was also not the type of teacher he needed at the time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Pax was definitely gremlin mode, but I think we can acknowledge that even though Pax was largely the fault of his own, was largely a victim of his own circumstances, like he kind of, he kind of had a lifetime of fucking around and finding out, but Roxy also did not help the situation at all. Yeah, and I think the fact that she did, in a sense, fail him was also just an important lesson that she needed to learn, where she, she needs to stumble before she really finds herself. Wow, did Roxy seriously just say that to me? I felt sort of bad for her. Being discriminated against wasn't great after all, but I guess that's what you get when there's a hierarchy to your relationship with someone. It'll be fine, I said. Just act like you're better than me. I'm not going to act all haughty and superior just because I'm older. I'm not comfortable having a master-pupil relationship with such an imbalance of talent. She shot me down real quick. It looks like my bond with my master had taken a turn for the worse. In my mind, I'd still think of her as my master regardless. After all, she was a girl who still had some traces of youth and could properly teach me what I couldn't learn by reading. And... oh. Okay, yeah, there we go. And, oh yeah, that's the end of chapter 5. I somehow skipped past that page. Okay, so yeah. So that is where I'm gonna stop for today. I think getting through 4 chapters plus the prologue is a pretty solid pace, and I think that's probably what we're gonna shoot for in the future. As I said, this was kind of an experiment because I'd never done a stream like this before, and the anime streams took a bit of experimentation before I found the right routine for them as well. Yeah, next week I am probably going to either find a pre-existing voiceover or text-to-speech just to protect my own voice. Because, well, I'm not in, like, pain or anything, but I can definitely feel the strain in my voice right now, despite the efforts I took to protect it. So, yeah, I'll figure something out for next week. I actually really enjoyed this. I was having a lot of fun with it. It's good to be able to go over these books again, and I'm actually quite excited to see what happens when we get past the first book, because that's stuff I haven't actually sat down and really dissected just yet. So there's going to be new stuff I haven't noticed, and also we're actually moving at a pretty solid pace. So like we're not actually going to be stuck on volume 1 for forever. It's looks like probably going to go for, I would guess, 2 more streams. So yeah. Yeah, so I appreciate that. I do apologize yesterday when there was no stream, but that's just because stuff came up. So tomorrow we're going to be going back to the daily anime streams as we're going to slowly work our way till we get to the modern day. And tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be watching 1993's Slam Dunk, which I'm not too excited about, but it should be fun regardless. So if that's what if you want to join me then, I'll be always happy to have you then. If not, I'll see you next week, 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be right back with the Mushoku Tensei light novels. Hopefully I'll have figured stuff out for that. So, again, thank you everyone who showed up, whether you chatted, lurked, or anything in between. Always appreciated. Always a good time hanging out.